Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
51, Chapter 50, The Result. Hello there. Here is today's chapter. Plus I can see we are getting near 1200 PS mark. Again, we'll be going to sleep after uploading this chapter, so if the 1200 PS mark is done, I will upload after I wake up. The next milestone after 1200 will be 1800 PS. Think we can get that? His heavy combat armor was smoking. His rocket launcher arms felt heavier than ever. He stared at the demon descending from the sky. What? That was all he managed to say. The figure landed softly on the concrete, as he dusted off his perfectly tailored suit. The silver hair was perfect, swept back, which yelled wealth and power. The face was wrinkled but handsome, wearing a smile. When Mark saw that face clearly, illuminated by the flames, blood drained from his face. It all makes sense. He understood why this mission paid so much. He understood why no one else had taken the contract. This wasn't a hero. This was a calamity. President Ming, known in the underworld by a different name, the Laughing Azura, and to the rest of the world as the strongest hero in Asia. Mark's survival instincts kicked in. Die! He screamed, raising his massive metal arms to fire a point-blank volley. He triggered the firing mechanism. The neural link sent the command, fire everything. Sadly, nothing happened. His arms didn't move. His fingers didn't twitch. It wasn't just his weapons, his entire body was locked in place, as if he had lost control of his body. Oh dear, Ming chuckled. So eager, and so rude. Didn't your mother teach you not to point weapons at your elders? Ming walked forward, stepping over the corpses of Mark's team without looking down. He stopped inches from Mark. You have caused quite a mess, Ming said, adjusting his cuff links. This facility houses sensitive prototypes. The paperwork alone will take me all morning. Do you know how tedious insurance claims are? Mark tried to speak, but his jaw was clamped shut by the invisible force. His eyes darted around wildly, pleading for mercy. Ming smiled. It was the smile of a tiger looking at a wounded gazelle. But I suppose you can be useful, Ming mused, tapping his chin. You can tell me who hired you. And then, Ming placed a hand on Mark's shoulder. It felt like a mountain landing on him. The armor groaned under the pressure. Then we can discuss the price of your life, Ming whispered. Ho ho ho. Let's have a talk, shall we? I have a lovely soundproof room just for these occasions. I am fucked, was all Mark could think of. 1 week later, the Shuzenji estate. Akira's gym was filled with the sound of the rhythmic squeak of sneakers on high-grip mats. Left, right, duck. Momo Yaoyorozu gritted her teeth, sweat dripping from her forehead and stinging her eyes. She was wearing a black tank top and athletic shorts, her usual high ponytail bouncing as she moved. Her arms were heavy, her legs burned, but she didn't stop. She weaved to the left, narrowly avoiding the sword. She pivoted on her back foot, throwing a jab aimed at Akira's ribs. Akira caught the punch in his palm effortlessly. He didn't even move his feet. Too slow, he critiqued, pushing her hand back. You're telegraphing your shoulder. You drop it right before you strike. Anyone with eyes can see that punch coming from a mile away. He released her fist and countered with a slow hook to her stomach. Momo tried to dodge, but she was off balance from her failed strike. Oof. The punch connected. It wasn't hard enough to injure, but it was enough to knock the wind out of her. Eyes up, Akira ordered, stepping back to give her space. Never look at the floor. The floor isn't trying to kill you. I am. Momo wheezed, clutching her stomach. She looked at the floor mats, counting to 3, then forced her head up. Go Momo, go. Nia yelled from the sidelines. The cat was sitting on top of a stack of gym mats, wearing a tiny headband that said, Coach, and holding a whistle in her mouth. Bite his ankles. Use the chair. Throw sand. Momo cracked a smile through the pain. She took a deep breath, centering herself. Think, she told herself. Don't just react. Create. I am not a brawler. I am an engineer. She lunged again. Akira stepped aside, ready to trip her with the sheath of his sword. But Momo didn't step. She slid. A thin sheet of viscous grease, created instantly from the lipids in her foot, coated the floor under her leading step. She accelerated past his guard, turning the stumble into a controlled slide tackle. Clever. Akira jumped to avoid the sweep. Now, Momo rolled, popping up to her feet. She created a flashbang grenade in her hand and threw it at his face. Bang! A blinding white light filled the gym. Akira flinched, shielding his eyes with his arm. For a second, he was blind. Momo closed the distance. She didn't try to punch him this time. She created a bow staff from her arm, swinging it in a wide arc. It connected with his shoulder. Thwack! Got it. She cheered, beaming. Akira lowered his arm, blinking away the spots in his vision. He looked at her, then at his shoulder where she had hit him. He smiled. Good job. You used the environment, and your quirk to create an opening, not just a weapon, and the best thing is that you didn't hesitate to swing. He walked over to the bench and grabbed a water bottle. He tossed it to her without looking. Momo fumbled the catch, bobbling the bottle twice before finally securing it against her chest. She stood up straight, trying to look cool and composed, flipping her hair back. Akira just stared at her, a smirk playing on his lips. Hee hee. Yeah, Momo sighed, cracking the bottle open and downing half of it in one go. Laugh at me. Sorry for not being cool and nonchalant like the great Akira Shuzenji, who catches things without looking. You will get there with time, Akira said, taking a sip of his own drink. Coolness is a skill, just like punching. You just have to practice your cool face in the mirror. Try squinting your eyes more. Nia ran over and jumped onto Momo's shoulder, rubbing her face against Momo's cheek. You are getting so much better. You hit daddy. That's 10 points. If you draw blood, you get a bonus snack. Thanks, Nia, Momo laughed, scratching the cat's ears. Hee 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 hee. She looked at Akira. Do you think it was enough? For you, eh? Akira looked at her. He saw the doubt that still lingered. Momo, he said seriously. You created a flash grenade mid-combat and did not hesitate to hit me. You'll be fine. Bang! The gym doors flew open, slamming against the walls. 2 women rushed in. It's here. Anoka screamed, waving a thick, cream-colored envelope in the air like a winning lottery ticket. Recovery Girl followed her, leaning on her cane but moving with surprising speed for her age. Stop yelling, you brat. You're going to deafen us. You know damn well he passed. Oh, shut up, Mom. Anoka retorted. Meh, Cho grunted. Momo lowered her water bottle, her eyes widening. The results. She turned to Akira. Are you not excited? Akira shrugged, walking over to his mother. Well, I am kinda sure where I will be ranked. Unless they deducted points for excessive style or unauthorized smoking. Tell me, Momo demanded. Where do you think you placed? You shall find out soon, Akira grinned. They grouped up around the bench. Anoka held the envelope out to Akira, her hands trembling slightly with excitement. Open it, baby. It's your future. Akira looked at the envelope, then at his mother. You do it, he said softly. Anoka blinked. Me. Yeah, you're the CEO. You handle the mail. Besides, you deserve to see it first. Anoka smiled. Okay. She tore the seal. A small, metal disc slid out. BZZZT. A hologram projected into the air. A small, white mouse bear dog creature in a suit, sitting at a desk with a cup of tea. Hello there, Akira. Anoka-kun. And Cho-san. Nisa's high-pitched voice filled the gym. Momo gasped, covering her mouth. Principal Nizu. How did he know you all would be here? It's not hard for that rat to figure out, Akira muttered, taking out his pipe and sticking it in his mouth unlit. You should not be talking about your future principal like that. Momo scolded him. Yeah. The message continued. Nizu adjusted his tie on the screen. I have to say, Akira-kun, when you told me you wanted to take the standard entrance test instead of the recommendation route, I really did not get why. Nizu grinned. But after seeing the little show you pulled in Ground G, I understand. You wanted to send a message. You wanted to make sure everyone knew exactly who was walking through those doors. Nizu leaned into the camera. All I have to say is, message received. You are on track toward your goal. And I am glad you did not take my offer 2 years ago. You need a bigger stage. You need an audience. Momo frowned, confused. Offer? 2 years ago? She wanted to ask, but she looked at Akira's face. He was staring at the projection with a look of satisfaction. She realized it wasn't her right to ask. Akira noticed her glance. He gave her a small, appreciative nod for her silence. Now enough of the past. Nizu chirped. Let's get to the point. As you already know, the villain points were awarded based on the number of robots you destroyed. But there was another metric. The hero points. Points awarded for saving others, for selfless action, for protecting the needy. Nizu paused for dramatic effect. Which, let's just say you did not get. Because you completed the whole thing way too fast. There was no time for anyone to be in danger because you killed the danger before it could threaten anyone. You saved them by eliminating the threat. Efficient, but technically 0 hero points. Akira smirked. Efficiency is its own reward. However, Nizu continued, we cannot ignore the sheer scale of your victory. We debated. We argued. Cementos wanted to charge you for the repairs. Nizu laughed. Now enough of that. Nizu waved a paw. I got stocks to mess with, and the market waits for no mammal. So, here are the results. The screen changed. A leaderboard appeared. 3. Eijiro Kirishima, 74 points. 2. Katsuki Bakugo, 77 points. And at the top, in bold, red letters. 1. Akira Shuzenji, 1,150 points. PFFFFFT. Momo spat her water out, spraying the floor. Anoka and Cho stared at the number. 1. Anoka whispered. 1,000. Well, damn, Cho said, adjusting her visor. I expected you to break Yagi's record, but not by this much. You obliterated it. You gotta relax, kid. You're going to give the teachers a complex. Akira looked at the score. He took a slow drag from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of blue smoke. What can I say? He said, dusting off his shoulder. I'm just that great after all. Momo wiped her mouth, staring at him with a mix of awe and annoyance. Cornball. Hey! He protested. I earned it. Cornball. Nia cheered. Akira felt a playful punch in his gut from his mother. My son, the overachiever, Anoka laughed, hugging him. The gym filled with laughter, drowning out the ghosts of the past. Akira Shuzenji was going to UA. And he was going to be a problem. Took way too long to reach UA, right? Grinning face with sweat, was it worth it? Let me know how was it. Plus if you want, you can read up to 10 plus chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Treon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treon on Google. 52, Chapter 51, Just Friends, Bonus Chapter. Good morning, Fire looks like we hit the milestone. Here is the chapter as promised. Next milestone 1800 PS. As they say, if you want, you gotta earn it. Happy reading. This chapter will be a dive into Momo's family. Hope you enjoy it. Momo Yaorozu's eyes snapped open. She sat up, rubbing her eyes as she silenced the alarm with a soft tap. She stretched her arms, feeling the satisfying pop of her joints. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating a room that was larger than most apartments. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with encyclopedias on physics, chemistry, and engineering. A mannequin in the corner displayed a half-finished prototype of a hero costume. Okay, Momo whispered to the empty room. Let's do this. She slid out of bed, her feet finding her slippers instantly. She walked to the ensuite bathroom for her daily routine. Momo took a quick shower, no time for long soaks. She had a schedule to keep. A schedule that had become the most important part of her day. She brushed her teeth while mentally reviewing the molecular structure of tungsten carbide. Carbon and tungsten. Extremely hard. High melting point. Good for defensive barriers. She spat, rinsed, and moved to her walk-in closet. Usually, this closet was filled with high-end designer dresses, tea party outfits, and the stiff, formal wear expected of the Yaorozu heiress. But lately, a new section had appeared. Athletic wear. Momo pulled out a fitted red tank top and a pair of black gym leggings. She dressed quickly, checking her reflection in the full-length mirror. Her outfit, comment. She pulled her long, black hair back, as she gathered the thick hair, smoothing it down, and tied it into her signature ponytail. She looked at herself. Her eyes were determined. Her posture was full of confidence. You got this, she told her reflection. She grabbed her gym bag, packed with modified energy bars which were designed to sync with her quirk, and a notebook filled with Akira's insane training drills, and headed downstairs. The Yaoyorozu estate was a palace. It was a blend of European Baroque architecture and Japanese tradition, sprawling over acres of lush gardens. Momo walked down the grand staircase, her sneakers squeaking softly on the polished wood. She passed the portraits of her ancestors, stern men and women who had built the Creative Corp empire from nothing, as she reached the dining room. It was a vast hall with a long table that could seat 30 people. Currently, only 2 were occupied at the far end. Yaoyorozu Kiyomasa, her father, sat at the head of the table. He was a man carved from stone. Stern, serious, with sharp glasses and a perfect suit. He was reading a physical newspaper, a habit he refused to break despite the digital age. Yaohororu Kiyomasa pic, comment. Yaoyorozu Rika, her mother, sat to his right. She looked exactly like an older version of Momo, warm, elegant, with soft eyes and hair styled in a loose bun. She was sipping tea from a cup. Yaohororu Rika pic, comment. Good morning, mother. Good morning, father, Momo greeted, bowing slightly before taking her seat. Rika looked up, her face lighting up with a smile that could melt glaciers. Good morning, honey, Rika cooed. Then, her eyes drifted down. She took in the red tank top, the leggings, the ponytail that screamed, action. A teasing smile spread across her face. She leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. Rika hummed. Going to meet your friend again. She said the word friend with air quotes so heavy they were practically visible. Momo froze while reaching for the toast. She felt the heat rising in her cheeks. Mom, she sighed, exasperated. Why are you saying it like that? It sounds weird. You tell me, Rika countered, with sparkling eyes. For the last 3 weeks, you have been getting up at 7 a.m. sharp. You rush through breakfast. You run, literally run, out the door to meet him. Every single day. Rika took a sip of tea, hiding her grin. Plus, he is the first friend you have ever made outside of gala events. I sense something going on. My mother senses are tingling. Momo groaned, buttering her toast aggressively. It's not like that. At all. She took a bite, chewing quickly so she could defend herself. You know very well why I am going to him every day, Momo explained, her voice turning serious. He showed me the reality. He showed me how far behind I am and showed me how powerful my quirk is. Plus, I lack combat experience. Akira is teaching me how to survive. She looked at her plate. As for him being my first friend, it's not my fault, she muttered. You guys sent me to that top private school. The teachers were great, sure. But the kids. She shivered, remembering the young masters. Everyone only talked to her because they wanted an internship at Creative Corp. The school was filled with egoistic kids who thought they ruled the world because their parents were on the Billboard chart. They didn't want to be friends. They wanted connections. Rika's teasing smile faded slightly, replaced by a look of guilt. She reached out and patted Momo's hand. Okay, Rika said softly. That was our bad. We wanted you to have the best education, but we forgot about the social environment. I'm sorry, sweetie. Just then, a newspaper rattled. Kiyomasa lowered the business section. He adjusted his glasses, looking at Momo with the intensity of a boardroom interrogation. This kid, Kiyomasa rumbled, his voice deep. Is he good? Momo blinked. Good? As in, skilled? Yes. He's incredible. He scored 1,150 points in the exam. Not that, Kiyomasa waved a hand dismissively. Is he good-mannered? Is he after our money? Did he ask you for a loan? Did he try to sell you insurance? Did he try anything weird? Momo stared at her father. Then she laughed. No, and no, she listed off on her fingers. Dad, you know his full name. Akira Shuzenji. The family that overtook us in net worth 2 months ago. The only family in Japan richer than us. So, it really doesn't make any sense for him to ask me for money, does it? If anything, I should be asking him for investment tips. Kiyomasa grunted. He couldn't argue with the math. If the boy were a Shuzenji, he didn't need the Yaoyorozu fortune. And he is. Momo paused, thinking about Akira. She thought about the way he healed the kid he tortured. She thought about the way he treated Nia. She thought about the way he flicked her forehead when she said something dumb. Nice, she decided. And composed. Well, most of the time. He has a unique sense of justice. But he's good. So don't worry about it. Kiyomasa stared at her for a long moment, searching for any sign of deception. He found none. If you say so, he grumbled, raising the newspaper again to hide his face. But if he hurts you, I will buy his company and dismantle it for scrap. Dad. Momo laughed. You can't just buy Shuzenji Enterprises. They're huge. Watch me, he muttered from behind the paper. Momo quickly finished her breakfast. She wiped her mouth, grabbed her phone, and slung her gym bag over her shoulder. Okay, I'm off, she announced, standing up. I'll be back for dinner. Don't wait up. Have fun. Rika called out. Don't break too many bones. Or hearts. MOM. Momo sprinted out of the dining room, her face red. The heavy front door slammed shut behind her. The room went silent. Rika waited a beat. Then, she jumped out of her chair. She rushed to her husband's side, whipping her phone out of her pocket with the speed of a teenager. Look! She squealed, shoving the screen into Kiyomasa's face. On the screen was a high-resolution photo. It was taken from a security camera angle, grainy but clear enough. It showed the center of Battle Center G. It showed a boy in a dark kimono hovering in the air. Massive, ethereal wings made of blue-gold flame spread from his back. He looked like an angel of judgment. He looked terrifying and majestic at the same time. That is the kid. Rika yelled, vibrating with excitement. That is the boy she has been meeting. Kiyomasa lowered the paper slowly. He adjusted his glasses, squinting at the image. He saw the power. He saw the confidence, and the UA watermark in the corner. Where? Kiyomasa asked slowly. Where did you even get that? That is classified exam footage. Rika grinned. Well, I met Nizu once during an annual summit at the Ministry of Defense. We exchanged contacts. He likes my tea blends. She swiped the screen. I texted him yesterday. I asked if he knew who Momo was hanging out with. He said no at first, privacy laws and all that, but when I told him that he was hanging out with our daughter recently. She giggled. He stopped me there and laughed. He said, I will send you the best angle. And he sent me this. Kiyomasa stared at the photo, then at his wife. No one knows what goes on in that rat's head. He, Rika laughed, pulling the phone back to admire the boy. Imagine if they both got together. Oh my god. They will look so good together. The creator and the destroyer. The tech princess and the phoenix prince. She spun around, her excitement boiling over. Poof. Her quirk activated uncontrollably. Vines of pink roses erupted from her skin. They bloomed instantly, filling the dining room with the scent of fresh flowers. Petals rained down on the table. Heh. She laughed, twirling in a shower of roses. I need to plan the engagement party. Do we go traditional or modern? Kiyomasa sighed, picking a rose petal off his shoulder. He looked at his wife, spinning, glowing, completely lost in her romantic fantasy. You are such a drama queen, Rika, he said, shaking his head. But as he looked at her, a small, hidden smile touched his lips. My drama queen, he whispered into his coffee cup. Rika stopped spinning. She looked at him. Did you say something, dear? The smile vanished instantly. Kiyomasa's face returned to stone. Ahem. No. Just, commenting on that brat. Rika narrowed her eyes, smiling knowingly. Outside in the garden, the maids and butlers paused their work. They looked at the windows of the dining room, where pink flowers were pressing against the glass from the inside. Mrs. Yaorozu must be in a really good mood today, the head gardener noted. Seems like it, the butler agreed. We're going to have a lot of cleanup. Streets of Nusutafu. Momo jogged down the sidewalk, her breath creating small puffs of mist in the cool morning air. She turned the corner, heading toward the upscale district where the Shuzenji estate was located. She thought about what her mother had said. Going to meet your friend? Momo felt her cheeks heat up again. She shook her head violently. No, she muttered to herself, picking up the pace. No way. We are just friends. That's all. Training partners. Allies. Colleagues. She thought about Akira. She thought about his stupid sense of humor. She thought about the way he casually healed her bruises without asking. She thought about the way he looked when he was painting in the corner of the gym, lost in a world of sadness she was only just beginning to understand. Just friends, she repeated, trying to convince her heart to stop beating so fast. Mom reads too many of those stupid romance novels. She rounded the final bend. The gates of the Shuzenji estate came into view. Standing there, leaning against the gatepost with his pipe in hand, was Akira. He saw her and raised a hand in a lazy wave. Momo's step faltered for a second. She smiled. Just friends, she whispered one last time. Then she sprinted toward him. It's not too fast, right? She is just thinking about it, that's all. Let me know your thoughts. Plus if you want, you can read up to 10 plus chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Traeon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Traeon on Google. 53, Chapter 52, Project Valkyrie. Hello there. Here is today's chapter. The next milestone 1800 PS. Surprisingly, he was dressed in standard training gear. Where is she? He muttered, tapping his foot. She is normally on time. Then he heard the footsteps. Momo Yaoyorozu jogged into view. She stopped in front of him, wiping her forehead with the back of her hand. Sorry, I'm late, she gasped, hands on her knees. Mom was messing with me. Akira chuckled. Fair enough. Rika-san can be intense. As he said that, Momo looked around behind him. Where is Nia? Usually, she's riding on your shoulder like a parrot. She's with Mom today. She took her out to get her weekly grooming. She must be really excited, right? Momo asked, taking a sip from her water bottle. Yeah, Akira sighed, rubbing his neck. She knocked over 5 glasses since this morning. They shared a laugh as he then turned towards her. You ready? He asked. Born ready, she said. Let's go then. They walked past the gym, past the weights, past the sparring mats. Soon they reached a pair of heavy steel doors at the far end of the facility. This was the section Onoka had built specifically for high-risk testing. Akira placed his hand on the biometric scanner. Beep. Chunk. The door slid open. Inside was a vast space. The walls were scorched, dented, and repaired 100 times over. The floor was made of reinforced concrete plates that could be replaced easily. But Momo wasn't looking at the walls. She was looking at the center of the room. Akira walked over to a console on the wall and tapped a switch. Rumble. The floor in the center of the room split open. A platform rose slowly. Standing on the platform was a suit. It wasn't a simple hero costume. It was a war machine. The suit was an exoskeleton made of polished tungsten carbide alloy. It stood about 7 feet tall. It had heavy, hydraulic limbs, mounted with twin long-range energy cannons. The chest plate was reinforced, glowing with a soft blue light from the internal battery core. This was entirely created by Momo's quirk. Her quirk is a dream for every equipment developer, Akira thought, admiring the craftsmanship. Most people need a factory and a supply chain. But with Momo, there was no need for all that. This was what they had been working on for the past 2 weeks. Project Valkyrie. Finally done with it, Akira started, walking around it, checking the seals. With special ammo openings and battery ports where you can produce ammunition and power cells mid-fight if you run out. We fixed the overheating issue on the joints, right? Yes, Momo nodded, walking up to the suit and running her hand along the cold metal leg. I adjusted the molecular lattice to dissipate heat more efficiently, and swapped the copper wiring for a gold graphene blend I read about. Plus I added the kinetic dampeners you suggested to the knees. She looked at the suit with pride. They had spent hours every day building this suit. She thought about the calories she had consumed, pizzas, cakes, oils, just to build up the mass for this. She thought about how far she had come from making simple wooden staffs. It's beautiful, she whispered. It sure is. Akira agreed. He looked at her with a smile. Let's put this on. Show me what 2 weeks' work looks like. 10 minutes later. Momo stood inside the exoskeleton, her body encased in the metal shell. She was plugged into it. The HUD inside the helmet lit up, displaying battery levels, ammo counts, and internal temperature. System online. Battery 98% lipid reserves, optimal. She flexed her hand. The massive metal gauntlet mirrored the movement instantly. Whir clank. She looked across the room. Akira stood 50 feet away. He looked small compared to her now. You ready? Akira asked, his voice echoing in the large room. Momo pressed the comms button. Her voice came out through the external speakers. Bring it on. Akira nodded. He lowered his stance. Blue flames ignited around his legs. We start on the third beep. Momo nodded. She raised her arms, the cannons charging with a high-pitched whine. She locked onto his heat signature using the suit sensors. Beep. She adjusted her footing, bracing the recoil dampeners. Beep. She tried to calculate his trajectory. Beep. Boom. She fired instantly. 2 beams of concentrated concussion energy shot from her hands, tearing through the air. The beams hit the spot where Akira was standing. The smoke erupted, but Akira wasn't there. Whoosh. Akira slid under the beam as he rushed toward her, a blue streak of motion, closing the 50-foot gap in a heartbeat. Target acquired, Momo whispered. Too fast. She didn't panic. She activated the secondary systems. Panels on her shoulders opened. Micromissiles launched into the air. They detonated, filling the room with thick, white fog. Visibility dropped to 0. Akira didn't slow down. He didn't need to see. Thermal sense. The world turned dark in his mind, lit up by heat. The fog was cool. Momo's suit was a blazing Christmas tree of heat. The battery core in her chest was white-hot. He cut through the smoke, leaping into the air. He aimed a kick at her helmet. Momo saw him on her radar. She raised her left arm to block. Clang. The impact shook the entire suit. The kinetic dampeners flared, absorbing the force, but she still slid back a foot. She grabbed his leg with her mechanical hand. Gotcha. She slammed him into the ground. Or tried to. Akira twisted in her grip. He exploded with Phoenix Drive, wrenching his leg free with enough force to dent the metal fingers. He flipped backward, landing on his feet, skidding across the concrete. Strong grip, Akira commented, shaking his leg. Hydraulics are working fine. I'm just getting started, Momo replied. She stomped forward. The floor shook. She swung a massive metal fist. Akira ducked. The fist smashed into a concrete pillar, pulverizing it. Akira danced around her. He was testing her, he was evading, forcing her to think as she fought. The armor is too heavy, Akira noted. Turning speed is slow, as the armor is too thick. Momo realized what he was doing. He was draining her battery. He was waiting for her to slow down. I can't outlast him, she thought. I need to end this now. She stopped moving. She opened the creation ports on her thighs inside the suit. She focused. Creation, high-viscosity foam. She aimed her palms at the ground. She sprayed the floor in a wide arc. The foam expanded instantly, covering the ground in a sticky, quick-drying cement. Akira's foot stuck. He looked down. Glue. Really? It works. Momo charged. She didn't punch. She opened her chest plate, revealing a bank of flashbang launchers. Lights out. Bang, bang, bang. 3 grenades went off in his face. Akira flinched, shielding his eyes. Momo closed the distance. She raised both fists for a hammer blow. Sorry, Akira. She brought them down. Whoosh. Fire exploded, but this time it was red. The fire burned through the glue instantly. Akira spun, using the momentum of the explosion. He didn't dodge away. He dodged up. He ran up the front of her suit. He stepped on her knee, then her shoulder plate. Momo tried to grab him, but he was too close. Her arms couldn't reach inward fast enough. He vaulted over her head and snapped his figure. 5 large blades made of solidified blue fire materialized in the air around her. Scatter, he commanded. The blades launched. Momo reacted. She slammed her hands together, opening a gap in the armor, creating a structure instantly. Shield. A thick wall of tungsten erupted from her palms. Thud, thud, thud. The blades slammed into the wall, embedding themselves deep in the metal. The impact pushed her back, her heels digging grooves into the floor. She lowered the shield, panting. Is that all you got? She challenged, scanning for him. But Akira was gone. She scanned the room. The HUD showed nothing. No heat signature. No movement. Where? She muttered, turning in a circle. She looked up. Nothing. She looked left. Nothing. Right behind you. The voice was a whisper, right in her ear. Momo froze. She felt the cold pressure of a blade against the unarmored section of her neck, the small gap between the helmet and the chest piece. She stopped breathing. Akira was standing on a small blue flame platform floating in the air behind her. He had bypassed her sensors by moving in her blind spot, matching her rotation speed perfectly. His blade, a construct of blue fire, was resting gently against her skin. Checkmate. He dissolved the constructs and landed on the floor. Momo powered down the suit. The lights on the chest faded. The helmet retracted with a hiss, revealing her flushed, sweaty face. Her hair was a mess. She was panting, but she was smiling. "I almost had you," she said, climbing out of the suit. "With the glue." "Almost," Akira agreed. He walked over and handed her a towel. "Your reaction time was better. And the smoke screen combined with the flashbangs? That was smart. Dirty, but smart." Momo wiped her face. "You told me to fight dirty. Honor gets you killed, right?" "Right," Akira nodded. "But you rely too much on the HUD. When I went into your blind spot, you panicked. You stopped looking with your eyes and started looking at the screen. Sensors can be fooled." Momo stepped out of the suit fully, her legs wobbling slightly. Creating that much tungsten had burned a lot of calories. "Noted," she said, leaning against the platform. "Next time, I'll add proximity sensors. And rear-view cameras." "Next time," Akira promised. He walked over to the bench and grabbed 2 water bottles. He tossed one to her. She caught it, one-handed. Without looking, Akira smirked. "Show off." "I learned from the best," she smiled, cracking the bottle open. They sat there for a moment, drinking water, looking at the massive suit standing in the center of the gym. "UA starts soon," Akira said, breaking the silence. "The real deal. No more simulations." Momo looked at her hands. They were shaking slightly, but not from fear. From adrenaline. "I'm nervous," she admitted. "There are going to be so many strong people there." "You're strong too," Akira said, gesturing to the suit. "Just focus on yourself." Momo smiled weakly. "Easy for you to say. You broke the record." "Records are just numbers," Akira dismissed. He looked at Momo. "You have control, along with a crazy good brain. And now," he pointed to the suit, "you have firepower. You're ready, Iron Maiden." Momo drank the water, looking at the suit. "Yeah," she said, a smile spreading across her face. "I think I am." "Good," Akira said, standing up. "Now, let's go get food. I think Mom ordered pizza for us in advance, but there is only one pepperoni." As he said that, both of them looked at each other for a while. "Run," both of them said at the same time, and sprinted out. Some leveling up for Momo, and some bonding. Let me know your thoughts. Plus if you want, you can read up to 10+ chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Traeon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Traeon on Google. 54, Chapter 53, UA Plus Announcement. Announcement. Before start reading, check out the Char Art chapter. I just updated it. Let me know if it's better no. And as someone suggested, I am working on setting up a Discord when I have time. We'll let you know the update. That's all. Plus. Hello there. Here is today's chapter. The next milestone 1800 PS. Left over right. Loop. Pull. No, wait, that's a granny knot. I'm stupid. TT. Izuku. Inko Midoriya stood behind him, vibrating with anxiety. She looked like she was sending him off to a war rather than UA. "Did you take your tissues?" she asked in a trembling voice. "It's allergy season. And you cry when you're happy. And when you're sad. You need hydration." "Yeah, Mom," Izuku said, finally managing to tie a knot that looked acceptable. "I have a whole pack." "How about your handkerchief?" she pressed, leaning closer. "The lucky one? With the All Might print? You have it, right?" "Right." Izuku patted his pocket. He felt the soft fabric. "I have it, Mom. I checked 3 times." He stood up, grabbing his yellow backpack. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his heart rate, which was currently beating like a machine gun. "I am going to be late," he said, checking his phone. He opened the door, ready to rush out. "Izuku." He stopped and looked back. Inko was standing there, tears welling up in her large eyes. "Mom. I am really proud of you, honey," she said, a tear rolling down her cheek. She smiled. "You look so cool in that uniform." Izuku felt a lump form in his throat, as he smiled back, his own eyes watering. "I'm off," he yelled, his voice cracking with emotion. He turned and sprinted down the hallway, taking the stairs. He ran to the metro station, dodging commuters and bicycles. Dodging another old man, he swiped his pass, squeezed through the closing doors of the train, and grabbed a handrail just in time. Safe, he thought, exhaling. Like always, he whipped out his phone. A hero student had to be up to date on current events. The world moved fast, and news moved faster. He opened the news app. The top headline wasn't about All Might. It wasn't about politics. Blade, the silent vanishing. Izuku frowned. He tapped the article. I wonder why he stopped, Izuku thought, reading the text rapidly. Blade, the terrifying vigilante known for his swordplay, had simply vanished about a month ago. No sightings. No burnt criminals left in alleyways. No rumors on the dark web. The article had details about his last known activity. He had intercepted a villain group trying to kidnap children from a local kindergarten in the Mustafa suburbs. The police had arrived to find the villains unconscious, tied up on a light pole. And on the leader, carved into his back with a blade, was a message. I am always watching. Izuku shivered. It was terrifying. But the most interesting part was the crime statistics. Since then, Izuku read, even after Blade stopped his patrols, the crime rate in his active districts has not increased. In fact, petty crimes are down another 5%. Why? Because the villains didn't know if he was truly gone or not. They assumed he was just waiting, that the moment they stepped out of line, a sword would cut their arm off. That's the power of fear, I guess, Izuku thought, analyzing it. It's effective. Brutally effective. Even though it feels wrong, it works. Ding dong. Next station, UA. High school. Izuku jumped, as he shoved his phone into his pocket. That's me. He got off the train, merging with the stream of students wearing the gray blazer with green trim. He walked through the massive gates of UA, feeling the excitement building up. Izuku entered the main building, which was a labyrinth. Class 1A. Class 1A. He muttered, checking the map on the wall. This place is too big. Why are the doors so huge? Is it for students with gigantification quirks? He turned a corner. And there it was. A massive door with 1A painted on it in red. Izuku stood in front of it and gulped. This is it. The hero course. Let's do this. But just as he reached for the handle, a scary thought stopped him. The glasses guy from the exam. And Kaken. He squeezed his eyes shut, and prayed. Please, let them be in a different class. He pushed the door open. Don't put your feet on the desk. Izuku froze. Inside, Tinya Aitsa was standing over Katsuki Bakugo's desk, chopping his hand in the air like a robot. Bakugo was leaning back in his chair, his feet resting casually on the polished wood. Ha! Bakugo sneered. Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made this desk? Aitsa demanded, adjusting his glasses. Nope, Bakugo grinned. What junior high did you go to, you side character? Izuku's soul left his body. They're both here. Just then, Aitsa turned to the door. He spotted Izuku. You. Aitsa said. The rest of the class turned. I am from Sume Private Academy, Aitsa announced, marching toward him with stiff, military steps. My name is Tinya Aitsa. I know. Izuku stammered, backing up slightly. I heard you. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you. Aitsa stopped in front of him and looked at him with respect. Midoriya, Aitsa said solemnly. You realized there was something more to the practical exam, didn't you? I had no idea. I judged you incorrectly. I hate to admit it, but you are the better student. Izuku blinked. He laughed awkwardly, waving his hands. I didn't realize anything. I just ran in. I can't tell him I just panicked. Just then, a bubbly voice came from behind him. Oh, you're the plain-looking guy. Izuku froze. He turned around slowly. Standing there was the nice girl from the exam, Okako Yurika. She looked great in the uniform. You passed. She cheered, pumping a fist. That punch was amazing. I tried to ask the teacher to give you some of my points, but he said you didn't need them. Izuku turned red. You really have a knack for standing in the way of others, don't you? A bored, lazy voice interrupted them from the hallway. Okako, Midoriya, and Aitsa turned around. Standing in the doorway was a boy. He was tall, lean, handsome, and had long red hair. The surprising thing? He wasn't wearing the UA uniform. He was wearing a loose, dark gray yukata. In his hand, he held a red smoking pipe. And on his head, perched like a crown, was a small black cat wearing a tiny UA tie. Isn't she the cutest? Loudly crying face. Beside him stood a tall girl with a high ponytail. Okako's eyes widened. Oh, the good-looking guy from the exam. Izuku realized he was blocking the door again. He bowed repeatedly, panic overriding his brain. Sorry. I didn't mean to do that. He walked to the side, pressing himself against the doorframe. No problem, the boy said smoothly. He walked into the classroom. His wooden sandals clicked loudly against the floor tiles. Momo followed him, offering a polite smile to Izuku. Excuse us. As Akira passed Aitsa, the tall boy stiffened. He looked away, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Akira ignored him, but Nia didn't. As they passed Aitsa, the cat turned her head. Her yellow eyes locked onto the glasses boy. HSSSSS. She let out a sharp hiss. Aitsa flinched back, nearly tripping over a desk. Akira patted her head. Be nice, Nia. Nia huffed and sat down comfortably. They walked to the back of the class. Akira found an empty desk in the corner, near the window. Classic, he thought. He sat down, crossing his legs, looking utterly unbothered by the fact that everyone was staring at him. Just as they settled, a yell came from the front of the room. Hey, Akira. A floating girl's uniform was waving at him from near the door. You made it too. She cheered. I saw the scoreboard. 1,150 points. You weren't joking when you said I was lucky to have another ground. The class went silent. 1,150. A boy with red spiky hair gasped. That's him. That's the guy. A blonde boy with lightning-like hair whispered. The one who broke All Might's record. Why is he wearing a yukata? Is that a cat? Why is he smoking? Isn't he underage? Akira smiled as he nodded at the invisible girl. Good to see you too, Toru. Momo, sitting at the desk in front of him, turned around. You know her? Yeah, Akira said, taking an unlit puff from his pipe. We met at the exam. She has good taste in snacks. Go somewhere else if you want to make friends. The chatter died. The voice was tired and sounded like it hadn't slept in a decade. Izuku looked down. Lying on the floor, wrapped in a bright yellow sleeping bag like a caterpillar, was a man. This is the hero course, the man mumbled. He stood up, shedding the sleeping bag. He was messy, with long black hair and a scarf made of capture tape. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down, Aizawa said, looking at his watch. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. He scanned the class with tired eyes. His gaze landed on the back corner. On the boy in the yukata. The class held its breath. Surely, the teacher would say something that this was a dress code violation. Aizawa sighed. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a gym uniform. And before you ask, Aizawa said, his voice flat, addressing the entire class while pointing a thumb at Akira. Why that kid is smoking, has a cat, and is wearing a yukata. He paused, looking dead inside. That's because he is mentally unstable and needs all that to remain calm. It's a medical exemption. Do not engage with the animal unless you want to sign a liability waiver. Silence. Momo covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking as she tried not to laugh. Nia, however, had no such restraint. Wahahaha. The cat laughed loudly from Akira's shoulder. You hear that, Daddy? Nia crowed. You are mentally unstable. The hobo man said so. The class gasped. Did that cat just talk? Mina screamed. Aizawa ignored the chaos. He held up the blue gym uniform. Whatever, he grunted. Put these on and meet me on the grounds. We have a quirk apprehension test to take. He turned and walked out, leaving Class 1A to process the madness. Just search up Joe Mama P at Trian on Google. 55, Chapter 54, The Threat, Bonus Chapter. Hello there. Here is the bonus chapter. The next milestone 2400 PS. He was surprisingly wearing the standard UA gym uniform, the blue long-sleeved jacket with white lines forming the letters, U and matching blue pants. I feel like a whole new person, he muttered to himself. A very athletic, new person. He adjusted his gloves, taking a quick puff from the pipe. You look weird in these clothes, Daddy, Nia whispered from his shoulder. You will have to get used to it, sweaty, Akira said, scratching her ear. Momo was waiting for him near the track. She was wearing the same standard uniform, though she had unzipped the jacket slightly to accommodate her creation quirk if needed. When she saw him, her eyes widened slightly. Wow, she noted, looking him up and down. Would you look at that? Akira raised an eyebrow. What? It's the school uniform. Everyone is wearing it. Exactly, Momo grinned. I didn't expect you to actually follow the dress code, mister. I like my yutaka way too much. I thought you'd come out here in a combat yukata or something. Well, Akira shrugged, stowing the pipe in his pocket. I wouldn't ruin my own clothes by running and sweating in them. Silk is a nightmare to clean. Plus, if I burn this, the school replaces it for free. Sounds just like you. Momo nodded in agreement. I approve. Plus, Akira added with a smirk, I figured I should try blending in for at least 5 minutes before Aizawa expels me. It's called camouflage. Momo rolled her eyes. You, blend in? With your clothing and Nia on your shoulder? Good luck, Mr. Shuzenji. Can I join the game too? Nia asked, poking her head closer to Momo. Momo looked at her. Can you? Our homeroom teacher looks pretty strict. I am cute. Nia protested, climbing up to perch on top of Akira's head, digging her claws into his hair for stability. The hobo teacher will look at me once and agree. Watch me. Akira laughed. Sure. I'll be watching, honey. Oi, extras. The peaceful atmosphere was killed. A boy stomped toward them. He had spiky ash blonde hair that looked like an explosion frozen in time, red eyes that twitched like someone took his candy, and a posture that screamed, fight me right now. Katsuki Bakugo, aka the boy who was placed second. He stopped in front of Akira, invading his personal space. He glared up at him, since Akira was slightly taller, vibrating with aggression. Smoke curled from his palms. I don't know what kind of trick you pulled, Bakugo growled. I don't know how the fuck you managed to get that score. But don't think for a moment that you are some sort of hot shit just because you broke some scrap metal. He poked Akira in the chest. You're just a pebble in my road, get it? I'm going to crush you. I'm going to be number one. Nia's ears flattened. A low, vibrating growl started in her throat. HSSSSS. Back off, Pomeranian. Nia hissed, baring her small teeth. You smell like burnt sugar and insecurity. Bakugo's eye twitched violently. What did you say, you damn cat? I'll blow you to dash. Blue flames flicked in Akira's hand, but before he could break a bone or two, Momo stepped in, looking straight at Bakugo. Bakugo-san, Momo said calmly, raising her hands palms out. I don't think there is any need to be this aggressive. We are classmates, after all. We should be working together, not fighting on the first day. We haven't even started class yet. Shut up, ponytail. Bakugo snapped, sparks popping in his palms like firecrackers. I didn't ask for your opinion. Get out of my way, or I'll blast you too. Quiet. Aizawa walked onto the field, staring at the group with bloodshot eyes that seemed to need all the sleep they could get. If you want to play hero, Aizawa droned, do it on your own time. This is my time. Bakugo froze. He clicked his tongue, glaring at Akira one last time before turning around and stomping back to the line. TCH. Akira watched him go, a creepy smile on his face. Would you look at that, Akira whispered to Momo. Talking about blasting Nia and you. Ha ha ha, isn't he a funny one? Momo gave him the look that said, I know what you're thinking, and don't do it. No, she said, looking at the flames in his hand. What? Akira asked, depressing the flames. No, come on, Akira whispered. It's not like I will break his bone and heal it just because he talked shit. I'm not that petty. Momo stared at him. Nia stared at him. You would totally do that, Daddy, Nia noted. We saw your hand. Akira sighed, throwing his hands up. You guys are ganging up on me. My own family and my best friend. Betrayal. ET2, brute. Class 1A, Aizawa called out, silencing the murmurs. The students gathered around, looking at the teacher. They were all excited. This was UA. This was the start of their dream. The first task for you, Aizawa announced, will be a quirk apprehension test. Quirk. Apprehension test. The class yelled in unison. Okiko Yurika raised her hand nervously. But, what about the orientation? The entrance ceremony? Aren't we supposed to go to the hall? We'll miss the principal's speech. Aizawa turned his gaze on her. If you are going to be a hero, he said coldly, you don't have time for such leisure events. UA runs on a freelance school tradition. How the teachers run their classes is up to them. We don't hold hands here. He looked at the group, letting the weight of his words sink in. You kids have been doing these standard physical fitness tests since junior high, right? Grip strength, toe touch, long distance run, and all that. Tests where you were banned from using your quirks. The class nodded. Meanwhile, Akira leaned toward Momo. He's better than I expected, Akira whispered. He cuts the fluff. No speeches about friendship or youth. Just hard, cold facts. I like him. Momo nodded. Agreed. He is much more direct. I appreciate that. Shuzenji, Aizawa called out suddenly. Akira straightened up. Here. Aizawa tossed a softball at him. You finished first in the entrance exam, Aizawa stated. What was your best result for the softball throw in junior high? Akira walked to the circle painted on the ground. He tossed the ball in his hand, feeling the weight. That would be 126 meters, Akira said casually. The class gasped. 126. Bakugo's eyes went wide. His own record without a quirk was impressive, but it wasn't that. He threw over 100 meters without a quirk. Is he a monster physically, too? Or did he cheat? Then try doing it with your quirk, Aizawa instructed. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Give it everything you've got. Don't hold back. Akira nodded. He reached up and plucked Nia from his head. He handed the cat to Momo. Hold her for a moment, Akira said. Be good, Nia. I am always good. Nia protested, snuggling into Momo's arms. Akira stepped into the circle. He looked at the ball, then at the field that stretched out before him. Okay, he thought. Brute force. I could use Phoenix Drive to enhance my arm muscles and just yeet it. But that's boring. That's just super strength. Anyone can do that. Construct? That sounds better. He tossed the ball into the air. It hung there for a second. Akira raised his hand. Blue flame, vector quill. A single, small blue feather manifested in the air behind the ball. Then it shot forward. Crack. The feather attached itself to the ball and flew. The ball vanished. It kept going. And going, until it became a speck, then nothing. A few seconds later, Aizawa's device beeped. He turned it around to show the class. 2000 meters, Whoa. Kaminari breathed. 2 kilometers. Siro yelled, clutching his head. That's insane. This looks so fun. Nina cheered, jumping up and down. I want to try. My turn. Awesome. We can use our quirks as much as we want. Another student yelled. This is what the hero course is all about. Plus ultra. The class buzzed with excitement. All of them are hyped to use their quirk freely. Akira walked back to the group, taking Nia back from Momo. Fun, huh? Aizawa muttered. Aizawa's hair floated up slightly, and he smiled. It was not a happy one, but a creepy one. You have 3 years to become a hero. 3 years to learn how to save lives. To learn how to fight villains. And you think it's all fun and games? He glared at them. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? Will you laugh when people are dying? The class quieted down, sensing the seriousness. Alright, Aizawa said. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential. He grinned. And will be punished with immediate expulsion. The class went frenzy. Huh. The class screamed in unison. Expulsion. It's the first day. Eureka cried, panic in her voice. That's not fair. That's too unreasonable. We haven't even learned anything yet. Natural disasters don't care about fairness, Aizawa countered coldly. Villains don't care about fairness. Collapsing buildings don't care if it's your first day. If you want to hang out with your friends at Mickey D's after school, you're in the wrong place. UA will run you through the ringer for 3 years. He swept his gaze over them. Welcome to the hero course. The students were frozen. Izuku looked like he was about to vomit. Eureka was trembling. Akira, however, didn't look scared. He looked at Aizawa. He matched the teacher's smile with a small, dangerous smirk of his own. This guy is fun, Akira whispered. He raises the stakes immediately. No safety net. Sink or swim. Momo nodded. Akira, they know he can't do that, right? He can't just expel a student on the first day. Akira took a puff from his unlit pipe, shrugging. Who knows? Akira said, watching Aizawa's eyes. Maybe he can. Maybe he's bluffing. But looking at him, I wouldn't bet against the house. He looks like the type who enjoys firing people. He adjusted his gloves. So let's not come in last, yeah. Momo smirked, as if. Let me know how you liked it. Plus if you want, you can read up to 10 plus chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Treon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treon on Google. 56, Chapter 55, Free Healing. Yellow, here is today's chapter. Enjoy. Test 1, 50-meter dash, the robot announced. Aizawa looked at his clipboard. Aitsa. Yaorozu. You're up. Aitsa stepped up to the line, adjusting his glasses. He looked focused, ready to prove the superiority of his mobility. Momo walked to the line next to him. Aizawa-sensei, Momo called out, raising her hand. A minute, please. Aizawa looked at her with tired eyes. What is it? Just a little preparation, she said with a confident smile. She held out her wrist. Strapped to it was a sleek, digital band that looked like a smartwatch on steroids. She tapped the screen. Beep. From the sky, a low hum grew louder. Incoming. Kaminari yelled, pointing up. A drone bearing the Creative Corp logo dropped a large, metallic box on the field. The box unfolded automatically, revealing a compact, high-tech set of gear. Akira, watching from the sidelines, let out a low whistle. Going all out now, are we? He muttered, amused. Team Iron Man indeed. Momo looked back at him with a smirk. No way you're getting first place without a fight, Akira. Nia cheered from Akira's shoulder. Momo is fighting back. The frog girl, Azui, placed a finger on her chin. What is she doing? Rib bit. Momo stepped into the box. She placed her feet into two large, mechanical housings. This is my quirk, creation, Momo explained to the class. I just prepared some things in advance. She engaged the clamps. The housing snapped shut around her legs, extending up to her knees. They weren't just boots, they were thrusters. Miniature versions of the propulsion system she had built for the Valkyrie suit. She tapped her wristband again. Whirr. The boots glowed. Blue exhaust ports opened on the back of her calves. Ready, she said. The timer robot raised its flag. On your mark, set, go. Boom. Aitsa shot forward, his engine screaming. But Momo didn't run. She flew. The thrusters on her legs ignited, not with fire, but with compressed air. She hovered an inch off the ground and rocketed forward like a drag racer. It was close. They crossed the line almost simultaneously. Tinya Aitsa, 3.04 seconds. Momo Yaorozu, 3.24 seconds. The class gasped. Aitsa skidded to a halt, smoke rising from his calves. He adjusted his glasses, looking impressed. Incredible. I could only reach third gear in such a short distance. Your acceleration is formidable. Momo powered down her boots. Thanks, I still have some calibration to do. Aizawa jotted something down on his clipboard. Impressive speed. Versatile quirk usage, which she knows how to use. The tests continued. Okiko Yurika touched her clothes and shoes, reducing the overall weight of her outfit. 7.15 seconds. Yuga Aoyama, the boy with the sparkling belt, turned his back to the finish line. Naval laser. He shouted. He blasted himself backward with a beam of light. He flew fast, for like 10 meters, before gravity took over and he crashed. He shot again. Crashed again. He crossed the line in 5.51 seconds. He stood up, brushing dust off his clothes. I looked better doing it, though. Merci. The class stared at him. What the heck is wrong with him? The test continued. Bakugo. Midoriya. Bakugo grinned, crouched in a low stance. Boom, boom, boom. He used explosions behind him to propel himself forward, flying through the air. 4.13 seconds. Midoriya just ran and crossed the line in 7.02 seconds, panting heavily. Finally, Aizawa called out. Hagakure. Shuzenji. Toru stepped up to the line. Let's do our best. Akira walked up. He adjusted his gloves. He looked at Momo, who was holding Nia. Watch closely, he said. Show off. Nia sighed, though her tail was wagging. That your daddy is, Momo giggled. Let him be. He enjoys it. A tornado of blue fire erupted around him. The students flinched. Kaminari yelped, covering his face. Zero shielded his eyes. Is he burning? No, Momo said calmly. Just watch. The tornado dispersed instantly. Akira was hovering a foot off the ground. Massive wings made of blue and gold flames spread from his back. Looking beautiful and scary at the same time. On your mark, set, go. He flapped once. Boom. A gust of wind knocked Toru sideways. Akira shot forward, tearing through the air. 1.90 seconds. Akira flew up using the air resistance to kill his momentum, as he landed gracefully, right in front of Momo. I couldn't generate enough speed in 50 meters, he complained, the flames dissipating into motes of light. Momo handed Nia back to him. That's the point of a dash, Akira. Acceleration, not top speed. The class stared at him. 1.9 seconds. Ajiro whispered. That's faster than Aitsa. And he can fly. Jifo added. That's broken. The rest of the tests followed the same pattern. Grip strength. Akira used a blue flame construct to wrap around the device and crush it. Standing long jump, he just flew. Cleared the sandbox entirely. Side steps, that was the one he could not use his wings advantage and had to rely on the Phoenix Drive boost. Momo dominated in her own way. She created levers for grip strength. She made springs for the jump. And finally came the final test. The ball throw. Yaeorozu, Aizawa called. Momo stepped into the circle. Creation, heavy artillery. She created a massive, cannon-like structure attached to her shoulder. She loaded the ball into the barrel, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Thumb. The cannon fired. The ball vanished into the bright sky. 1,100 meters, Aizawa read. Yes. Momo cheered. Akira high-fived her, and Nia offered a high-five with her paw. Beat that, Momo grinned at him. I did, Akira reminded her. 2.0 kilometers. Remember. Oh. I forgot that. Nia and Akira laughed at her. Midoriya, Aizawa called. Izuku Midoriya walked into the circle with a pale-looking face. He looked sick. He had done worse than anyone in every test and was currently in last place. I have to do this, Izuku thought, his hands shaking. If I don't get a good score here, I'm expelled. All Might gave me this power. I can't waste it. He gripped the ball. One for all. 100%. He wound up his arm. He felt the power surging, threatening to break his bones. Smash, he yelled in his mind. He threw. The ball left his hand. It flew, about 40 meters. What? Izuku gasped. But, I used it. I'm sure I used it. He looked at his hand. It wasn't broken. The power had vanished right at the moment of release. I erased your quirk. Izuku turned. Aizawa stood there. His eyes were glowing red. The capture scarf around his neck was unraveling, floating like snakes. Akira, watching from the side, took the pipe out of his mouth. Oh, he whispered, recognizing the look. That's him. Eraserhead. Underground hero. Eraserhead. So you asked. I've never heard of him. You wouldn't, Akira murmured. He hates media. Aizawa ignored the class. He was too busy glaring at Izuku. You were trying to pull the same stunt you did in the entrance exam, weren't you? Izuku looked down. You can't control your quirk, Aizawa stated brutally. And you intended to use it anyway. To break your arm again? What if you were in the field right now? Do you expect someone to come and rescue you after you turn yourself into a liability? Izuku just stared, unable to say anything. The truth hurt more than the broken bones. It's irrational, Aizawa said, his eyes narrowing. You remind me of a certain hero who recklessly saves people, but at least he saves them. You just break yourself. He closed his eyes. His hair fell back down. So here is what is going to happen, Aizawa said, tossing another ball to Izuku. I will give you one more chance. Complete the task without making yourself a liability. Is that understood? Izuku nodded frantically. I returned your quirk, Aizawa said, walking back to the sidelines. Hurry up. Izuku stood in the circle. He was shaking. He's right, Izuku thought. I can't just break my arm. I need control. He looked at the ball. He wound up for a normal throw. Focus. Not the whole arm, just the tip. At the very last second, right as the ball left his fingers, he channeled the power. Smash. He snapped his index finger. The air cracked. The ball shot away like a bullet. It soared into the sky. Izuku clutched his broken, purple finger. He turned to Aizawa, tears in his eyes but a smile on his face. Sensei. Izuku gasped. I can still move. Akira started laughing. Bahahaha. The guy is a dumbass, but he has guts. I'll give him that. Agreed, Momo said, looking impressed. Aizawa looked at the device. He gave Izuku a crazy, wide smile that stretched his face. Now that is good, Aizawa said. He showed the distance to the class. 705.2 meters. The class cheered. He did it. Eureka yelled. Over 700 meters. Nina gasped. That's a great score. But one person wasn't cheering. Katsuki Bakugo stood near the edge of the group. Deku. Throughout the test, Bakugo had thought he would be the top dog. But the red hair and the girl kept dominating everything. And now this damn quirkless nerd had a quirk. He lied to me, Bakugo thought. For 10 years, he looked down on me. Rage flooded his system. What's the meaning of this? Bakugo roared. Small explosions popped in his palms. He launched himself forward, sprinting toward the green-haired boy. Tell me what is going on. Deku, you bastard. Aizawa saw him moving. He sighed, reaching for his capture scarf. These kids have too much energy. But before Aizawa could activate his quirk, something moved even faster. A blue streak of light shot across the field. Huh, Aizawa thought, blinking. Akira moved. He didn't use the wings. He used Phoenix Drive on his legs. He intercepted Bakugo halfway to Izuku. A massive hammer made of solidified, blue-gold flame materialized in Akira's hands. Bakugo saw it coming. He tried to blast it. But he was too slow. Akira swung. Don't worry, Akira smiled. I will heal you for free. The hammer slammed into Bakugo's face. Bang! Bakugo flew. He was launched sideways through the air like a broken doll, crashing into the side of the concrete storage shed 50 feet away. Crunch! The wall cracked. Bakugo dropped to the ground, his left arm twisted at a wrong angle, and his leg bent the wrong side. Ugh! Hope you don't feel that bad for Boom Boom. Plus if you want, you can read up to 10 advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Traeon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treon on Google. 57, Chapter 56, Free Healing 2. Hello there. Here is today's chapter. The milestone 700 PS. Can you do it? We shall see. The class went dead silent. The excitement of Izuku's throw was gone, replaced by the horrifying scene of a boy with broken bones. Akira stood there, the blue flame hammer dissipating into wisps. He didn't look like a student who had just assaulted a classmate. He looked like a gardener who had just pruned a weed. Akira looked at Aizawa. The homeroom teacher was staring back at him. His hair was floating, defying gravity. His eyes were glowing red. The capture scarf around his neck was hovering like a cobra ready to strike. It was a look that could kill, a look that promised paperwork, detention, expulsion, and possibly a very long, very unpleasant conversation with the police. He was going to attack another student, Akira said calmly, raising his arm as if to surrender, though his eyes remained defiant. I intervened. Prevention is better than cure. Basic hero protocol. And the solution for that, Aizawa said, his voice dry and dangerous, was to break his leg and an arm. That is excessive force, Shuzenji. You are a student, not an executioner. You escalated a shouting match into a hospital visit. In my defense, Akira shrugged, taking a puff from his unlit pipe, I can heal him in 10 seconds. So, no permanent harm done. Net zero damage. It's an efficient lesson. He then pointed at his clothes. And as you can see, I am not in my comfy yukata. My mental instability kicked in. The stress of the environment, the aggression earlier, it triggered a defensive response. I have a doctor's note for that, as you already know. Aizawa stared at him for a long moment and looked at the boy who spoke like a lawyer and fought like a villain. Aizawa sighed. He rubbed his eyes, the red glow fading as his hair fell back down. Make sure something like this does not happen again, Shuzenji, Aizawa warned, his capture scarf lowering slightly. Is that understood? Medical exemption, or not, there are lines you do not cross. If you cross them again, I will expel you faster than you can blink. Akira calmly took another puff. Understood, sensei. Now heal him, Aizawa ordered, gesturing to Bakugo. We have more tests to finish, we are wasting time. Every second spent on this drama is a second you aren't training. Akira nodded. He walked over to where Bakugo was struggling to sit up. Bakugo looked up at him. His eyes were wild with pain and humiliation. Tears of rage were mixing with the dust on his face. He tried to spark an explosion in his good hand, but he was too weak for that. Don't touch me, Bakugo growled. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Akira ignored him. He knelt down, his shadow falling over the blond boy, blocking out the sun. Hold still, Akira whispered. He placed his hand on Bakugo's shattered arm. Soft, Cool blue flames erupted from Akira's palm. They wrapped around the broken limb, seeping into the skin like water. Bakugo gasped. The pain vanished instantly, replaced by a numbing cold. He watched, eyes wide, as his arm snapped back into alignment, but with no pain. The bruising faded. The swelling went down. The skin knit itself together. Akira moved to the leg. He repeated the process. In seconds, the damage was erased. But Akira didn't pull away immediately. He kept his hand on Bakugo's shoulder. He leaned in close. The blue flames on his hand flickered. For a split second, they turned into a deep shade of red. Heat radiated into Bakugo's shoulder. It wasn't enough to burn the skin, but it was enough to trigger every pain receptor in the area. Bakugo's breath hitched. He opened his mouth to yell. "Shh!" Akira hissed, his voice dropping to a register that only Bakugo could hear. "This will be the first and the last time I tell you," Akira whispered, his voice devoid of the playful sarcasm he used with the teachers. This was the voice of Akira's true face. This was the voice of the boy who had glassed a canyon. "You talk shit to Nia, or you threaten Momo. I will break you. I won't just snap a bone. I will break you 100 times. And I will heal you 100 times. I will make you pray for a quirkless life." He squeezed the shoulder, the heat spiking. "Not if you understand." Bakugo stared at him. He saw the red burning eyes, along with the absolute lack of hesitation. For the first time in his life, Katsuki Bakugo looked into the eyes of someone he couldn't bully. Someone he couldn't blast. Someone bigger, meaner, and darker than him. He swallowed hard. The crazy stare vanished from his eyes, replaced by a flicker of genuine survival instinct. He nodded. Akira smiled. The heat vanished. "Then we got no issues," Akira said brightly, patting the shoulder he had just threatened to melt. "All done." Akira stood up and offered a hand. Bakugo ignored it, scrambling to his feet on his own. He rubbed his arm, looking at it as if it belonged to someone else. Akira walked back to Aizawa. "Did my job, sensei," Akira reported. "Good as new. Better, actually. I fixed a microfracture he had from previous overuse. He should thank me." Aizawa grunted. "Get back in line." Akira walked over to Momo and Nia. They were both giving him the look. "What?" Akira asked, feigning innocence. Momo sighed, shaking her head. Her arms were crossed over her chest. "You know how petty you are." "What did I do?" "I saved the green head," Akira corrected. "You broke his leg," Nia pointed out from Momo's shoulder. "That was mean, Daddy. But also kinda cool." Momo gave the look to Nia, too. Her ears dropped, and she gave Akira the look. "Sorry, Daddy." She whispered, then said, "Momo is right, that was wrong." Akira shook his head. "My daughter has left me." He sighed. "You guys are no fun. I was establishing a hierarchy. Packs need leaders." "You were acting like a child," Momo said, though she handed him his water bottle. "A very dangerous child with a god complex." "No idea what you're talking about," Akira said, taking a sip. "I am a model student. Ask Nizu." Momo rolled her eyes as Nia giggled. The tests continued. Test 6, Sit UPS. Akira didn't use Phoenix Drive. He just did them. His base physical stats were enough to place him in the top 3 without quirks. Momo created a complex counterweight system to help her momentum, turning herself into a perpetual motion machine. Bakugo did them angrily, exploding into the upright position each time, trying to vent his frustration. Test 8, Long Distance Run. Akira used his wings to glide a few inches off the ground, conserving energy while moving faster than the runners. He looked bored, checking his nails as he lapped Kaminari for the 3rd time. After a few more minutes, the test was completed. The students gathered around Aizawa, waiting for the results. "All right," Aizawa said, putting away his stopwatch. "Time for the results." He pulled out a remote control. "The total scores are simply the aggregate of each of your numbers. It's a waste of time to explain the grading process verbally, so I'll just show you." He clicked the button. A holographic scoreboard projected into the air. 1. Akira Shuzenji. 2. Momo Yaoyorozu. 3. Shoto Todoroki. 4. Katsuki Bakugo. 5. Tinya Aitsa. The names scrolled down. 20. Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired boy stood frozen, staring at his name. His face was pale. I'm last." Izuku whispered, tears forming in his eyes. The reality of expulsion settled over the class. Yurika looked like she was about to cry for him. Aizawa watched them. He let the despair linger for a few seconds. Then, he grinned. By the way, Aizawa said casually, I was lying about the expulsion. The class froze. Huh. Everyone yelled in unison. What? It was a logical ruse, Aizawa explained, his smile widening into something genuinely creepy. It was necessary to draw out the upper limits of your potential. If you thought you were safe, you wouldn't have tried as hard. Wayayayayayat. The class screamed again. Of course it was a lie, Momo said. It should have been obvious if you thought about it. UA wouldn't expel a student on the first day without a disciplinary hearing. The paperwork alone would be prohibitive. The class turned to look at her. I didn't notice at all. Nina yelled. I was so terrified. That was a little nerve-wracking, Jiro admitted, clutching her hands. I thought I was done for. Akira leaned toward Momo. You didn't know, he whispered. Momo blushed slightly. I had a hunch. You were shaking, Akira pointed out. Your hands were trembling. Shut up, she hissed. Akira giggled, this is fun. Aizawa turned away, dismissing the drama. With this, we are done, he said. There are handouts with the curriculum and other documents in the classroom. When you get back, look them over. He started to walk away, then stopped. Midoriya. Izuku jumped. Why yes, sir. Aizawa walked up to him and handed him a slip of paper. Have recovery girl fix you up. Tomorrow's is going to be tougher. Don't be late. He then looked at Bakugo, who was standing alone, staring at the ground, nursing his healed arm. Bakugo. Go with him. Get that arm checked again just to be sure. Shuzunji's quirk is potent, but I want to be sure. We don't take chances with health. He looked at Akira one last time before walking away. The class began to disperse, the tension breaking into chatter as they headed back to the changing rooms. Izuku sighed heavily, clutching his broken finger. I survived, somehow. You did good, Yurika cheered him on. That throw was amazing. You really showed them. Momo watched Izuku and Bakugo walking toward the main building and turned to Akira. You could have healed him, you know, she whispered. Midoriya. His finger is broken. Akira adjusted his collar, placing Nia back on his shoulder. Well, Akira said simply. He didn't ask. Momo frowned. He's hurt, and is a classmate. And? Akira asked. Do I heal everyone who gets a boo-boo without them asking? Besides. He looked at Izuku's back. He needs to learn that power has a cost. If I erase the cost every time, he'll never learn to control it. Pain is a good teacher. It teaches you limits. Momo stared at him, then sighed, shaking her head. I hate when you make sense, she muttered. It's annoying. Akira laughed. Spoken like a true Yaoyorozu, he teased. Come on, let's go home. I promised Nia the premium tuna if I got first place. And I promised to help you eat it. Nia cheered. You promised no such thing, Akira said. But sure. Hope you liked it. Plus if you want, you can read up to 9+. 10 will be up soon, advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Traeon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Traeon on Google. 58, Chapter 57, Biases. Today's chapter. Banyu's chapter, 700 PS. This chapter will explore the teacher's POV on Akira's situation, as what he did, is not very hero-like. High school, painting the sky in shades of amber and purple as it began to sink. Aizawa stood near the window of the faculty lounge, one hand holding the blinds just slightly apart. His bloodshot eyes weren't admiring the sunset. Instead, his focus remained laser-sharp on the students. More specifically, his attention locked onto three particular figures making their way down the tree-lined path. Akira Shuzunji walked at the center of the small group. Beside him, Momo Yaoyorozu gestured enthusiastically with both hands, clearly deep in explanation about something. Even from this distance, Aizawa could tell she was probably talking about the mechanics of her exoskeleton design or some other engineering marvel that had caught her attention. And completing this oddly domestic picture was the cat, leaping from Akira's shoulder to his head and back again, treating the boy like an obstacle course. Irrational, Aizawa muttered. Completely irrational. He let the blinds fall back into place with a soft click and turned away from the window. Aizawa left the lounge without a word to the other teachers, navigating the corridors of UA's main building. He passed empty classrooms, walked through hallways decorated with photos of legendary alumni, and finally reached the elevator that would take him to the top floor. The ride up was silent except for the mechanical hum of the elevator car. Aizawa used the time to organize his thoughts, mentally preparing his argument. When the doors finally slid open, he stepped out into a corridor that felt completely different from the rest of the school. Here, everything was quiet. He stopped in front of a heavy oak door. Aizawa raised his hand and knocked once. "Come on in." A cheerful voice called from inside. Aizawa unlocked the door and stepped in. Principal Niza's office was weird, part library, part war room, part mad scientist's laboratory. Tall bookshelves lined every available wall, packed tightly with books. Aizawa spotted titles ranging from advanced quirk theory to behavioral economics, from military strategy to child psychology, Seuss. In the center of the room, a large whiteboard was covered in red marker ink. Financial graphs, complex flowcharts with dozens of interconnected boxes, and several photographs of angry-looking men and women in expensive clothing were pinned or taped across its surface. Principal Niza stood on a small stool in front of this board, a red marker clutched in one tiny paw. "Oh, hi Shota." Niza smiled, his expression radiating pure, innocent delight that fooled absolutely nobody who knew him. "Please, sit. Would you like some tea? I just received a new blend directly from the Yaorozu family estate. It's quite excellent, tastes like capitalism and old money." Aizawa completely ignored the tea offer, his attention immediately drawn to the whiteboard. "What are you doing?" he asked, though part of him wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. "This." Niza gestured proudly at a photograph of a middle-aged man with a thick mustache. "Oh, just some light economic restructuring. I'm in the process of bankrupting Hanzo Industries. You know them, right? Mid-tier support gear manufacturer, been around for about 15 years. Unfortunately, they thought that selling illegal drugs to street gangs was an acceptable method of improving their Q3 profit margins." Niza drew a large red X over the man's face. "People make a little money and suddenly think they're untouchable," the principal sighed, with genuine sadness. "They always forget that the modern economy is essentially a web of interconnected dependencies and vulnerabilities. And I, my dear Shota, am the spider sitting in the center of that web." He tapped the marker against the board, creating small red dots. "I shorted their stock 3 days ago, leaked documentation of their offshore tax evasion accounts to both the National Tax Bureau and several investigative journalists, and this morning I successfully froze their primary operational assets through a series of perfectly legal financial maneuvers. By Monday, their stock price should flatline completely." Nizu looked at Aizawa with glittering eyes that had planned the downfall of organizations far larger than Hanzo Industries. "Would you like to join me in watching it happen? I have their stock ticker pulled up on my secondary monitor. Watching corrupt corporations collapse in real time is very relaxing." Aizawa stared at his boss for a long moment. Good luck to them, he thought distantly. They're definitely going to need it. Possibly divine intervention, too. "No, thank you. You can enjoy your economic warfare alone. I'm here for something else." Nizu capped the marker. The playful energy in the room shifted slightly, becoming more focused. He hopped down from his stool and walked over to his desk. "Oh." The playfulness remained on the surface, but his eyes grew sharper, more analytical. "Let me guess. Akira has already done something interesting. You should already know what kind of personality he has," Aizawa said, sitting down on the chair opposite the principal's desk. "You put him in my class for a specific reason. This wasn't a random placement." Niza nodded slowly, pouring himself a cup of tea. "Please," Niza said, settling into his own custom-made chair. "Tell me exactly what happened. I do appreciate details." Aizawa gave him a quick summary. The ball throw demonstration. The confrontation with Bakugo had escalated from verbal sparring to physical violence. The blue flame hammer slamming into Bakugo's head. The immediate, completely non-consensual field surgery Akira had performed on Bakugo's shattered limbs. And finally, the quiet threat whispered directly into the explosive boy's ear that had left Bakugo pale and silent. He broke a student's arm and leg, Aizawa concluded, on the first day of school, before official classes had even properly started. This is a problem. Niza listened attentively, occasionally sipping his tea. When Aizawa finished, the principal laughed. "Well," Niza chuckled, setting down his teacup with a soft clink. "He has gotten significantly better at managing his anger issues. A year ago, based on my observations, he might have just thrown the boy into the sun, or turned him into a decorative lawn ornament. The fact that he limited himself to reparable damage shows remarkable growth. Aizawa slammed his hand on the table. Principal, Aizawa said, his voice harder now. This is not a joke. He is dangerous and unstable. He attacked a classmate with what could have been lethal force. If he had miscalculated, if his flames had burned too hot, if he had struck somewhere more vulnerable, Bakugo could be dead. We cannot ignore this. Nizu put his teacup down carefully. When Nizu looked up at Aizawa again, the smile had completely vanished from his face. I am also not joking, Shota, Nizu said softly, and somehow that quiet tone carried more weight than any amount of shouting could have. Not even slightly. Aizawa paused, recognizing the shift in atmosphere. You remember the muscular incident? Nizu asked. Yes, I do, Aizawa started, then frowned as his mind began pulling up old memories, pieces of information he hadn't thought about in years. 2 years ago, the water hose duo was killed during a mission in the Hida Mountains. A tragedy that shook the hero community. They were good people. And? Nizu pressed gently, encouraging him to continue the thought. He was there, Aizawa realized, the pieces clicking together. Shuzunji Akira. He was one of the survivors. Bingo, Nizu nodded slowly. Nizu leaned forward slightly, his small paws folded together on the desk. I will not tell you all the details, Shota. That is Akira's choice whether to share his trauma or keep it private. I will respect that boundary. But what I can tell you is this, that incident changed him. Completely. It broke something deep inside him, and then he rebuilt it using fire and rage as his construction materials instead of whatever he had before. Nizu gestured to a thick file on his desk labeled, Class 1A Student Profiles in neat handwriting. Trust me when I say this, I have known Akira for quite a while now. Yes, he is aggressive. Yes, he is cynical beyond his years. Yes, he has a much darker, more pragmatic view of justice than you or All Might or most professional heroes. But here is the crucial thing you need to understand, he is the absolute last person you would ever want becoming a villain. So we just turn a blind eye to his behavior? Aizawa asked. We let him assault other students because he has trauma in his past. Some incidents, yes, Nizu said with blunt honesty. If he starts a fight unprovoked? No, absolutely not. Punish him. But if he finishes a fight that someone else started, then we carefully examine the context, the circumstances, and the escalation before making judgments. That's not fair to the other students, Aizawa argued, though he could already feel his position weakening. Bakugo was provocative, yes. But he didn't deserve a broken femur and a shattered radius. The punishment far exceeded the crime. Yes, Nizu agreed simply. But you should know better than anyone, Shota. You, who has spent years on the streets, seeing the worst of what quirk society produces. The world is not fair. It never has been. It never will be. Nizu stood up on his chair to meet Aizawa's eye level more directly. And Akira, he is an anomaly even among the exceptional students at this school. He doesn't just possess a rare quirk. He has what experts classify as a dual nature emitter transformation type, which appears in less than 2% of the population. But more importantly, his potential ceiling is genuinely terrifying to anyone who understands power scaling. I will say this clearly and without exaggeration, his potential is equivalent to President Ming of China, to All Might in his prime, to Star and Stripe of America. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Aizawa felt something cold settle in his stomach. He processed those names carefully. The Titans. The individuals who sat at the absolute peak of quirk society. The people who weren't really heroes anymore in the traditional sense. They were natural disasters in human form, strategic assets that entire nations built their defense policies around. A quirk with potential equivalent to them. Aizawa asked, trying to make sure he heard that right. Perhaps even greater, Nizu added quietly. Because, unlike most of them, Akira also has the complete backing of the single wealthiest medical family in all of Japan. He has essentially unlimited financial resources. If we push him away and give him reason to hate hero society, we don't just lose a potentially great hero. We create a demon king. Aizawa sighed. Fine, Aizawa grumbled. I'll adapt my approach. But I will keep a very close eye on him. If he crosses certain lines, if he becomes a genuine threat to the safety and well-being of this school and its students, I will stop him, permanently if necessary. Nizu nodded, his usual cheerful smile returning to his features. Perfectly understandable. That's precisely why I specifically chose you to be his homeroom teacher, Shota. You are the only teacher in this entire school whose quirk can completely shut down his flames. A little teacher's POV. Let me know your thoughts. Plus if you want, you can read up to 9+. 10 will be up soon, advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Treon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treon on Google. 59, Chapter 58, Friends. Bonus Chapter, 700 PS. This is short chapter as I needed to highlight this part, but if I continued it to the mock battles, it would be too long, hence the short chapter. The classroom door exploded open as Present Mike struck disco pose in the doorway. Let's get this party started. He screamed in perfect and incredibly loud English. Who is ready to learn about relative pronouns and subordinate clauses? The entire class stared at him. Jiro looked like she might actually cry from the volume alone. Akira, sitting in his preferred spot in the back corner near the window, sighed and slumped forward onto his desk. He buried his face in his crossed arms. Nia was curled up inside his modified bag. He'd spent an evening adding cushions and ventilation to turn it into a comfortable cat carrier. Can't he speak like a normal human being? Akira muttered into his sleeve. It's 8:30 a.m. Momo, who was sitting next to him, turned. She poked Akira's arm with the end of her pen. Akira, she whispered, trying to sound stern but unable to completely hide her amusement. Sit up properly. Shouldn't you be taking notes? This material is definitely going to appear on the exams. Akira lifted his head just enough to look at the board where Present Mike was already writing example sentences in aggressively neat handwriting. The hero whom I respect is cool, and, the villain whose quirk is scary got arrested. I already know English, Akira said, his tone suggesting this should be obvious. Fluently, actually. How? She asked, genuinely impressed. Did you have a private tutor? The Yaeorozu family hired native speakers for my English education, but it took me a while to master it. Akira thought back to his previous life. It was the only language he knew, along with a little Spanish. I used to watch a lot of English movies when I was younger. Action films, mostly. The classics. And I played a lot of online video games with international players. He smirked. You learn vocabulary incredibly fast when you're trying to coordinate strategies with teammates. Nothing motivates learning like a 12-year-old from halfway across the world insulting your skills. Wow, Momo blinked. I didn't know that about you. Gaming really is educational. Now you do. Akira settled back down onto his desk. So feel free to wake me up when he stops treating education like a rave concert. Hee hee, Momo laughed softly, a delicate sound that made a few nearby students glance over. No promises on that. She turned back to her notebook. The morning dragged on. Present Mike yelled enthusiastically about grammar, treating prepositions like special moves. Ectoplasm materialized clones to help explain mathematical concepts from multiple angles simultaneously, terrifying Ciro, who thought he was being surrounded. Cementos lectured about modern literature with surprising passion for someone made partially of concrete. It was all surprisingly normal. Almost disappointingly so. Finally, the lunch bell rang. Ding dong dang dong. Food. Kaminari cheered. I'm starving. Lunch Russia's cuisine is legendary, Itza stated, adjusting his glasses. We must consume optimal nutrients. Momo stood up, gathering her color-coded notebooks and arranging them neatly. Akira stretched, his back making several concerning cracking sounds as he worked out the stiffness from slouching all morning. Hungry? He asked the cat. Always, Nia mumbled sleepily from inside the bag, one golden eye opening briefly. Did you bring the premium stuff? I did, Akira confirmed. Hey, Yaeorozu-san. Akira. A school uniform that appeared to be floating waved at them from near the door. Toru bounced over to their desks, rushing to them. Hi, Toru, Akira nodded in greeting, slinging his bag over his shoulder. Hi, Nia. Toru chirped enthusiastically, leaning down to peek into the bag. Nia's head popped out, her ears perking up. Hi, Toru. Toru reached into her uniform pocket and pulled out a wrapped strawberry hard candy. She unwrapped it carefully and offered it to the small cat. Tribute for the queen. Toru declared proudly. Yay, thank you. Nia crunched the candy happily, the sound of sugar cracking between small teeth. You're very welcome, Toru laughed. She then turned her attention to Momo and Akira, gesturing toward a small group of girls waiting patiently by the classroom door. Mina stood out immediately with her pink skin and small horns, practically bouncing in place. Kyoka Jiro leaned against the wall, her earphone jack swaying slightly, looking cool and detached. Azui waited calmly, her large eyes blinking slowly in that distinctly frog-like way. "Would you two like to join us for lunch?" Toru asked. "We're forming an official lunch table group. We're calling it the Cool Girls Table. Plus Akira, obviously." Momo looked at the group of girls, then back at Toru. She glanced at Akira uncertainly. Akira shrugged, completely unbothered. "Free candy for the cat. I'm definitely in." He gave Momo a small nod. "Go on. This is good for you. Socialize with people your own age." She stared back and gave him the look that said, "Don't act like that, you also never made friends your age." Akira then gave her the look that said, "See, that's a bigger reason to go." Momo laughed out, clapping her hands. "Sure," Momo said, her voice carrying enthusiasm. "We would absolutely love to join you." They walked out together, joining the small group of girls and merging into the larger stream of students flowing toward the cafeteria. Conversations overlapped, laughter echoed off the hallway walls, and somewhere in the distance, they could already smell the legendary cooking of lunch rush drifting through the air. The cafeteria. The cafeteria was massive, a glass-walled hall filled with long tables and the roar of hundreds of hungry teenagers. Akira, Momo, and the girls claimed a table near the staircase. Akira sat at the end, giving himself a bit of space, while Nia sat on the table, on a napkin, per Momo's insistence on hygiene. "So," Mina started, leaning over her tray of curry. "I have to ask. Akira, right?" "That's the name," Akira said, opening a container of high-grade sashimi for Nia. 1,150 points, Mina said, her eyes wide. "Like, seriously? How? Did you nuke the city?" "Basically," Akira shrugged, taking a bite of his rice. "I used constructs. Feathers. Lots of them." "That's insane," Jiro commented, twirling her earphone jack. "I barely scraped by with my sound waves. And you just deleted the robots." "Efficiency," Akira said. "Why punch one robot when you can stab 50 at the same time?" "Scary," Tsuyu said bluntly. "You're scary, Ribbit." "I get that a lot," Akira admitted. "And the cat?" Mina pointed her spoon at Nia, who was happily munching on tuna. "She talks. Like, actually talks. Is that your quirk? Or hers?" "Hers," Akira said. "It's called evolution." "I am Nia," the cat announced, lifting her head. "I am the boss of this table. You may pet me." "Oh me gosh." Mina squealed. "Can I?" "One pet," Nia granted graciously. "Make it count." As Mina fawned over the cat, Momo watched them with a soft smile. She looked at Akira. "You're surprisingly good at this," she whispered. "Good at what?" "Being normal." Akira snorted. "I'm feeding raw fish to a talking cat in a superhero school cafeteria while wearing a yukata that costs more than my car. Nothing about this is normal." "Fair point," Momo laughed. "This is not bad," Akira thought as Nia purred contentedly on the table, a surprisingly decent day. No villains. No trauma. Just curry and bad jokes. He could get used to this. To highlight Akira and Momo both, coming out of their shells and trying to make friends. Hope you liked it. Plus if you want, you can read up to 9+, 10 will be up soon, advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Traeon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treon on Google. 60, Chapter 59, Hero Costumes, Bonus Chapter. Finally we hit the mark. Nia lay across Akira's desk like a tiny, furry casualty of war. Her small body was stretched out to its absolute limit, legs extended in all directions, making her look way larger than she actually was. "Yaa, I'm so full," she groaned. "I can't move. I might die here." Mina leaned over from her seat, poking the cat's belly. "You really eat a lot for someone your size, you know that. Seriously, where does it all even go? Do you have a black hole in there?" Nia's head lifted slightly. "I am a growing cat. I need my calories for proper development and maintaining my beautiful coat." The nearby students burst into laughter at her. Satisfied that she'd made her point, Nia turned her head toward Akira. She made her eyes as large and pitiful as possible, adding a slight tremble to her lower lip. "Pick me up, Daddy." Akira sighed. You're spoiled, you know that. I'm aware, Nia replied without an ounce of shame. He gently scooped up the small cat and placed her on top of his head, where she immediately settled like a living hat. She kneaded his hair briefly, circled once, then collapsed with a contented purr. Ring-egg. Toru's uniform sleeves waved excitedly near the doorway. Okay, everyone, let's get seated before the teacher shows up. Her invisible head turned specifically toward where Momo and Akira sat. And you two, same lunch group tomorrow, okay? Same table, same people. It's official now. Momo smiled brightly. I'd really like that. Akira gave a simple nod of agreement. The students quickly moved to their assigned seats, getting ready for the coming class. Momo settled into her seat and leaned slightly toward Akira's desk. It wasn't that bad. Lunch with everyone, I mean. I was worried it might be awkward. Nope, Akira agreed quietly, absently scratching behind Nia's ears. Turns out all we had to do was open up a little. True. I've always struggled with that, but even if Momo was cut off as the classroom door suddenly burst open, and a giant walked in. The figure's voice boomed like thunder, filling every corner of the classroom. Coming through the door. Like a normal person. The entire class gasped in unison. That's All Might. Multiple voices shouted. He's really teaching here. I thought it was just a rumor. Oh my god, look at that costume. That's from the Silver Age era, right? He's even bigger in person. The symbol of peace strode confidently to the front of the classroom in his iconic costume. I teach hero basic training. All Might announced. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. You will spend much of your time in this course, learning through practical application and direct experience. The class hung on every word like he was revealing the secrets of the universe. Some students sat literally on the edges of their seats, leaning forward with wide eyes. Izuki looked like he might actually cry from pure joy. Momo leaned back toward Akira, her voice barely a whisper. I didn't expect All Might to teach us. I thought he'd be too busy with hero work. This is incredible. Akira nodded slightly, his expression interested and respectful but not starstruck like many of their classmates. Now that I have explained the basics of this course, let's get into today's activity. He pulled out a card from absolutely nowhere and held it up dramatically. A single word was written in bold letters, battle. The classroom absolutely erupted into chaos. Combat training. Already. On the second day. I'm not ready for this. Yes. Finally. You just know who said this. We're gonna fight each other. Akira smiled. Combat right off the bat? That's an interesting teaching approach. Most schools would spend weeks on theory first. Momo nodded and added. While this may seem intense or even reckless, it actually gives the teacher an immediate understanding of where everyone stands. They will see our quirks in action, our decision-making under pressure, our combat instincts. With this, they will know exactly how to train each of us individually based on our performance today. Smart, Akira agreed. Theory is useless if you can't apply it when it matters. All Might's voice cut through the excitement. And to do battle training properly, to truly test yourselves as heroes, he paused for dramatic effect, you're going to need these. He pressed something on the podium, and the wall beside him split open. A large metal rack slid smoothly out from a hidden compartment, revealing numbered cases. Your hero costumes. All Might declared. Wow. All Might's grin somehow grew even wider. Get changed and gather at ground beta. And remember, these costumes were designed based on your quirk registration forms and your personal requests. They're made specifically for you. Now go. Let's see what you're made of. Students grabbed their numbered containers, ready to head toward the changing rooms. Akira carefully scooped up Nia from his head, the cat making a small noise of protest at being disturbed from her comfortable perch. He gently placed her in Momo's hands. Momo held the small cat close, her fingers scratching the right spot behind Nia's ears. Can't wait to see you in your hero costume. I bet it's going to be impressive. Can't wait to see yours too, Akira replied with a smile. That armor you designed looked incredible in the blueprints. She laughed nervously. Well, let's hope the reality lives up to the design. She turned and followed the excited group of girls toward their changing room. Akira, right. Akira turned to find a red-haired boy with a shark-toothed grin approaching him. Kirishima Eijiro, Akira identified immediately. Oh, you know my name. Kirishima's expression brightened even further, clearly pleased. I heard you talking during Samentasa's literature class, Akira explained. You were discussing the symbolism in that short story pretty loudly. Oh yeah, I got really into it, Kirishima admitted, scratching his head with slight embarrassment. His embarrassment lasted exactly 3 seconds before his natural enthusiasm returned. Anyway, wanna come hang with us? We're doing this competition thing where whoever has the best, manliest hero costume wins. Akira raised an eyebrow. And what exactly does the victor get? Kirishima pointed at the ceiling with one finger. The winner shall be crowned the boss and everyone else has to respect his authority for an entire week. Wow, I'd better win then. He grabbed his costume case and followed Kirishima toward the boys' changing room, already hearing competitive banter and shouting from inside. Meanwhile, in the girls' locker room, Nia sat on one of the benches, her eyes growing impossibly wide as she watched Momo adjust the final pieces of her hero costume. The cat's jaw literally dropped open. Momo noticed the stare in the mirror and glanced down at her small companion. What? Is something wrong? Why? Nia vibrated with excitement. You look so cool. Like a video game character. Momo smiled, a slight blush touching her cheeks at the enthusiastic praise. Thanks, Nia. I'm glad you like it. Like it? A new voice suddenly rang out across the room with maximum volume. Oh my god, Momo. You look absolutely divine in that armor. Mina Ashido practically teleported across the room, her pink face full of genuine awe as she circled Momo. And it was, objectively, a masterpiece of costume design. Momo's hero costume was a perfect fusion of sleek technology and warrior aesthetics, what you might call a cyber knight. The image, comment. Deep crimson armor plates overlapped across her torso, each piece carefully shaped to allow a full range of motion while providing maximum protection. The black synthetic bodysuit underneath looked sturdy, something made out of impact-resistant polymer. Her shoulder guards were contoured close to her body rather than the massive pauldrons you'd see on bulkier armor. They clearly prioritized speed and range of motion. Sharp geometric fins extended from her forearm armor, angled back toward her elbows. In a practical combat scenario, these could serve as blade deflectors. Thanks so much, Mina, Momo said genuinely. You look beautiful in your costume, too. The design really suits your personality. Ah, thanks. Mina beamed, doing a little twirl that made her costume's details more visible. Then her expression shifted to thoughtful curiosity, one finger tapping her chin. But I gotta ask, don't you need exposed skin to use your creation quirk? How does that work with full armor? That's really observant of you. Most people don't think about the practical limitations. Mina scratched her head sheepishly. I tend to notice things about people. Details, you know, can't help it. Momo's smile turned slightly proud, the kind of expression someone gets when they're about to reveal a clever solution. Yes, I absolutely do need skin exposure for my quirk to function. But I have that problem covered. She stood straighter, her voice taking on a command tone. Open. The stomach section of her armor suddenly split apart with a soft mechanical whir, the plates sliding smoothly to the sides and exposing her belly. Whoa. Mina's eyes went wide. That's so cool. And smart. It's like transforming armor. The excited commotion drew the other girls over like moths to a flame. Their reactions were immediate. That looks expensive. Ribbit, very efficient design. Can it open in other places, too? Seuss. This is so much cooler than my costume. Nia, feeling proud despite having contributed absolutely nothing to the design, jumped dramatically into Momo's arms. The cat settled there like royalty, being carried by a loyal servant. Together, they headed toward the exit with the other girls following close behind, still chattering about costume features and quirk applications. As the girls emerged from the building into the bright afternoon sunlight, they had to shield their eyes briefly from the glare. Ground Beta sprawled before them in the distance, a massive urban training facility designed to look like a small city district. They spotted several of their male classmates already gathering in groups near the building's entrance. Bakugo Katsuki stood apart from everyone else. His costume featured massive grenade-shaped gauntlets on his forearms. He looked irritated, like someone had personally offended him by existing. Behind him was Shoto Todoroki. His costume perfectly reflected his dual nature quirk, the left side red and flame designed, the right side white and ice themed. It was dramatic but practical, which matched everything they'd seen of his personality. Mina leaned closer to Momo, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. What's that Bakugo guy's problem anyway? He always looks like someone kicked his puppy. Anger issues, probably, Momo suggested diplomatically, though her tone suggested she was being generous. Or maybe that's just his face. Then the rest of the boys started filing out of the building, but something was wrong with them. They all looked defeated. Shoulders slumped like they'd lost a major competition. Expressions disappointed and slightly awed. Several were shaking their heads in disbelief. The girls exchanged confused glances, silent questions passing between them. Oi, Kirishima. Mina called out. What's wrong with you guys? You all look like someone stole your lunch. Kirishima looked up, his usually cheerful shark-tooth grin dimmed to something more like respectful acceptance of superior force. Boss won the costume competition by a landslide. Wasn't even close, honestly. We all knew we'd lost the second he stepped out. Boss? Mina asked, her confusion evident. What boss? What are you talking about? Zero spoke up from nearby, shaking his head with something like awe. You'll understand soon. Just then, the final person stepped out of the boys' changing room. Every girl present fell completely silent. A single, unified thought echoed through all their minds. Damn, pretty cool, right? Let me know. Plus if you want, you can read up to 9+. 10 will be up soon, advanced chapters, and support me. You can always join my P at Traeon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Traeon on Google. 61, Chapter 60, Battle Training, Bonus Chapter. Here is today's chapter. Trust me, you gonna love Akira's costume. He walked out into the sunlight, and for the first time since they'd met him, he wasn't carrying his signature pipe. That alone was noteworthy. But what truly shocked them was his hero costume. The suit was a sharp, cyber-red combat fit that perfectly blended streetwear aesthetics with high-end tactical armor. A long crimson coat hung open over a black, segmented exochest piece that looked built to tank serious hits without sacrificing an ounce of mobility. Armored gauntlets covered his forearms, reinforced pants protected his legs, and a utility belt and weapon straps crisscrossed his torso. 2 blades were strapped to his back in an X pattern, their handles visible over his shoulders. The image, comment. Mina leaned closer to Momo, and whispered in her ear. Damn, he's hot. Momo felt her cheeks warm slightly but chose to ignore the comment entirely. Instead, she walked directly toward Akira. It looks better than I thought it would, Momo said honestly, her eyes taking in the details of his costume. I know, right? Akira grinned, clearly pleased with how it turned out. Our hard work paid off. He then looked at her armor, too. I can say the same to you. That armor looks incredible. She laughed, the sound light and genuine. Means we both got good taste then. They both laughed together, the easy camaraderie between them obvious to anyone watching. The entire class began making their way toward ground beta. Conversations buzzed with excitement as students discussed their costumes and speculated about the upcoming training. All Might stood at the entrance to ground beta, and when he spotted his students approaching in their various hero costumes, his smile grew even wider. Look at that! He yelled with enthusiasm. You all look so cool. Just like real heroes already. His voice boomed across the open space, carrying that infectious energy that made it impossible not to feel pumped up. Now shall we begin? Yeah. The class responded in unison. Just then, rapid footsteps echoed from behind them. Wait. I'm sorry I'm late. Izuku Midoriya came running out of the building, still adjusting pieces of his costume as he ran. His outfit was clearly inspired by All Might's aesthetic. As he ran up to join the group, his eyes immediately caught on Momo and Akira standing near the front. His nerd mind kicked into overdrive instantly, his muttering starting before he could stop himself. Those suits look so advanced and expensive, Izuku mumbled rapidly, his eyes darting between details. What are their functions? Shizunji-san has 2 blades with him, which means he knows swordsmanship, but does he actually need swordsmanship with his quirk? What's the tactical advantage? His attention shifted to Momo. And Yaoyorozu-san, doesn't she need to expose her skin to use her quirk? Doesn't that suit limit her creation ability? Unless there's a mechanism. Oh, maybe the armor opens in sections. That would make sense strategically because Momo and Akira just stared at him, watching the green-haired boy dissect their costumes with frightening accuracy. Momo leaned slightly toward Akira, keeping her voice low. He's creepy and impressive at the same time. Akira laughed quietly. I gotta agree with you there. He's really bright with his analysis. Probably top of the class academically. Wow, Deku. A cheerful voice cut through Izuku's muttering. You look so cool in your suit. Yurika walked up with a bright smile. Izuku's brain completely short-circuited. He stopped rambling mid-sentence, his face immediately turning bright red as he processed both the compliment and the fact that Okako was talking to him while wearing that particular costume. Thanks. He stammered, looking anywhere except directly at her. While this awkward interaction played out, All Might observed Izuku's costume. He sighed quietly, walking over to the nervous boy. Young Midoriya, All Might expressed, his voice dropping to a more normal volume. I appreciate your sincerity, truly. But you should at least try to hide your inspiration a bit better. This is your hero identity, not mine. Izuku looked down, embarrassed. Why yes, sir. I'll work on that. All Might's smile returned, warm and encouraging. He patted the boy's shoulder before turning back to address the entire class. All right everyone. His voice returned to maximum volume. Let me explain today's training exercise. The students immediately quieted down, giving him their full attention. This is real battle training to understand the basics of hero work. All Might declared, pulling out a small card from his pocket. And here's why it's so important. Most villain encounters happen indoors. In buildings, in facilities, and in enclosed spaces where collateral damage becomes a serious concern. He gestured broadly at ground beta behind him. You need to learn how to fight effectively while also protecting civilians, minimizing property damage, and completing your mission objective. This isn't just about having the strongest quirk, it's about strategy, teamwork, and quick thinking. Several hands immediately shot up with questions. Wait, how will teams be? What if someone's quirk is too destructive for? Are there actual civilians or? Doesn't this cape look cool, fucking rat? All Might held up both hands, laughing. I'll answer all questions soon. But first, let me explain the exercise properly. He pulled out what looked suspiciously like a script from his belt, glancing at it briefly. Right. So here's how it works. All Might began. You'll be divided into teams of 2. One team will play the villains, and one team will play the heroes. He started pacing as he explained. The villain team's objective is to guard a nuclear weapon. The hero team's objective is to either capture the villains or secure the nuclear weapon within the time limit. The villain team wins if they protect the weapon until time runs out, or if they capture both heroes. Combat is allowed, but you must follow the rule that the weapon cannot be moved from its location. The students nodded, the rules clicking into place. All Might pulled out a box with letters on it. Teams will be decided randomly. No playing favorites here. He began pulling names and assigning them. The teams are as follows. Team A, Yurika and Midoriya. Team B, Choji and Todoroki. Team C, Yaoyorozu and Ajiro. Team D, Bakugo and Aitsa. Team E, Ashido and Aoyama. Team F, Jiro and Koda. Team G, Sato and Kaminari. Team H, Tokoyami and Azui. Team I, Shuzenji and Hagakure. Team J, Siro and Kirishima. Reactions rippled through the class immediately. Ribbit, this should be interesting, Suya commented calmly to Tokoyami, who nodded. Akira glanced over at Momo, who was standing with Ajiro. I wish we could have been on the same team, Akira said with a slight smile. Would have been less work to do. Momo smiled back, her expression turning slightly competitive. But where's the fun in that? Facing each other will be much more interesting. True enough, Akira conceded. All Might pulled out another box. Now, time to draw lots for our first match. He reached in dramatically, pulling out 2 balls. First match. He held them up. Team A will be the heroes. And Team D will be the villains. Bakugo and Aitsa stepped forward. The moment the teams were announced, Bakugo and Izuku locked eyes. They stared at each other for a long moment before turning away and heading to their respective preparation areas. Akira watched the exchange with raised eyebrows. What kind of weird love-hate relationship is that? Momo completely lost it. PFFFFFFFFFFFFT, she burst into laughter, actually wiping tears from her eyes. Ha ha ha. They might have some history, but when you put it that way, it sounds so funny. Several nearby students turned to look at them, wondering what was so hilarious. Then All Might's voice cut through the chatter. Both teams, you have 5 minutes to prepare. Villain team, head inside and choose your location. Hero team, study the building layout. The 4 students moved to their positions. Inside Ground Beta's Building B, Aitsa and Bakugo stood in a large room on the 4th floor, the fake nuclear weapon sitting in the center like a massive prop. Aitsa immediately started discussing strategy. Bakugo, however, wasn't listening. His eyes were fixed on the entrance, his jaw clenched, small explosions already popping in his palms. Bakugo-kun, are you listening? Aitsa asked, concerned. That damn Deku is mine, Bakugo growled. You handle the round-faced girl. I'm going after him. But that's not Dash. I don't care. Bakugo snapped, and before Aitsa could stop him, he was already moving toward the stairwell. Outside, Okako and Izuku stood at the building entrance, studying the blueprint All Might had provided. Okay, so the building has 5 floors, Izuku muttered, his analytical mind already working. They probably put the weapon somewhere high up for defensive advantage. If we split up. No, wait, that's dangerous. If we stick together and search floor by floor dash. Deku, Okako interrupted gently. We'll figure it out. Let's just do our best. Her simple confidence helped calm his spiraling thoughts. He nodded, taking a deep breath. Right, let's go. Back with the observing students, everyone gathered around the monitors that would show the battle from multiple camera angles throughout the building. This is so cool. Kaminari said excitedly. I can't wait to see what they do, Mina added, bouncing slightly. All Might stood at the control panel, his hand hovering over the start button. Ready. He called through the communication system. All 4 students confirmed. Then, begin. Okako and Izuku immediately entered the building, moving cautiously through the ground floor. The interior was designed to look like an office building. Stay alert, Izuku whispered. Kakin could attack from anywhere. He was right. They'd barely made it to the stairwell when an explosion erupted from above. Bakugo came flying down the stairs like a human missile, his palms already crackling with explosions. He didn't bother with strategy or subtlety, he launched himself directly at Izuku. Deku! Okako yelled in warning. Izuku barely managed to dodge, throwing himself sideways as Bakugo's explosion cratered the floor where he'd been standing a second before. The observation room erupted in reactions. He's so aggressive. Is he even trying to protect the weapon? Poor Midoriya-kun. Akira watched the screen with analytical interest. He's got tunnel vision, completely ignoring the objective. Momo nodded in agreement. Aitsa's going to have to defend alone. That's a disadvantage. On screen, the battle intensified. While Bakugo relentlessly pursued Izuku through the building's corridors, Okako managed to slip away during the chaos, using her zero gravity to float up the exterior of the building. Inside, Izuku was getting battered. Every time he tried to create distance, Bakugo closed it with explosive propulsion. Every time he tried to reason, Bakugo attacked harder. Is that all you have? Bakugo screamed. Meanwhile, Okako reached the 4th floor through a window, finding herself face to face with Aitsa, who was guarding the weapon with exaggerated villain roleplay. Wahahaha. Aitsa's laugh echoed through the room. You shall not pass, hero. Despite the absurdity, he was taking his role seriously, using his engine quirk to patrol around the weapon at high speed, cutting off her approach angles. Back in the hallway, Bakugo prepared his most powerful attack yet, pulling the pin on his grenade-style gauntlet. Stored explosive sweat began concentrating, building toward a massive blast. In the observation room, All Might's expression turned serious. His hand moved toward the emergency stop button, but Izuku moved first. The green-haired boy activated One for All, power crackling across his arm in green lightning. He'd been saving it, afraid to use it, but he had no choice now. He pulled back his fist as Bakugo released his explosion. The 2 attacks collided in the center of the hallway. The resulting shockwave was catastrophic. The entire building shook. Windows shattered. Walls cracked. The force traveled upward, disrupting the 4th floor entirely. The explosion of wind and debris gave Okako the opening she needed. While Aitsa was thrown off balance, she launched herself forward, slapping her hands on the weapon. Secured. She yelled triumphantly. The buzzer sounded. Hero team wins. All Might announced. In the observation room, Stunned silence filled the space. Then, slowly, reactions started pouring out. That was insane. Did you see that punch? The entire building almost collapsed. Midoriya has that much power. Momo stared at the screen. That's a weird quirk. Akira nodded grimly. It's strong, but not sustainable. He'll tear himself apart if he keeps fighting like that. All Might was already moving, rushing into the building to provide medical assistance. The class watched as both Izuku and Bakugo were helped out of the building. Izuku's right arm hung uselessly, clearly broken. Bakugo looked physically fine but mentally shattered, his expression blank. All Might returned to the observation room. Well, he said, trying to maintain the positive energy. That was certainly intense. Who can tell me what went wrong in that exercise? Several hands went up, and the class began dissecting the match, discussing tactics, teamwork, and the importance of maintaining objectives over personal grudges. Everyone understanding the hero training has finally begun. Pretty cool, right? Let me know what you think. Plus, if you want, you can read up to 9+. 10 will be up soon, advanced chapters, and support me. You can always join my P at Traeon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Traeon on Google. 62, Chapter 61, Pride. Here is today's chapter. He yelled. That was an excellent first match. Now it's time for the next battle. He reached into the lottery boxes with both hands, then dramatic rummaged around. The class leaned forward, curious about who would be fighting next. The heroes for this match will be. All Might pulled out the first ball and held it up. Team B. Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji stepped forward. And the villains will be. All Might pulled out the second ball. Team I. Akira turned and immediately spotted a pair of floating gloves waving excitedly near him. Ready for the match? Akira asked. Yeah, let's do this. Toru said excitedly. Before they headed to the preparation area, Momo walked over. Her expression was encouraging but also slightly concerned. Good luck out there, she said, and Nia said at the same time. Akira smiled. Thanks, but the other team is going to need it more than us. He turned and walked toward the building entrance, Toru bouncing alongside him. Momo knew that look on Akira's face. She knew exactly what was about to happen. Good luck, Team B, Momo offered her silent prayers. Inside the building, Akira and Toru stood in a room on the third floor. The fake nuclear weapon sat in the center. Toru looked around the space, then turned to Akira. So, what's the plan? The plan is simple. We wait. Silence. What? Toru's confusion was evident even without seeing her face. Yup, Akira confirmed. We wait for them to make a move, and then I hammer them. Easy. Toru tried to reason with him. Akira, I know you're strong, but isn't it outright bad to underestimate them? Todoroki is supposed to be incredibly powerful. He got in on recommendations. Toru, it's not that I underestimate them, he began explaining. Just then, All Might's voice boomed through the communication system throughout the building. Begin. But Akira continued talking as if nothing had happened, completely unbothered by the start of the match. I'm confident in my ability. I take pride in my strength. The strength that I and my family built together through hard work and dedication. Toru just stared, her jaw hanging open at his casual attitude during an active test. Whoosh! Just then, a massive torrent of ice erupted from the floor below them. The temperature dropped instantly. Frost spread across every surface. The ice wave came rushing up through the building like a frozen tsunami. Toru instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for the freezing impact. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. She waited, but nothing happened. Toru slowly opened her eyes and gasped. A ring of red flame surrounded them both, the fire crackling with intense heat that made the air shimmer. These weren't the gentle blue flames she'd seen Akira use for healing. These were something new. The heat radiating from the ring was so intense that she could feel sweat forming on her invisible skin despite the freezing ice that was just meters away. Akira stood in the same position as before, completely unmoved. His expression carried that same prideful confidence. I will be the strongest, he stated quietly with absolute conviction. Then his expression shifted to something more playful. He looked in Toru's general direction and smiled. Now watch how to be a professional villain. What? Was all Toru could manage to say before Akira moved. His eyes flashed with an odd shine as he activated his thermal vision. Soon, he could see 2 distinct heat sources on the floor below. Found them. Akira gripped the hilts of both swords strapped to his back, as blue flames erupted across his entire body. The Phoenix Drive was activated, enhancing his physical capabilities to superhuman levels. Then he whispered, "Blade style, cleave." In one impossibly quick motion, he drew both blades. The swords ignited with crimson flames as they left their sheaths. Slash. For a single heartbeat, nothing happened. Then reality caught up to his attack. The entire building groaned. A perfect, clean line appeared through the structure. The cut traveled through the building like it was made of paper, following the exact path of his sword strike. The building simply opened. A massive section of the structure slid apart, creating a direct opening from the third floor straight down to where Shoto and Shoji stood on the first floor, whose eyes were wide with bewilderment. Through the newly created opening, the two teams could see each other clearly. Akira didn't waste the moment. He crouched low, his enhanced muscles coiling like springs. Then he launched himself forward, blue flames trailing behind him as he shot through the air directly toward his opponents. Shoto reacted on instinct, as he extended his right hand forward. Another massive torrent of ice erupted from the ground, a frozen wall trying to intercept Akira's charge. Akira saw it coming. Mid-flight, he adjusted his grip on his swords, shifting his stance even while airborne. Blade style, mesh. His blades moved in a complex pattern, too fast for most eyes to follow. The swords traced perfect paths through the air, creating a web of cutting force. The ice torrent didn't stand a chance. The massive frozen attack was sliced into thousands of pieces. Chunks of ice exploded in every direction. The attack was completely dismantled before it could reach him. Shoji, realizing Todoroki's ice wouldn't stop their opponent, acted fast. Using his Dupliarm's quirk, he grabbed a large block of concrete debris from the earlier ice attack, and positioned it like a shield, creating a physical barrier between them and the approaching threat. But Akira wasn't coming from the front anymore. Mid-flight, he constructed a platform of solid blue flames in the air. He kicked off the floating platform, redirecting his momentum at an impossible angle. The concrete shield protected their front. Akira landed behind them. The first thing Shoto and Shoji felt was the heat of two blades near their necks. "Give up?" Akira asked. Shoto and Shoji stood completely frozen. Their minds were still trying to process what had just happened. The match had started maybe 30 seconds ago. How were they already defeated? Back in the observation room, something similar happened. Every single student stood with their mouths open, staring at the monitors in complete disbelief. Jiro was the first to find her voice, though it came out barely above a whisper. Did he just slice that entire building open? She pointed at the screen with a shaking finger, not believing what she'd witnessed. That was insane. Kaminari screamed. He cut through the whole building. In one attack. Zero added. How is that even possible? Kirishima's eyes were wide. That's not just strong, that's like, top pro hero level. Did you see how fast he moved? Sato asked. He created platforms in midair. Okako pointed out. Those swords. Tokoyama muttered. The flames changed colors. What kind of quirk allows such versatility? Mina turned to Momo, who stood slightly apart from the others. Did you know he could do that? Momo sighed, but her expression carried a fond smile. Going completely overkill on the first move. That's just good old Akira for you. Nia, still nestled in Momo's arms, laughed with clear amusement. Her tail swished happily. You know how Daddy is. He doesn't do anything halfway. If he's going to win, he's going to make sure of it. But that was. Mina struggled to find words. That was just overwhelming. They didn't even get a chance to fight back. That's the point, Momo explained, her mind analyzing the battle despite knowing Akira personally. He executed the fight with overwhelming force before they could adapt. It's brutally efficient. Efficient. Kaminari squeaked. He sliced open a building. On the monitors, they could see Akira still standing behind the two defeated students, his blades held steady. All Might stood at the control panel, and even he looked somewhat stunned. His hand hovered over the communication button. Finally, he pressed it. Villain team wins, he announced. The battle is over. Both hero team members have been captured. He paused, then added, young Shuzenji, perhaps try not to destroy the entire training facility in future matches, yes. Through the communication system, they could hear Akira's slightly sheepish response. But a villain would not care about that. All Might sighed and thought. Being a teacher is harder than I thought. Bakugo stared at the screen with an expression caught between rage and something else. His fists clenched hard. Another person with that kind of power. Another person he'd need to surpass. As the 4 students from the match returned to the observation room, the atmosphere shifted. Shoto walked in with his usual stoic expression, but there was a new look in his eyes, recognition of a peer who matched or exceeded his own strength. He gave Akira a small nod of acknowledgement. Toru bounced over to the other girls, her gloves waving excitedly. That was amazing. She gushed. I didn't do anything. I just stood there and watched Akira completely dominate. It was so cool but also kind of scary. Akira walked over to where Momo stood with Nia. The small cat immediately perked up. Daddy, you won. Nia announced proudly, as if there had been any doubt. That was quite the display, Momo said, her tone a mix of impressed and exasperated. Did you really need to slice the building open? Akira shrugged with a silly smile. It was cool and clean. No prolonged fighting, no risk of injury to anyone. Quick and decisive. You're impossible, Momo said, but she was smiling. All Might cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back to the front of the room. Well, he said, his enthusiasm returning. That was certainly an educational match. Who can tell me what we learned from this battle? Several hands went up, though many students were still processing what they'd witnessed. Yes, Yaoyorozu. Momo lowered her hand. The match demonstrated the importance of information gathering and adaptability. Todoroki-san's opening move, freezing the entire building, is a powerful strategy that would overwhelm most opponents. However, Akira had a specific counter prepared, and more importantly, he gathered tactical information about enemy positions before committing to his attack. The lesson is that raw power alone isn't enough if your opponent can counter it and has superior tactical awareness. Excellent analysis. All Might praised. Anyone else? It also showed that sometimes the best defense is an overwhelming offense, Tokoyami added. By taking the initiative and attacking with decisive force, Shuzunji-san never allowed the hero team to establish their own strategy. Also very true. All Might nodded. The ability to seize and maintain combat initiative is crucial in hero work. Izuku and Bakugo could destroy the building, and Shoto was able to freeze it, with a single wave of his hand. So Akira being able to do that should be pretty real as a C, given he has been training really hard. Let me know what you think. Plus if you want, you can read up to 9+, 10 will be up soon, advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Traeon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treon on Google. 63, Chapter 62, Smile, Bonus Chapter. We hit the mark. So here it is. You all earned it. Finally, All Might clapped his hands together, drawing everyone's attention back to the present. Alright, time to see our next match. He reached into the lottery box again. The heroes for this round will be. He held up the first ball. Team C. Momo Yaoyorozu and Mashirao Ajiro stepped forward. And the villains will be. All Might revealed the second ball. Team F. Kyoka Jiro and Koji Koda moved to the front. Before heading to their preparation areas, Momo walked over to Akira. She stopped right in front of him. Then, with a smile, she leaned in and whispered, "Watch me finish this faster than you did." Without waiting for a response, she smoothly handed the surprised cat to him, then turned and walked away. Akira's brain completely short-circuited. He stood there frozen, with his mouth open. His mind had gone completely blank, unable to process what had just happened or formulate any kind of response. Nia, now nestled in his arms instead of Momo's, looked up at him with concerned golden eyes. "Daddy, you okay?" she asked. Akira shook his head slightly, trying to reboot his brain. What? Oh yeah, totally fine. He coughed awkwardly. Ahem, completely fine. But his mind was still replaying that moment. What was that smile, he thought, still somewhat dazed. Then, after a few more seconds of processing, another thought emerged: she should smile like that more often. Nia watched her father's dazed expression with growing confusion. What's wrong with Daddy? He looks weird. Meanwhile, Momo walked a few steps away before glancing back quickly over her shoulder. She caught sight of Akira's stunned expression and had to suppress her laugh. Her mind immediately went to a conversation she'd had recently. Miss Anoka was right. She placed one hand over her mouth, a mixture of surprise and amusement in her eyes. But now I actually have to deliver on that promise. I can't just talk big and then lose. She took a deep breath, composed herself, and put on her friendliest, most approachable smile. Then she walked directly toward Team F. Hey, Jiro. Momo greeted warmly, her tone casual and friendly. Jiro looked up, slightly surprised by the approach. Oh, hey, what's up? Without warning, Momo stepped forward and gave Jiro a quick, friendly hug, the kind of casual gesture that had become more common after their lunch together. Good luck out there, Momo said sincerely as she pulled back. Jiro looked a bit awkward, clearly not used to pre-match hugs, but she managed a small smile. Oh, yeah, good luck to you, too. Kota, standing beside Jiro, gave Momo a confused look but nodded politely. As Momo walked away with Ajiro toward their starting position, Jiro turned to Kota with a confused expression. Well, someone's in a really good mood, she commented, adjusting her earphone jacks. Kota made a small gesture of agreement, and they both headed into the building to set up their defensive position around the objective. Outside the building, Ajiro looked at his teammate with curiosity. He'd seen what Akira had done in the previous match, and while Momo hadn't displayed that level of destructive power, she was second on the test. So, you're the smart one on our team, Ajiro said, trying to sound confident. What's the plan? Momo smiled at him. She tapped her forearm, and a small screen popped out from her armor. Watch, was all she said. Ajiro leaned in slightly, trying to see what she was doing. She tapped the screen a few times, as various symbols and indicators flickered across the display. Then she looked at Ajiro's confused expression and said simply, wait and watch. Before Ajiro could ask any follow-up questions, All Might's voice boomed through the communication system. Everyone in position. Confirmations came from both teams. Then, go. The match officially began. Momo tapped her screen one more time, pressing what looked like an activation button. Ajiro waited, expecting them to rush into the building or for Momo to create some kind of weapon or tool. Instead, nothing seemed to happen. He looked at her questioningly. What were Y-? The heroes win. All Might's bewildered voice echoed through the field. Wait, what? On the monitors in the observation room, everyone could see the interior of the building where Jiro and Kota had been standing guard. Both were now on the ground, unconscious. The match had lasted approximately 5 seconds. How did this happen? Ajiro demanded, turning to Momo with wide eyes. Momo just smiled, that same mysterious, satisfied smile, and walked calmly toward the building entrance without explaining anything. Back in the observation room, chaos erupted. What just happened? Kaminari screamed, pressing his face against the monitor. They just fell over. Shiro pointed at the screen. They were fine 1 second and then just collapsed. Did anyone see what Yaoyorozu did? Kirishima asked, looking around frantically. She didn't even enter the building. Nina added, equally confused. The students crowded around the monitors, trying to figure out what had happened. All Might stood at the control panel, his hands still hovering over the button he'd pressed to announce the winners. Even he looked completely lost. Soon both teams entered the room. Jiro and Kota walked in looking dazed and embarrassed, both rubbing the backs of their necks. Ajiro still looked completely bewildered, walking behind Momo like he wasn't sure what had just happened to him. All Might cleared his throat, trying to regain some semblance of control over the situation. Young Yaoyorozu, he said, his voice carrying genuine curiosity. What exactly did you do? I think we would all benefit from an explanation. Momo walked to the front of the room, and before she spoke, she caught Akira's eye. He gave her a knowing look and said just loud enough for her to hear, "You sly fox." She couldn't help but giggle at that. Then Momo turned to Jiro. Sorry in advance, Jiro. This might be a bit embarrassing. Jiro's eyes narrowed suspiciously. What did you do? Momo took a breath and began her explanation. When I hugged you before the match started, I placed 2 small bug-shaped drones on your back. Jiro's eyes went wide. You what? They're extremely small, only about 5 mm each, and colored matte black to blend with your hero costumes, Momo continued, pulling up a holographic image from her wrist display showing the tiny devices. Because of their size and color, both you and Kota-kun missed them entirely. She tapped her screen, showing the next phase of her plan. The drones are equipped with micropropulsion systems and electric discharge capabilities. I made the drones hover above you and Kota-kun for approximately 2 seconds, then landed on the backs of your necks. Momo made a small apologetic gesture. The moment they made contact, I activated their electric discharge function. The shock was calibrated to be non-lethal but sufficient to cause temporary unconsciousness. The observation room fell into stunned silence. Then Nia, still in Akira's arms, burst into loud laughter. Niahahaha. Momo, you're so funny. That's so sneaky. You're like a spy. The class had a similar reaction. That's crazy. Kaminari yelled, thinking of how similar this was to the spy movies he watched. This is scary and smart at the same time. Shiro added, looking impressed. That's actually brilliant, Azui admitted, his dark nature appreciating the tactical deception. Misdirection at its finest. I can't believe you bugged us. Jiro said, but there was no real anger in her voice, just embarrassed amusement. That's so sneaky. The drones were that small. Okako asked, leaning forward with interest. How did you even make something so detailed? My quirk allows me to create anything as long as I understand its molecular structure, Momo explained. I created them beforehand, and have quite a few in my armor. Nina turned to Akira with wide eyes. She finished faster than you. She won in like 5 seconds. That, she did. But yours was cooler. Kirishima protested. You sliced a building open. Hers was smarter, Azui countered. 0 property damage, 0 risk to teammates, complete tactical superiority achieved through preparation and deception. The class began debating which victory was more impressive. Bakugo stood in the corner, his expression dark. His fists clenched even tighter than before. These damn geniuses with their fancy quirks and their fancy strategies. All Might watched the discussion with a mix of pride and concern. On one hand, his students were showing incredible tactical thinking and quirk application. On the other hand, he was starting to worry about what the rest of the matches would look like if this was the standard being set. Well. All Might finally interjected, his voice cutting through the excited chatter. That was certainly an unconventional approach. Who can tell me what we learned from this match? Several hands shot up. Yes, Azui. Ribbit. The match showed that hero work isn't just about direct combat. Sometimes the best strategy is to end the fight before it even begins. Yaoyorozu-chan used information gathering and turned a social interaction into a tactical advantage. Excellent point. All Might nodded enthusiastically. The best heroes are those who can think outside the box. It also showed the importance of quirk versatility, Aitsa added, his hand chopping through the air. Yaoyorozu-san didn't just create a simple weapon. She created a complex electronic device with multiple functions, demonstrating that a quirk's potential is limited only by the user's knowledge and creativity. Also very true. All Might agreed. Momo stood at the front, accepting the praise with modest grace, but inside she was thrilled. She'd made a bold claim to Akira, and she'd actually delivered on it. She glanced over at him again. He was watching her with that same soft expression from before. When their eyes met, he gave her a subtle nod of approval. Her heart did a small flip that she tried very hard to ignore. Nia, observant as always, noticed the exchange. Her eyes darted between Momo and Akira. Seuss, Nia thought. The small cat smiled to herself, already planning how to tease her father about this later. Jiro walked up to Momo, still rubbing her neck. Okay, I'll admit it, that was really smart. Sneaky as hell, but smart. Sorry again, Momo said sincerely. I hope the shock wasn't too painful. Nah, it was fine, Jiro waved it off. Just surprised me. And, maybe don't hug me before matches anymore. Both girls laughed at that. So, them start to think about it does not looks natural, right? Let me know, what you think. You views always helps me improve this fanfic. Plus if you want, you can read up to 9+, 10 will be up soon, advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Treaon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treaon on Google. 64, Chapter 63, Advice. Here is today's chapter. Next bonus chapter at 1800 PS. Enjoy. P/N. In my previous fanfic, Akaza, I made Izuku a blind follower of All Might, and a clown for law and order. But this time I will write him in a much more realistic way. Yes, he will still be a blind follower of All Might, but will have a much more open mindset. And this chapter will be a start to that journey. Before All Might could reach into the lottery box again, Akira gently pulled Momo aside, away from the main group. I need to go see Grandma, he said quietly. He was about to turn and leave when he noticed a particular look on Momo's face, something between disappointment and curiosity. "Oh, would you like to come with me?" he asked. Momo's expression brightened immediately. "I would appreciate that, actually." Akira nodded and walked over to where All Might stood at the control panel. "All Might Sensei, I need to go to the medical room real quick," Akira said. All Might looked up from the lottery box. "Oh, is something wrong, young Shuzenji?" "As you can see, I'm not using my medical pipe." Akira gestured to his costume, which notably lacked his signature smoking pipe. "I left it with my grandma for." Momo elbowed him sharply in the ribs. "You're supposed to call her recovery girl here," she whispered, though loudly enough that All Might could definitely hear. Akira coughed awkwardly. "Ahem, I mean recovery girl. I left it with recovery girl." "Sure, go ahead," All Might said with a nod. Akira added quickly, "And can Momo come with me too? You know, in case of an emergency." All Might had to physically stop himself from laughing. He looked at the boy who had just sliced through an entire building, then sighed internally. "No one is crazy enough to attack you, kid," All Might thought tiredly. "You're so much like your grandmother and your mother." Sure. Just go," All Might said, waving them off. "Thanks, Sensei," Akira said cheerfully. He and Momo walked toward the exit, Nia still nestled comfortably in Momo's arms. Meanwhile, in the nurse's office, Izuku Midoriya lay on one of the medical beds, staring blankly at the ceiling. Well, that happened, he thought, processing the events of the match. Even though he'd broken his arm again, he'd managed to accomplish something important. "I beat Kaken. Finally." A small smile crossed his face at the thought. After years of being told he was worthless, after being pushed around and mocked, he'd stood his ground and won. But then the smile faded as he looked down at his bandaged arm. "I need to learn to control this power. I can't keep destroying my body every time I use it. All Might entrusted this quirk to me, and I'm wasting it by hurting myself." Just then, the door to the nurse's office opened with a soft creak. A small, elderly woman walked in. Recovery girl looked at the bed where Izuku lay and immediately sighed deeply. "You're here again?" she asked. Izuku laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head with his good hand. Yeah. Sorry, recovery girl." She sighed again, walking over to her supply cabinet. "Let's get you patched up properly then." "Thank you so much," Izuku said gratefully. Just then, the door opened again. "What's up, Gran?" Thwack. Before Akira could finish his sentence, a slipper flew through the air and hit him square in the face, knocking him back a step. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. Why did she do that? Did he say something wrong? Momo and Nia, who had followed Akira into the room, both burst into laughter at the sight. "Daddy, you're so stupid," Nia said between giggles. "Yeah," Momo agreed, still laughing. "He really is." Akira fell dramatically to the floor, one hand over his heart like he'd been mortally wounded. "I have been betrayed," he announced mournfully to the ceiling. "By my only daughter, my only grandmother, and my only best friend. What is left for me in this cruel world? Get up before I kick you out of my office." Cho yelled, though there was a hint of fondness in her voice. Akira got up immediately, dusting off his costume. It was at this moment that something clicked in Izuku's mind. His eyes widened as the connections formed. "Oh yeah, I completely forgot," Izuku thought, staring at Akira with new understanding. Shuzenji-san is the grandson of Recovery Girl and the only son of the great Emberheart, Anoka Shuzenji. His mind immediately started racing. If I ask him nicely, would he be able to get me her autograph? Emberheart used to be one of the top heroes in Japan. She's amazing. But would that be rude? Is now a good time? Maybe I should wait. Meanwhile, Cho had turned her attention to her grandson. "What are you doing here anyway?" she asked, arms crossed. "Shouldn't you be watching the other matches?" Akira put on his most innocent smile. "Well, Momo and I finished our tests already, so I thought, why not spend some quality time with my wonderful, amazing, absolutely perfect grandmother?" Cho's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Really?" "Yep. Tell me the real reason." Akira's innocent expression cracked immediately. "For the candies and to get my spare medical pipe." Cho sighed deeply. This brat. But she couldn't help the small smile that tugged at her lips. She pointed toward her desk. "Second drawer on the right. Don't take more than 5 candies or I'll know." Akira's face lit up. He walked over and kissed her wrinkled cheek. "Love you, Grandma." Yeah, get off me now," she said, waving him away. While Akira rummaged through the drawer, Momo walked over to Izuku's bed, Nia still in her arms. "Are you okay, Midoriya-san?" Momo asked with concern, looking at his bandaged arm. Izuku immediately felt his face heat up. A pretty girl was talking to him, directly to him, with concern in her voice. "Why yeah, I'm totally fine," he stammered, his words coming out too fast. "Thanks for asking. Really, I appreciate it very much." Nia, who had been observing the interaction from Momo's arms, suddenly fixed Izuku with an intense stare. "You have a weird habit of hurting yourself," the cat said. "Is that a fetish?" Izuku choked on absolutely nothing, his face turning bright red as he coughed violently. Momo immediately put one hand over her mouth, trying desperately not to laugh, but her shoulders were shaking with suppressed giggles. Recovery Girl, however, didn't even try to hide her amusement. She laughed openly. "You're damn right, little Nia," Cho said, walking over to Izuku's bed. She leaned down and kissed his forehead, activating her healing quirk to speed up his recovery, then handed him a gummy candy. "Here, this will help with the pain." But then her expression turned serious, her aged eyes looking directly into Izuku's. "Listen carefully, young man," she said, her tone shifting from playful to stern. "If you keep breaking your body every time you use your quirk, you will sooner or later lose your arms permanently. My quirk accelerates healing, but there's a limit to how much damage even I can repair. Do you understand?" Izuku became serious as well, the weight of her words sinking in. He nodded firmly. "I understand, Recovery Girl. I'll make sure to keep that in mind. I promise I'll work on controlling my power better." She patted his shoulder, then turned to where Akira was still picking through her candy drawer. "Akira, let's go," Cho called. "We can talk somewhere else. Let the kid rest properly." Akira looked up from the drawer, his pockets now suspiciously bulkier. "Sure thing." But as Cho and Momo headed toward the door with Nia, Akira paused. He looked back at Izuku, studying him. "Actually, you two go ahead," Akira said to Momo and Cho. "I'll be right behind you." Momo gave him a curious look but nodded. Cho simply waved her hand in acknowledgement, and they both left the room, closing the door behind them. Izuku looked at Akira nervously, wondering what this was about. Finally, Akira spoke. "I can heal your arm in 5 seconds, he said casually. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Then his mind immediately flashed back to the first day of school, Bakugo's shattered arm and leg, and how Akira had healed them completely with blue flames. The memory was vivid and undeniable. He did heal Kaken when he broke his limbs, Izuku thought, his mind racing. So why wouldn't he heal me now? Then, why aren't you healing me? Izuku asked, totally confused. "Because you won't learn anything if I do." The answer shocked Izuku, but Akira wasn't done. He leaned against the wall as he continued. "I watched your fight today," Akira said. "And I'm going to be completely honest with you, even without using her quirk right now, Momo would beat you in a straight fight." Izuku just stared at him, unable to formulate a response. "But here's the thing," Akira continued, his tone matter-of-fact rather than cruel. "A month ago, Momo couldn't throw a proper punch. She had zero combat training, no fighting instincts, nothing. But she worked her ass off, trained every day, and now she can hold her own." He paused, letting that sink in. "I don't know what you were doing your whole life," Akira said, and there was a hint of confusion in his voice. "Even with having such a ridiculously strong quirk, you didn't care to develop your body around it. You're like a stupid guy who bought a supercar but never learned how to drive." Izuku felt each word like a physical blow. Akira pushed off from the wall, preparing to leave. "But if you want to improve, if you actually want to be a hero instead of just breaking yourself over and over, I'd recommend you learn how to fight properly. Not just throw punches, but really understand combat. And more importantly, learn how your own body works. The deeper you understand your body, the easier it will be to control your quirk." He walked toward the door, then paused with his hand on the handle. He looked back one final time. "This is just advice. Take it if you want. If not, ignore it. I really don't give a fuck either way. You understand your quirk better than anyone else possibly could. It would be sad to see such a cool quirk get wasted because its user destroyed himself before he could even master it. With that, Akira opened the door and left, closing it softly behind him. Izuku sat in the medical bed, completely stunned and bewildered. His mind was racing, processing everything Akira had said. Every point had struck home with uncomfortable accuracy. He's right, Izuku thought, looking down at his bandaged arm. I've had this power for months now, and all I've managed to do is hurt myself. I keep breaking bones, and I haven't made any real progress in controlling it. All Might gave me this incredible gift, and what have I done? Broken my fingers, broken my arms, relied on Recovery Girl to patch me up afterward. I need to change. I need to actually train, not just my quirk, but my body, my fighting skills, everything. For the first time since receiving One for All, Izuku began to truly understand what it meant to be prepared for power. A quirk wasn't just a tool you had. It was something you needed to earn the right to use. And he had a lot of work to do. Outside in the hallway, Akira caught up with Momo and Cho. Nia immediately jumped from Momo's arms to Akira's shoulder, settling into her favorite perch. What was that about? Momo asked curiously. Akira shrugged. Just gave him some advice. Whether he takes it or not is up to him. Cho looked at her grandson with a knowing expression. Despite his rough exterior and tendency toward violence, he did care in his own way. You're a good kid, she said quietly. Don't let it get around, Akira replied with a small smile. I have a reputation to maintain. They walked back toward Ground Beta together, ready to watch the rest of the matches unfold. Izuku with a more open mind, and before anyone says it, no. MC won't babysit Izuku. It's just a friendly advice you drop to a random guy, type of thing. Plus if you want, you can read up to 9+. 10 will be up soon, advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Treaon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treaon on Google. 65, Chapter 64, Terrible Teacher. More into Izuku's POV. I think it was never truly shown how Izuku recovered from all that bullying he faced throughout his childhood. So here it is, kind of. Recovery Girl sat at her desk, organizing medical supplies and reviewing patient files. Another knock came from the door. Come in. The door opened, and All Might walked in, not the massive, muscular symbol of peace that the world knew, but his deflated form. How is he do dash? Thwack. Before he could finish his sentence, a slipper flew through the air and hit him square in the face. Another one. What did you teach him in the month you were with him? All Might recovered from the hit, one hand rubbing his face where the slipper had connected. He looked embarrassed, his shoulders hunched like a student being scolded by a strict teacher. Recovery Girl wasn't done. He has already broken his bones 3 times. She continued, holding up 3 fingers. Once in the entrance exam, and twice in the last 2 days. 3 times, Yagi. I swear, the next time he comes to me with broken bones, I will break one of yours, too. Do you understand me? All Might scratched his head. His usual confidence and heroic bearing had completely evaporated under her glare. My deepest apologies, Recovery Girl, he said quietly, his voice carrying genuine shame. She got even more visibly angry at his weak response. Give back my slipper, she held out her hand. All Might quickly picked up the slipper and handed it back to her like a guilty child returning a confiscated item. Recovery Girl took the slipper and pointed it at him like a weapon. If you want to apologize to the kid, not to me. Then her expression shifted as she glanced toward where Izuku was sleeping in one of the medical beds. Her voice softened, carrying genuine concern. He was here just yesterday, Yagi. I can't keep treating him like this. There's a limit to how much healing even my quirk can do. If he keeps destroying his body at this rate, I won't be able to heal him. She turned back to All Might, her eyes hard again. Did you even teach him how to fight? How to defend himself without his quirk? She asked. Heck, my grandson gave him better advice in 5 minutes than you apparently did in an entire month. All Might flinched at that. But Recovery Girl wasn't done. You are a great hero, Yagi. One of the greatest. But I'm going to say it plainly. You are a horrible teacher. You could teach him everything yourself. You have all the knowledge, all the experience. But you're so adamant about letting him figure things out on his own, about making him walk the same path you did. But that's not how it works. She pointed toward Izuku's sleeping form. I read his files when he first came here. That kid was bullied his entire life for being quirkless. His self-esteem is so low that he doubts himself with every step he takes. He's fragile, Yagi. He's not as naturally talented as you were. He's not built the same way. Recovery Girl's voice became almost pleading now. You have to give him the tools, a proper foundation. You can't just hand someone incredible power and expect them to figure it out through trial and error when error means broken bones and permanent damage. She paused, letting that sink in before continuing. Here, you don't need to be the symbol of peace that everyone looks up to. You need to be Yagi the friend, the mentor, the person who actually understands him and helps him grow. Then she asked a simple question that cut deeper than anything else. Get close to him first, so he sees you as a person, not just this untouchable symbol. Heck, does the kid even know your true name, Yagi? Silence fell over the medical room. All Might just stood there, frozen. His mind racing, processing everything Recovery Girl had said. Each point struck home, forcing him to confront uncomfortable truths about his approach to teaching. He thought about the past month. About the training sessions where he'd pushed Izuku to clean the beach, build muscle, and prepare his body. But had he actually taught him how to use one for all safely? Had he explained the mechanics, the control, the progression? No. He'd just handed over the quirk and expected Izuku to figure it out the same way he had. But Izuku wasn't him. Izuku didn't have the same background, the same support system, the same natural confidence. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, All Might bowed. Thank you for telling me this, Cho-san, he said, his voice quiet but sincere. I will improve. I will make sure to guide young Midoriya properly from now on. I promise. Recovery Girl's expression finally softened. I know you will, Yagi, she said, her voice gentle now. You're a good kid. You just needed someone to tell you the truth. Then she waved her hand toward the door. Now get out of here and let me do my job. I have a patient to monitor. All Might bowed again, even deeper this time, then turned and left the medical room. The door closed softly behind him. Recovery Girl watched him go, then sighed and sat back down at her desk. She looked over at Izuku's sleeping form and muttered quietly to herself. That boy needs better guidance. A few hours later, Izuku's eyes slowly opened. He glanced at the clock on the wall, and his eyes widened. It's already afternoon. He mumbled sleepily, his voice rough from hours of rest. Just then, Recovery Girl's head popped into his view. Are you awake? She asked. Wha? Izuku jerked in surprise, nearly falling out of the bed. Recovery Girl chuckled at his reaction. You're free to go now, she said kindly. You can come back later if you need anything, but make sure you actually rest that arm properly. No training, no quirk usage. Understand? Izuku nodded quickly, sitting up carefully. Thank you very much, Recovery Girl. He said earnestly, bowing his head. I really appreciate everything you do. She patted his shoulder gently. Just take better care of yourself, young man. Izuku gathered his things and left the medical room, closing the door behind him. Recovery Girl sat back in her chair, her thoughts drifting. I hope he becomes friends with Akira, she thought to herself with a small smile. As much of an edgelord that boy is, a friend like him could really help Midoriya. Someone straightforward who tells him the truth without sugarcoating it. Izuku made his way back through UA's hallways, his footsteps echoing in the quieter afternoon atmosphere. His plastered arm rested in its sling, a constant reminder of the battle. Even after all that sleep, I still feel so tired, he thought, suppressing a yawn. And Aizawa-sensei is probably going to kill me when he hears I broke my arm again. He's definitely going to expel me. This is it. This is how my hero career ends. His anxiety spiraled as he approached the classroom door. He took a deep breath, trying to prepare himself for judgment, criticism, or worse, expulsion. He opened the door. What happened next completely shocked him. Greenie is here. Nia's voice rang out from somewhere in the classroom. The entire class turned to look at him simultaneously. 21 pairs of eyes focused on the doorway where he stood. Izuku froze, his hand still on the door handle. Hi. He said awkwardly. Suddenly, Kirishima rushed toward him with a huge grin. Oh, Midoriya's back. Kirishima said excitedly, stopping right in front of him. Great work out there, man. The way you fought was so manly. That final punch was incredible. Shiro appeared beside Kirishima, nodding enthusiastically. I still can't believe you actually won against Bakugo, who got second place in the entrance exam. That was insane. Mina bounced over, her pink face bright full of admiration. You absolutely slayed it. That explosion clash was like something out of a movie. Ribbit, you did really well, Tsuyu added calmly, giving him an approving nod. Aoyama struck a dramatic pose in the background. Magnific. After expressing their praise, the students began introducing themselves properly, not as classmates thrown together by circumstance, but as people genuinely interested in getting to know him. I'm Kirishima Eijiro. You can just call me Kirishima. Shiro Hanta. Nice to properly meet you. Ashido Mina, but everyone calls me Mina. Azui Tsuyu. Call me Tsu. One by one, they introduced themselves, their voices overlapping in a warm, chaotic chorus of acceptance. Izuku stood there, completely overwhelmed. His eyes began to water as emotion welled up inside him. This was so different from everything he'd experienced before. They were treating him like a person, like an equal, like someone worthy of respect and friendship. It felt nice. A few tears slipped down his cheeks before he could stop them, but he was smiling, genuinely smiling. It's nice to meet you all, he said, his voice thick with emotion. Really, thank you. In the back of the classroom, Akira watched the entire interaction unfold. He stood with Momo near the windows, Nia perched on his shoulder as usual. He observed Izuku being welcomed by their classmates. He's been through things, Akira said quietly to Momo, his eyes still on Izuku. You can see it in how he reacts to basic kindness. Momo looked at him, confused by the observation. How did you know? Akira was silent for a moment, his gaze distant. Because I had the same face when I first opened up to my mother. Momo stayed silent, processing his words. She could sense there was a deeper story there, something painful that he wasn't ready to share. But she understood boundaries. She knew pushing wouldn't help. Instead, she asked something simpler. Are you better now? Akira looked at her, genuinely surprised by the question and the way she'd asked it. She wasn't prying. She wasn't demanding his trauma as entertainment. She was just checking on him, caring about his well-being without expecting anything in return. He thought about it for a moment, about how far he'd come, about the people he'd surrounded himself with. It feels good to have a real friend. Yeah, he said quietly. I'm doing better. Momo smiled back, satisfied with that answer. They stood together in comfortable silence, watching as their classmates continued to welcome Izuku into their group. Nia looked between Akira and Momo with knowing eyes. Her tail swished thoughtfully. Daddy's getting better at this whole having friends thing, he. All Might getting some fire, Izuku being happy, Akira and Momo getting closer as friends. Let me know your thoughts. Plus if you want, you can read up to 9+, 10 will be up soon, advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Treon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treon on Google. Bakugo Katsuki walked alone toward the gate and was currently in a very bad mood. He was thinking about what had happened throughout the last few days. The loss to Izuku. That damn nerd, who'd been quirkless his whole life, who he'd tormented and looked down on for years, had beaten him. Actually beaten him in a real fight. The strength of that ponytail girl who'd ended her match in 5 seconds flat with some insane strategic play that made her look like a professional already. The ice bastard with his overwhelming ice quirk that had frozen an entire building without even trying. The sheer scale of that power was terrifying. And above all, that red-headed bastard with that stupid cat. Shuzenji. The guy who'd broken his arm and leg on the first day, like it was nothing, then healed him just to prove a point. The same guy who'd sliced through an entire building today like it was made of paper. Bakugo was losing it. His hands clenched into fists in his pockets. I'm supposed to be the best. I'm supposed to be number one. So Kaken. The shout stopped him in his tracks. Bakugo turned back sharply, his expression already twisted from all the irritation. What? He snapped. Izuku stood several feet behind him, having clearly run to catch up. He was breathing slightly hard, looking down at the ground as if gathering courage to do something difficult. Bakugo waited, his irritation growing with each passing second. What the hell does this nerd want now? Then Izuku looked up, meeting Bakugo's eyes directly. There's one thing I feel like I have to tell you. He paused again, and Bakugo's eye twitched. What is this all about? He thought, frustrated by the delay. Finally, Izuku spoke. My quirk, it's something I got from someone else. What? But Izuku continued before he could fully process the statement. I can't say from whom I got it, though. I'm sorry, but that's not my secret to tell. Izuku looked down briefly, then forced himself to continue. I know it sounds absurd, but it's true. The reason I break my bones every time I use it is that I've only had this quirk for about a month. I'm really, really bad at controlling it. He looked embarrassed now, his cheeks flushing slightly as he admitted his weakness. As of now, it's just a borrowed power. I haven't made it my own yet. Then he looked up again, his expression more determined. I tried to beat you without using it. I really did. But in the end, I had to use it anyway. His voice grew stronger. But in the future, when I've mastered it properly, when I've made it truly mine, I will beat Yo dash. What the hell is that? Bakugo's yell cut Izuku. His voice was filled with anger. Borrowed powers. Bakugo took a step forward, his face twisted with rage. The fuck are you trying to do, huh? Trying to make me look like an even bigger fool than I already am. No, Kaken, Izuku tried to explain, but Bakugo cut him off immediately. Today I lost to a damned nerd like you. The words hit Izuku like a physical blow. But Bakugo wasn't done. His voice was getting louder, more desperate. And if that wasn't enough, his hands were shaking now. I saw the ice guy's overwhelming strength and thought, I can't beat him. Me. I thought I couldn't win. His breathing was uneven now, his composure completely shattered. And worse. Bakugo's voice cracked slightly. On the first day, I got scared. Scared by that red-headed fucker and his power. He clenched his fists so hard that they started bleeding. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Then he looked up, and Izuku saw something he'd never seen before in all the years he'd known Bakugo Katsuki. Tears. Actual tears were forming in Bakugo's eyes, born from frustration, anger, and the crushing weight of realizing you're not as strong as you thought you were. Don't you dare look down on me. Bakugo screamed, his voice raw and broken. I will be number one. I'll surpass all of you. Every single dash. Can you two get a room? A lazy, totally unbothered voice cut through their conversation. Both Bakugo and Izuku whipped their heads to the side. Akira and Momo were standing there. Nia sat on Akira's shoulder, looking thoroughly entertained by the drama. Can you do your little romantic soap opera somewhere else? Akira said. I'm not really interested in your backstory, so please, get out of the way. Bakugo, too shocked by the sudden interruption and the sheer audacity of the comment to come up with a response or yell at him, so he just moved aside mechanically. Izuku did the same, stepping to the side with his mouth hanging slightly open. As Akira and Momo passed between them, Momo glanced at both boys and said politely, "Thank you. And you may continue." As they walked away, both Bakugo and Izuku could hear their conversation continuing as if nothing unusual had happened. You know, you don't have to be so polite to everyone. Yeah, but if I don't do that, everyone will think you're some sort of gang member. Akira paused for a moment, clearly considering this point. Fair point, he conceded. Nia's small voice chimed in with clear amusement. Daddy is a gang member. He. The sound of their laughter and casual banter faded as they continued toward the gate, leaving Bakugo and Izuku standing in awkward silence. Bakugo stood there for a long moment, processing what had just happened. The emotional moment had been completely shattered by that red-headed bastard's interruption, and somehow that made everything feel even worse. He wiped his eyes roughly with the back of his hand, refusing to accept what had almost happened. Without saying another word to Izuku, he turned and walked away, his footsteps heavy and angry. But as he walked, he made a silent vow to himself. I'll beat them all. Every single one of them. Deku. Half and half. Ponytail. And especially that red-headed bastard with his smug face and his stupid cat. I'll become so strong that none of them will ever make me feel like this again. I'll be number one. No matter what it takes. Meanwhile, Izuku remained standing where he was, watching Bakugo walk away. The conversation hadn't gone the way he'd hoped, but at least he'd been honest. He sighed, looking down at his plastered arm. There was so much work to do. So much he needed to learn and improve. But for the first time, he felt like maybe, just maybe, he could actually do it. From the window of the teacher's office on the third floor, All Might stood in his deflated form, watching the entire scene unfold below. Looking down with concern and understanding. He'd seen the confrontation between Bakugo and Izuku and the emotional breakdown. All Might sighed deeply, his breath fogging slightly against the window glass. You've been through a lot, young Midoriya, he said quietly to himself, his voice carrying genuine sympathy. He thought about what Recovery Girl had told him earlier. About being a better teacher. About actually helping Izuku instead of just expecting him to figure everything out alone. He looked down at the young green-haired boy standing alone in the courtyard, clearly lost in thought. I need to do better, All Might thought seriously. He deserves better guidance than I've been giving him. He watched as Izuku finally started walking again, heading toward the gate with slightly slumped shoulders but still moving forward. But he's strong, All Might observed. Stronger than he knows. He just needs the right support to realize it, and I will provide that. All Might turned away from the window, his mind already working on how to restructure Izuku's training. How to actually teach instead of just watching from the sidelines. Recovery Girl's words echoed in his mind, "You're a terrible teacher." It stung because it was true, but it was a truth he could change. He must change. For Izuku's sake, and for the sake of One for All's future. Outside the school grounds, Akira, Momo, and Nia continued their walk toward the train station. The late afternoon sun painted the sky in the beautiful shades of orange and pink, creating a peaceful atmosphere that was the total opposite of the emotional drama they'd just walked through. Did we just ruin an important moment for them? Momo asked after a moment, sounding slightly guilty. Akira shrugged. Probably. But they were blocking the path, and I'm hungry. Priorities. Momo laughed despite herself. You're impossible. And yet you're still here, Akira pointed out with a slight smirk. Unfortunately for my sanity, yes, Momo replied, but she was smiling. Nia looked between them from her perch on Akira's shoulder, her tail swishing with feline amusement. These two are so obvious it hurts, the cat thought. But it's entertaining to watch. He. I'd say it will take them around 20 chapters to get started. Hope this was good. Plus if you want, you can read up to 9+. 10 will be up soon, advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Treaon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treaon on Google. 67, Chapter 66, Shadows. Hello there. Here is today's chapter. Hope you enjoy. Hope you enjoy it. Plus. The night had fallen over Musutafu, the city where UA High School stood like a beacon of hope for aspiring heroes, and a hunting ground for delusional villains. But like any major city, Musutafu had two faces. The bright, bustling streets filled with honest citizens going about their evening routines, and the darker corners where the villains lurked. In one of those shadowy corners, three masked figures stood closely against a brick wall. They watched the busy street waiting for someone. The first figure was tall and lean, and the other two were considerably shorter. Unlike the tall guy, the shorter guys were looking around nervously. The busy street was like every day. Salarymen heading home from work, couples out for dinner, students returning from late study sessions. Normal people living normal lives, completely unaware of the eyes watching them from the darkness. One of the shorter masked men broke the tense silence, his voice carrying an edge of anxiety. "We have to get someone by today," he said urgently, keeping his voice low. "Or the boss will be furious. Like, really fucking mad." The other short man shifted uncomfortably, clearly hesitant about something. After a moment of internal debate, he spoke up. "Hey, Yuta." The tall figure, Yuta, turned his head slightly. "What?" The short man's voice became even more hesitant, almost trembling. I think we should quit this. We don't want to be caught by the blade guy." The mere mention of that name seemed to carry weight. Even Yuta tensed slightly before responding. However, Yuta just laughed it off. "Chill, man. What's he gonna do? Cut us up and hand us to the police?" The short guy nodded. Yuta laughed again and continued. "Then what? We'll be out in days. The system doesn't care about small-timers like us. Plus, with the boss's help, nothing can happen to us." He gestured broadly at the street. "So chill, Rin. Once we're done with this job, we'll be rich. The boss pays well for quality goods." Rin nodded, but his body language suggested he was still unconvinced. His hands kept fidgeting, and his eyes darted around nervously, as if expecting someone to jump out of the shadows at any moment. The third member of their group, the other short masked man, suddenly perked up. His attention had been caught by something on the street. Hey, look at that hoodie guy," he whispered excitedly, pointing. All three turned their attention to where he was pointing. Walking down the relatively empty side street was a figure that stood out as unusual, even in a world of quirks and heroes. The person wore a black hoodie, but what made them truly bizarre was what covered the hoodie itself. Pale, severed hands. They were positioned all over the person's body, arms, and shoulders, like some kind of weird decoration. One hand even covered the person's face like a mask. Beneath the hood, they could see unnaturally light blue hair, almost white, that seemed to glow slightly in the dim street light. "He looks like a homeless guy with a weird fetish, no?" one of them commented, already sizing up the target. The figure walked weirdly. He hunched over slightly, muttering something to himself that the masked trio couldn't hear. Everything about this person screamed easy target, alone, distracted, and clearly weird enough that no one would miss him. Yuta's eyes lit up behind his mask. Perfect. Come on. The three masked men slipped out of their hiding spot and began following the strange hooded figure. They kept a careful distance, waiting for the perfect moment. Their target seemed completely oblivious to being followed, continuing to walk and mutter to himself. 5 minutes later, the hooded figure turned down a narrow alley, exactly what they had been waiting for. "Now," Yuta whispered. The three of them rushed forward, quickly positioning themselves to surround the person. The alley had only one exit, and they were blocking it. Yuta stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. "Watch and learn, boys," he said to his companions, then addressed the hooded figure. "Come with us, dude. We don't want to make this painful, but we will if we have to." The hooded figure just stared at him. At least, Yuta assumed he was staring, as it was hard to tell with that hand covering his face. The silence stretched on for several uncomfortable seconds. "Hey, did you hear me?" Still nothing. Just that unnerving stare from behind the hand mask. "Alright, you asked for it." Yuta lunged forward, his hand reaching out to grab the hooded figure's shoulder. The hooded figure moved. It wasn't a dodge, exactly. More like a casual sidestep. Yuta stumbled forward, and the hand guy held his arm. "What are you tr-?" For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then Yuta's arm began to crumble. Ah! There was no blood and gore, it was worse. His arm literally disintegrated, turning to dust and ash from the point of contact outward. The destruction spread rapidly, consuming his forearm, then his elbow, then his shoulder, accompanied by Yuta's screams of pure terror. Within seconds, Yuta was completely gone, reduced to nothing but a pile of ash and dust on the alley floor. Rin and his friends stood frozen in absolute horror, their minds struggling to process what they'd just witnessed. "Run!" They both turned to flee back the way they'd come. But the exit was no longer empty. A swirling mass of black and purple mist appeared, blocking their path. Before either man could change direction, the dark cloud surged forward and swallowed them whole. Their screams echoed briefly before being muffled by the strange mist. Then silence. The hooded figure reached up with one hand and scratched at his neck absently, leaving red marks on his pale skin. A new figure emerged from the shadows of the alley, stepping into the dim light. This person was tall, wearing what looked like a formal suit despite the late hour. But the most striking feature was its head. Instead of a normal human head, there was a shifting mass of black mist. "Kurojiri," the hooded guy said, his voice filled with irritation. "Take them to the facility. The more test subjects we have, the better for the Nomo production." Kurojiri bowed. "Understood, Shigariki," Kurojiri replied. The purple-black mist that had swallowed the two criminals began to dissipate, presumably having already transported them elsewhere. Then he looked back at the hooded guy and asked, "You are going to do it tomorrow?" Shigariki nodded, continuing to scratch at his neck. "Yeah, All Might being at UA is public knowledge now. Tomorrow, that place will be swarmed by media trying to get interviews and photos. It'll provide perfect cover for my trip. While everyone's distracted by cameras and reporters, I will leave a little gift for them." Kurojiri was silent for a moment, processing this plan. "I will still be nearby, just in case something goes wrong." Shigariki's head snapped toward Kurojiri. "Do what you want. Just don't get in my way. I don't need a babysitter." The tension between them hung in the air for a moment, not quite hostile, but definitely strained. The relationship between them seemed complex, with Kurojiri showing something like concern or loyalty, while Shigariki bristled at any implication that he needed help or protection. Finally, Shigariki turned and began walking away from the alley. "Sensei's plan will work," Shigariki muttered, more to himself than to Kurojiri. "All Might will finally see that his age of peace is just an illusion. When we destroy that symbol, and everything will crumble." Kurojiri watched Shigariki's retreating form for a long moment. Then, without another word, his entire body dissolved into that same purple-black mist and vanished into the shadows of the alley, leaving no trace that either of them had ever been there. The alley fell silent once more. Only a small pile of ash and dust remained where Yuta had stood moments before. The city continued its evening rhythm, completely unaware that somewhere in its shadows, a plan was being set in motion. A plan that would challenge the very foundations of hero society someday. A plan targeting the symbol of peace himself. So, tell me, how did you like it? I added a little story before Handman takes action. Plus if you want, you can read up to 9+. 10 will be up soon. Advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Treaon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treon on Google. 68, Chapter 67, Class President. Here is today's chapter. High school. The city was just beginning to wake up. Shopkeepers opening their stores, early commuters heading to work, and all that. Akira and Momo walked side by side down the familiar path to school. Akira had his medical pipe in hand, occasionally taking a puff, while Momo carried her school bag. I still can't believe Nia really didn't come with you today, Momo said, glancing at Akira with a mixture of amusement and sympathy. Akira sighed and looked at her. Today is her checkup day at the vet. And you know exactly how she feels about that. Momo giggled. She could perfectly picture the small black cat darting around the Shuzenji house, hiding under furniture, climbing curtains, doing absolutely anything to avoid being caught and taken to the veterinarian. Yeah. Momo said, still smiling at the mental image. Your mom is probably trying to catch her right now. Oh, definitely, Akira confirmed. Last time it took her 2 hours and she had to bribe Nia with some top-level tuna. The little menace has this whole escape route planned out. Poor little thing, Momo said jokingly. As they continued walking and approached the front gate of UA High School, they both noticed something unusual. A massive crowd had gathered in front of the entrance. Reporters with cameras, journalists with notepads, news vans with satellite dishes, all creating a chaotic scene that completely blocked the normal path students would take. Momo looked at the scene and immediately understood. I guess all my teaching here is public news now. Meanwhile, Akira took a long puff from his pipe, his expression shifting to one of clear irritation as he looked at the media circus ahead of them. I hate these fuckers, he muttered darkly. Language, Akira, Momo chided automatically, though without real heat in her voice. Got it, Mom, Akira replied with a completely straight face. She hit his arm jokingly, and he just laughed at her reaction. They began making their way through the crowd, trying to reach the gate without drawing too much attention. Unfortunately, in a sea of reporters desperately looking for any UA student to interview, that was basically impossible. A man with a literal camera for a head, his quirk apparently replacing his entire head with a functioning video camera, spotted them immediately. His lens focused on Akira specifically, and something in his journalistic instinct screamed at him. Jackpot, he thought. He rushed forward, nearly knocking over another reporter in his haste, and shoved a microphone toward Akira's face. Excuse me, I'm from Daily News Japan. The camera-headed man said quickly, his voice coming from speakers built into his camera head. How does it feel to learn directly from All Might? What's he like as a teacher? Can you give us any exclusive details? Akira blinked, his expression shifting to complete innocent confusion. He looked at the reporter with wide, surprised eyes. All Might. Akira said, sounding genuinely shocked. He's here at UA, teaching. This is literally the first time I'm hearing about this. The reporter's camera lens whirred, trying to focus on Akira's face to determine if he was being serious. You didn't know? The reporter asked, clearly thrown off. No idea. Akira said earnestly. Wow, that's big news. I'll go check and confirm it for you, my friend. If it's true, I'll let you know. And with that, Akira walked right past the stunned reporter, a small smirk. Momo paused briefly, giving the confused camera-headed man an apologetic smile. Sorry about him, she said politely before quickly following Akira. The reporter stood there frozen, as he processed what had just happened. He'd been completely played, and he knew it. I hate my job, he muttered to himself, lowering his microphone in defeat. 10 minutes later, Class 1A was filled with the usual pre-class energy. Students chatted in small groups, comparing notes about yesterday's training, discussing their performances, and generally enjoying the brief freedom before their teacher arrived. Momo sat with Mina and Toru near the windows, the three of them deep in conversation about fashion trends. Mina was animatedly explaining something about the latest street style from Shibuya, while Toru's floating sleeves gestured enthusiastically in agreement. So the layered look is totally in right now, Mina was saying, but you have to balance it with, oh, Momo, you're lost, aren't you? Momo looked slightly embarrassed. I'm sorry, I don't really keep up with fashion trends. The Yaoyorozu family has a personal stylist who handles my wardrobe. That's so fancy. Toru squealed. But also you're missing out. Half the fun is choosing your own style. Mina grinned. Don't worry, we'll educate you. Consider this an important part of your hero training, hero fashion sense. The three of them laughed together, and Momo found herself genuinely enjoying the casual conversation about something completely unrelated to academics or hero work. Meanwhile, Akira was in his usual spot in the back corner of the classroom, completely relaxed. He had his chair tilted back slightly, his feet up on his desk, puffing casually on his medical pipe. He looked like he didn't have a care in the world. Just then, the classroom door slid open. Aizawa walked in, looking as tired and disheveled as always. His capture scarf hung loosely around his neck, his hair was a mess, and his eyes carried the exhaustion of someone who definitely did not get enough sleep. He made his way to the podium at the front of the classroom, and the students quickly settled down, returning to their seats. I watched all of your test videos from yesterday, Aizawa began. Good work, everyone. Most of you showed decent improvement and understanding of the basics. A few students perked up at the rare praise. Then Aizawa's gaze shifted to one student in particular. Bakugo. Bakugo's head snapped up, his expression already defensive. You're talented, Aizawa continued bluntly. So don't act like a kid. You have skill, but your attitude is going to hold you back if you don't get it under control. Bakugo looked like he was about to explode, literally, given his quirk, but he visibly held himself back. Aizawa nodded, acknowledging the self-control, then turned his attention to the green-haired student sitting behind Bakugo. Midoriya. Izuku jumped up from his seat like he'd been electrocuted. Yes. You broke your arm again, Aizawa stated flatly. Izuku immediately looked down, his face flushing with embarrassment. I really don't like repeating myself. You not being able to control your quirk does not give you the liberty to keep breaking your bones like they're disposable. If you can't control it, don't use it until you can. Understood? Yes, sensei. Izuku said loudly. Then Aizawa's eyes shifted to the back corner of the classroom. Akira. Before Aizawa could say anything else, Akira spoke up immediately. I caused excessive property damage because I was playing the villain role, he said, as if that explained and justified everything. Villains don't care about infrastructure costs. Aizawa just stared at him for a long moment, his expression completely unreadable. That was not what I was going to say, Aizawa finally responded dryly. Akira blinked. Oh. What I wanted to say, Aizawa continued, was good job on not using excessive force to subdue your opponents. You could have seriously injured them, but you showed restraint and control. That's important. Oh, that. Akira nodded. Thanks, I guess. Aizawa's eye twitched slightly at the casual response, but he let it go. He then looked at the entire class, his expression becoming slightly more serious. Now let's get to today's agenda, he announced. The class sat up straighter, paying attention. I totally forgot to do this yesterday, Aizawa admitted without any shame, so we're going to handle it today instead. The class tensed slightly, wondering what he'd forgotten. Today, we will be deciding the class president and vice president, Aizawa stated. The reaction was immediate. I want to be class president. No, I should be president. Pick me. I'd be great at it. Nearly everyone started yelling at the same time, hands shooting up, voices overlapping in chaotic enthusiasm. Akira watched the chaos unfold and laughed quietly. Why would anyone actually want to do that, right? He turned to Momo, expecting agreement. She had a nervous smile on her face and was very deliberately looking away from him. Akira's eyebrows rose. You want to be class president too, don't you? Momo's nervous smile grew slightly. Yeah, she admitted. But... She paused, then added quickly, I know you wouldn't enjoy being president. The responsibility, the attention, all the organizing. But I would really like it if you would be there with me. As vice president, or the president. She became more nervous, the words coming faster. You know, because you know how I work and I know how you work and it would make things easier and we already work well together and... Before she could continue spiraling into a rambling explanation, Akira cut her off with a smile. If I get the chance, I'd love to, he said simply, his tone genuine and warm. Momo stopped mid-sentence, her expression brightening immediately. Really? Really? She smiled back, the nervousness melting away. Thanks, Akira. Silence. Everyone stopped yelling and turned to look. Aitsa stood at his desk, his hand raised high in the air, his expression intensely serious. We should do this in an organized way, he declared. The class fell silent, staring at him. This is a very important position. Aitsa continued, his hand chopping through the air in precise gestures. The class president and vice president will represent all of us. They will be responsible for our collective voice and organization. This decision cannot be made through random shouting. Is this really needed? Tsuyu asked. Yes. Aitsa practically shouted. Absolutely necessary. He turned sharply toward the front of the classroom. Aizawa-sensei, what do you think? Aizawa, who had apparently produced his yellow sleeping bag from nowhere while the class was arguing, was already climbing into it. Do whatever you want, he said, his voice muffled as he zipped himself in. When you're done, wake me up. And with that, he lay down on the floor behind the podium and apparently went to sleep immediately. The class stared at their teacher's sleeping bag in various states of disbelief. Sounds like a good idea to me, Akira spoke up, breaking the silence. Nothing better than good old democracy. Let the people decide. Seeing the strongest student in their class agree with the voting idea, the rest of the class gradually accepted it. Alright, let's do it properly then, Momo agreed. Aitsa looked absolutely thrilled that his suggestion had been accepted. He immediately began organizing the voting procedure with the efficiency of someone who had probably been student council president at every school he'd ever attended. 10 minutes later, the results were tallied and written on the blackboard. The top 3 vote-getters were Akira Shuzenji, 5 votes, cliché. Man, the author sucks. Momo Yaoyorozu, 3 votes. Izuka Midoriya, 2 votes. Momo turned to Akira with an excited smile, her eyes practically glowing with happiness. Akira nodded at her, returning the smile. That's going to be a lot of work, he thought to himself, already imagining the meetings and organizational responsibilities that came with being vice president. But then he looked at Momo's excited expression again. Well, at least my best friend is happy about it. And honestly, that made it worth it. The class began to settle down, congratulating both of them, with several students coming up to shake their hands or offer support. Politicians LOL. In the back of Akira's mind, he knew that being class officers would probably lead to more responsibilities, more attention, and more situations where he'd have to actually interact with people beyond his small circle. But as he watched Momo already discussing potential plans and ideas with Aitsa, who looked like he might cry from joy at having such organized classmates, Akira found he didn't really mind. Some things were worth the inconvenience. But what can you expect? He is the strongest, the girls like his personality, and he is the boss for a week. I think that is enough for 5 votes. Let me know your thoughts. Plus if you want, you can read up to 9+, 10 will be up soon, advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Treon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treon on Google. 69, Chapter 68, Lunch Break, Bonus Chapter. Damn, you guys finally did it. The first bonus chapter of the week. Here it is. Bonus Chapter, 1000 PS. A little happy and joyful chapter. Let me know if it's worth writing chapters like these. Or if I should just focus on the plot. Students immediately began gathering their things and securing them into their bags, as they left for lunch. Class 1A started moving toward the cafeteria, Noon really wanting to miss the legendary food by lunch rush. As the group moved toward the door, Momo gently touched Mina's arm, getting her attention. You guys head out without me and Akira today, Momo said, her tone carrying a speck of apology for breaking their lunch routine. Mina stopped, turning to look at her friend with curiosity. Why? What's up? Momo shifted slightly, looking a bit awkward. Well, as Akira and I are president and vice president now, I thought we should talk about it. You know, discuss our responsibilities and make some plans. The other girls, Toru, Jiro, and Tsuyu, all nodded in understanding. Oh, that makes sense. Toru agreed. Ribbit, very responsible of you, Suyu added with an approving nod. But Mina didn't agree, as she smelled something was going on. Instead, her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Momo with an expression that was far too knowing, far too suspicious. You know the mean guys. Momo saw the look and felt a small flutter of nervousness in her chest. Why are you looking at me like that? Mina drew out the sound, tilting her head as she continued to study Momo's face, looking for hints. The silence stretched for a long uncomfortable minute. Then Mina's eyes lit up with mischief. Something is cooking here, and I will be watching very closely. Before Momo could protest or ask what she meant, Mina turned to the other girls. Let's go, girls, she announced, already walking toward the door. The other girls followed, though they gave Mina weird looks, clearly confused about what she was implying. Momo stood there for a moment, genuinely puzzled. I have no clue what she's talking about, she thought, replaying the conversation in her mind and finding nothing suspicious about it. Aren't we going with the gang today? Akira's voice came from right behind her, and Momo actually jumped slightly in surprise. She turned to find him standing there, looking at her with confusion. Oh, yeah, no, Momo said, still slightly flustered from Mina's weird behavior. Not today. Akira's confusion deepened. What about food then? Momo's expression brightened immediately. She walked over to her desk and pulled out a carefully wrapped box from her bag, holding it up for him to see. I tried cooking, she said with both pride and nervousness in her voice. I wanted your opinion on it. Akira smiled, his expression genuinely pleased. Yeah, he said encouragingly, waiting for her to continue. Momo added quickly, the words coming out in a bit of a rush, and that's because my mom and dad will always say it's perfect no matter what, so I needed someone to really tell me the truth, and you are the only one I know, so... Akira nodded. Understood. Parents are legally required to lie about their kids' cooking. My mom did the same. I found out she was lying when I tried the pasta I made. Ugh, nasty stuff that was. Still have bad dreams about it. Momo laughed at that. So, where would you like to eat? Akira asked, looking around the now mostly empty classroom. Momo considered the options. Hold up, I got that covered. Nizu once told me about a nice spot on this floor, Akira offered. It gives a really nice view of the city. Pretty quiet too. Follow me. Momo nodded and followed him out of the classroom. They walked down the hallway together, passing other students heading in the opposite direction toward the cafeteria. Akira led her to a section of the building she hadn't really explored before, which was a small alcove near the east wing that had floor-to-ceiling windows. There was a bench positioned perfectly to face the glass windows, offering an unobstructed panoramic view of Musutafu stretching out below them. Oh, this is beautiful. Right? Nizu showed it to me during one of our chess matches, Akira explained, settling onto the bench. He said it's one of the best-kept secrets in the school. Most students don't even know it exists. Momo sat down beside him, carefully placing the food box between them. She opened it, revealing what she'd prepared. Inside were perfectly arranged servings of pasta, specifically, cacio e pepe, a classic Italian dish. Try it, real good stuff. The pasta was coated in a creamy sauce made from pecorino cheese and black pepper, simple yet tastes great. The presentation was almost too pretty to eat, each portion carefully plated with a small garnish of fresh herbs. Akira looked at the food, then at Momo, raising an eyebrow. Italian. Momo nodded, a slight blush touching her cheeks. Yeah, it's not that hard to make once you understand the technique, and it tastes good. At least, I hope it does. Solid reasoning, Akira approved. He picked up the chopsticks she'd provided and took a bite. The moment the food hit his tongue, his mind went blank. His eyes widened slightly in genuine surprise. Now that is good food, Akira said after swallowing, and there was no teasing in his voice. Just straight, hard facts. Better than that Italian place downtown. What was it called? Bella Notte. Momo's entire face lit up with happiness. Really? You're not making things up, right? I never joke about food, Akira said seriously, taking another bite to prove his point. This is actually delicious. The cheese-to-pepper ratio is perfect. Momo giggled at his serious food critique. Looking at him enjoying the food, she felt a strange mix of relief and pride. They settled in to eat together, taking their time with the meal. The peaceful atmosphere of the hidden spot, combined with the gorgeous view and surprisingly excellent food, created a moment that felt separate from the usual chaos of school life. As they ate, the conversation naturally drifted to their new responsibilities. "So, President and Vice President," Akira said between bites. "Have you thought about what we should actually do?" "Well, we need to represent the class's interests to the faculty," Momo began, already mentally organizing her thoughts. "And we should probably establish better communication channels between students and teachers. Maybe implement a suggestion system. Or we could install gaming consoles in the classroom," Akira suggested with a completely straight face. "For team-building exercises. Very important for hero work." Momo gave him a look. "What? I'm serious," Akira continued, clearly enjoying himself now. "Think about it, strategic thinking, hand-eye coordination, teamwork under pressure. It's all important stuff." Momo said, not buying it for a second, but nodded anyway. "We could have a class tournament," Akira added, totally in flow. "Winner gets to skip homework for a week." "Aizawa-sensei would never allow that," Momo pointed out. "Aizawa-sensei wouldn't care as long as we didn't bother him about it," Akira countered. Momo laughed, shaking her head. "You're ridiculous." "But you're smiling," Akira noted with a small grin. "Unfortunately, yes," Momo admitted. She took another bite of her pasta, then offered a more practical suggestion. "What we should actually do is create a register or diary to keep track of class events, assignments, and important dates. That way, we can help students who might be struggling to keep up." "That's actually a really good idea," Akira said, nodding approvingly. "Very organized." "Thank you," Momo said, pleased. "We could decorate the register with gaming stickers," Akira added. "Akira. I'm just saying, it would improve morale." Breep, breep, breep. The security alarm suddenly blasted through the building, the sound completely destroying the peaceful atmosphere they'd been enjoying. Red warning lights began flashing in the hallway. The pleasant mood was shattered instantly. "I could kill someone right now," Akira said, his voice flat and genuinely irritated. The vein in his temple was actually visible, pulsing with annoyance. He had to take a puff to calm himself. Momo looked at him with slight concern. "You're joking, right?" Akira turned to her with a smile. "Oh yeah, totally joking." They both stood up, leaving their now interrupted lunch behind, and walked over to the large windows to see what was causing the alarm. Below them, at the main entrance to UA, they could see a massive crowd of reporters and media personnel. But unlike this morning when they'd been waiting somewhat patiently outside the gates, now they were trying to storm the building itself. Security personnel, aka President Mike and Aizawa, were struggling to hold them back, and it looked like the situation was escalating rapidly. Cameras flashed like strobe lights. Reporters shouted questions that couldn't be heard from this distance. The entire scene was chaotic and aggressive. "These fuckers," Akira said with deep annoyance, watching the scene unfold. Momo sighed, her shoulders dropping slightly. "Indeed. These fuckers." There was a moment of silence. Then Akira gasped dramatically, placing one hand over his heart in mock horror. He turned to Momo with shock, pointing a finger at her. "Oh my goodness. Mind your language, young lady. That's highly inappropriate for someone of your standing." Momo just stared at him, her expression completely flat. An expression that screamed, "Really?" He stared back, maintaining the outraged expression. They stood like that for a solid 20 seconds. Then both of them burst out laughing, the absurdity of him, of all people, criticizing someone else's language, too ridiculous to ignore. Their laughter echoed in the quiet corridor, a small moment of amusement despite the chaos happening below. "You're the worst," Momo said between laughs, wiping at her eyes. "I know," Akira agreed cheerfully. The alarm continued to blast in the background, and they knew they'd have to head back to class soon to see what was happening. But for just a few more seconds, they stood there together at the window, laughing about nothing in particular. Sometimes, those were the best moments. Even if they were interrupted by stupid reporters trying to break into a school full of teenagers with superpowers. What could possibly go wrong? Just the right amount of fluff, no. Plus I hope the pacing of their relationship is realistic. Let me know. Plus if you want, you can read up to 9+. 10 will be up soon, advanced chapters, and support me. You can always join my P at Treaon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treaon on Google. 70, Chapter 69, Rescue Training. Here it is. Today's chapter. Hope you like it. The alarm incident had left everyone buzzing with energy and stories to share. Mina was telling the story of what happened during the alarm to anyone who would listen, her hands flying wildly as she described the chaos in the cafeteria. And then Aitza literally climbed onto the emergency exit sign. Mina said excitedly. He was like, everyone calmed down. And somehow, everyone actually listened. It was so funny and cool at the same time. That's really nice of Aitza, Momo commented, genuinely impressed by their classmates' leadership during a crisis. Just then, a small head popped through the classroom door. Hello there. The entire class froze, then turned as one to look at the door. Principal Nezu. Multiple voices shouted in surprise. It was extremely rare for the principal to visit individual classrooms, especially right in the middle of the day. Nezu laughed, waving to the class. Relax, class. I'm just here to deliver something, not to expel anyone. Today, at least. He walked fully into the classroom, and everyone could now see what he was carrying. It was a familiar black cat in his arms, happily munching on what looked like fish. Nezu walked directly up to Akira's desk, still holding the kitty. Your mother asked me to give her to you, Nezu explained with an amused smile. She said, and I quote, I am mad at this little menace, so you have to take care of her for the rest of the day. Akira reached out to take Nia from the principal. Thanks, Nez. I mean, Principal Nezu. Nezu's smile grew slightly wider at the slip. You're welcome, Akira. Do try to keep her out of trouble. Though I suspect that may be asking the impossible. With that, the principal turned and left the classroom, the door sliding shut behind him. Akira looked down at the cat now in his arms. You mad, Nia? Akira asked, though he already knew the answer. Yeah, Nia said grumpily, her small voice carrying clear displeasure. Without another word, she squirmed out of Akira's arms and jumped directly into Momo's lap, settling there. Nia looked up at Momo with big, innocent eyes. Nia will stay with you. Akira put one hand over his heart. My own daughter has abandoned me, betrayed by my own flesh and blood. Humph, Nia huffed, turning her head away from Akira dramatically. Ignore him, Momo. Momo laughed, gently petting the cat's head. Just then, the door opened again. Aizawa walked in, looking as tired as ever. He made his way to the front of the classroom, and the students immediately quieted down and paid attention. For today's hero training, Aizawa began, we will be having a special training session. This will involve me, All Might, and one other special guest instructor. Shiro immediately raised his hand. What kind of training are we going to do today, sensei? Aizawa reached into his pocket and pulled out a card, holding it up so the class could see. Written on it in bold letters was a single word, rescue. Disaster relief, shipwrecks, and everything in between, Aizawa explained. It's rescue training. Kaminari slumped in his seat with a groan. Man, this is going to be a lot of work. I know, right? Mina agreed, though she didn't sound particularly upset about it. Kirishima turned in his seat. No way, man. Rescue is the true essence of being a hero. It's not just about fighting villains, it's about saving people. Ribbit, I hope there's training in water rescue, Tsuyu added thoughtfully. I'd do really well in that kind of scenario. At his desk in the back, Akira heard the word rescue and felt something cold settle in his chest. For just a moment, a shadow of the past flashed through his mind. Images he'd tried very hard to bury. Sasha's laugh. Shino's smile. The way everything had gone so terribly wrong so quickly. Before he could spiral deeper into those dark thoughts, a gentle poke on his arm brought him back to the present. Momo was looking at him with concern, her voice quiet enough that only he could hear. You okay? Akira blinked, forcing the memories back down where they belonged. He relaxed his grip on the pipe and smiled at her. Never again, he thought firmly. I won't let that happen again. Yeah, he said aloud. I'm okay. Momo looked at him for a long moment, making sure he truly was all right. Finally, she nodded. Okay. At the front of the classroom, Aizawa raised his voice slightly to regain everyone's attention. I'm not done yet, he said flatly. The class immediately stopped talking and turned back to face him. You can decide what to wear for this training, Aizawa continued. Either your gym clothes or your hero costumes. It's your choice based on what you think would be more practical for rescue scenarios. He started walking toward the door. The training will take place off campus, so we'll be taking a bus. Get ready and meet me outside in 20 minutes. don't be late. With that, he walked out, leaving the class buzzing with excitement and anticipation. As students began standing up and moving toward the changing rooms, Momo leaned close to Akira and whispered in his ear. As the class president, you have to organize everyone on the bus. Good luck. Her voice carried a teasing smirk. Before Akira could respond, she quickly stood up and headed toward the girls' changing room. Nia, still in Momo's arms, opened her mouth to say something. Dash. But then she paused, remembering she was supposed to be mad at him. Her expression shifted back to grumpy. Humph. Akira laughed at the act. Love you too, sweetheart. 15 minutes later, everyone was gathered outside near where the bus would arrive. Nina sidled up next to Momo, leaning in to whisper. I know I've said this before, but Akira looks really hot in that costume. Momo, as always, completely ignored the comment. She turned toward where Akira stood and called out, Akira, everyone is here. Akira took a long puff from his pipe, then nodded. He raised his voice to address the class. Okay, everyone, listen up. Be good and sit properly on the bus. No standing, no yelling, no chaos. He paused, then added, and Bakugo, don't be a little bitch. Say that again, you. Before Bakugo could finish, Momo jumped between them. Language, Akira, Momo said automatically. Yeah, Akira waved her off. Kaminari gave him a mock salute. Got it, boss. And headed onto the bus. One by one, the students filed onto the bus and found seats. Momo and Akira sat near the front with their usual group. However, this time, Okako and Izuku had joined them as well. Akira noticed Izuku kept stealing glances at his costume, specifically at the sword strapped to his back and the segmented armor. The greenhead would look, then quickly look away, then look again a few seconds later. After the 5th time, Akira sighed and decided to address it directly. Ask if you want to know anything. Izuku jumped slightly, clearly startled at being called out. What? Dude, I've noticed you eyeing my armor since we sat down, Akira explained. So if you want to ask anything about it, go ahead. I'll answer whatever questions you have. Izuku relaxed, though his face flushed slightly with embarrassment at being so obvious. I didn't get to watch your match during the last class, Izuku began. But you must be really good at using swords since you carry them with you everywhere. Akira nodded. That should be pretty obvious, no? Yeah. Izuku agreed, then continued, his voice picking up speed as he got into the analysis. But I thought using swords would be kind of against your natural fighting style. From what I saw, with your fire constructs and wings and all that mobility, I figured you'd be more of a long-range fighter. Hit from a distance and stay mobile. Hearing this, Akira's expression shifted to genuine interest. Now that's a good question. The other students in their group leaned in slightly, curious to hear more about the strongest student in their class directly from him. Well, you see, Midoriya, Akira began. My quirk, as you probably know, can do 2 main things. Heal and burn. Izuku nodded eagerly, pulling out a small notebook from somewhere. I use my healing powers to overheal myself, Akira continued. What it does is basically the same principle as working out. When you exercise, you tear your muscles, and they grow back stronger. I do the same thing, but much faster and more efficiently. He held up one hand, flexing his fingers. Because of that constant overhealing and reinforcement, I can confidently say my physical strength is equivalent to a low-level strength enhancement quirk. And I can push it even further by overclocking the healing effect during combat, making myself temporarily far stronger. Not using that strength would be a complete waste, Izuku finished, his eyes lighting up as the logic clicked into place. Akira smiled and pointed at him. Bingo. But Izuku wasn't done. Then why sword specifically? Why not just use your enhanced strength directly, like All Might does with his punches? Akira stared at him blankly. I am not All Might, he said bluntly. Nor am I a crazy, obsessive fan of him like a certain someone. Izuku's face immediately turned bright red, and he looked down at his notebook in embarrassment. Several students nearby laughed. And 2, Akira continued, I'm not strong enough to just punch through everything like All Might does. He can literally change the weather with a punch. I can't do that. He tapped one of the sword hilts over his waist. So instead, I use swords. I can't punch through a reinforced wall, but I can cut through it. Different approach to the same problem. Plus, He grinned slightly. They look cool. Izuku just stared at him for a moment, his mind clearly cataloging all this information. Then he thought, wow, that's actually really cool. He's not just relying on raw power. He's strategically using his quirk's properties to maximize his combat effectiveness. I hope that answers your question, Akira said, leaning back in his seat. Izuku immediately stood up and bowed deeply. Yes, it did. Thank you very much for explaining. Akira looked slightly uncomfortable with the formal gratitude. Dude, it's not that deep. Momo laughed at his reaction, and Izuku smiled as he sat back down. If I don't piss him off, Izuku thought to himself, he's actually not that scary. He's even pretty helpful. I wanted to show that, while Akira won't baby or train Izuku, he will talk to him normally, 'cause why not? This chapter's purpose was to show the understanding between classmates. Hope you like it. USJ starting soon. Fire you gonna love it. Plus if you want, you can read up to 9+, 10 will be up soon, advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Treon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treon on Google. 71, Chapter 70, USJ. Here is today's chapter. Hope you enjoy it. The building was massive. It was easily bigger than several football fields combined. Wow, Okiko gasped, her eyes going wide as she looked up at the massive structure. This place is so huge. Just then, the main entrance doors slid open, and a figure walked out towards the class. The person wore a bulky astronaut-like suit, along with a sleek black helmet. Everyone. A joyfully voice called them out. I've been waiting for you. Soon, the class registered who they were looking at, as several students smiled with excitement. That's the space hero, 13. Okiko screamed, happy to finally meet her favorite hero. Izuku immediately jumped in with his facts, pulling out his little booklet, and went on a rant. She's the hero who specializes in rescue operations. She has rescued thousands of people during her service. Her quirk is incredibly powerful, but she uses it entirely for saving lives. Wow, I love 13. Okiko yelled, bouncing slightly on her feet. 13 laughed warmly and waved at them. Happy to hear that. Now, please, let's go inside. We have a lot to cover today. Along with that, I'm excited to show you what we've prepared. The class nodded and followed her instructions, every single one of them excited for the class. The thought of learning from such a renowned rescue hero had everyone on their toes. As the class kept moving, only Akira and his company were left. Just before they could enter, 13 suddenly stopped and turned, holding up one hand. Wait just a moment. Sensei. Momo asked, confused by her action. You're Onoka-senpai's son, right? Akira nodded slowly. Yeah, but, senpai. 13's voice got warm as remembered the good times. Yeah, for a short time, she was my mentor. During those few months, I really started to look up to her. Her approach to hero work, her dedication. It really helped me become a better hero. Unfortunately, after her retirement, I never had the time or the information to find her. Life gets busy, you know. So if you could just say hi to her from me next time you see her, I'd really appreciate it. Akira stared at her for a moment, then pulled his phone out. Give me your number. Both 13 and Momo froze. Excuse me. 13 stammered, clearly caught off guard. Akira sighed, realizing how that sounded. I'll give your number to my mom, and she can contact you. That way, you both can actually catch up properly instead of just passing messages through me. Oh, of course, of course. Here. She quickly added her contact information to Akira's phone. Thank you so much, 13 said gratefully before turning to rejoin the class. She's weird, Akira commented, sliding his phone back into his pocket. Momo sighed as they followed. The class stepped through the entrance and into the main area of USJ, and just then, a collective gasp escaped their mouth. The interior was absolutely massive, far larger than they thought. The space was divided into distinct zones, each one designed to simulate a different disaster scenario. This looks way bigger than I expected, Jiro said, her eyes wide as she tried to process what she was looking at. I know, right? Mina agreed. 13 walked to the front of the group and began pointing out the various training zones with obvious pride. A shipwreck zone, she pointed to an area with a massive pool. A landslide zone, then gestured toward a rocky, unstable-looking terrain. A fire zone, where actual flames could be seen flickering in controlled areas. A windstorm zone, with visible weather simulation equipment, and many other different scenarios to prepare you for anything you might face as professional heroes. She turned back to face the class, spreading her arms widely. I created this training ground using everything I learned throughout my entire career. It's designed to teach you how to handle almost any type of disaster situation you might face in the future. She paused for dramatic effect. And I call it the unforeseen simulation joint. In short, USJ. Wow, multiple students said at the same time. Aizawa walked up beside 13, his voice quiet enough that only she could hear. Where's All Might? He was supposed to be here. 13 leaned in and whispered back, he ran out of time dealing with a villain on his way here. He's currently resting. Said he'll try to join us when he recovers. As irrational as always, I see, Aizawa said with a frown. He sighed, then turned to the class. Well, it's not like we can do anything about it now. Let's just get started then. 13 walked back to the front of the class, clapping her hands together to regain everyone's attention. Now, before we begin the actual training, let me explain something important about my quirk and why it matters. The class quieted down. My quirk is called Black Hole, 13 began, her tone becoming more serious. I can suck up anything and turn it into dust. While it's incredibly useful for clearing debris during rescue operations and creating safe paths for civilians, it can also very easily kill if used incorrectly. She let that sink in for a moment. That's why it's so important to truly understand your own quirks. Any quirk, when misused, might harm others or even lead to death with just one wrong move. Power without control is a disaster waiting to happen. The class nodded solemnly, the weight of her words hitting home. Shurei. A certain redhead thought. 13 bowed formally. That's all from me. Thank you for listening. Aizawa stepped forward. Now that we're done with the introduction, let's buzz. The lights throughout the entire USJ facility suddenly flickered. Once. Twice. Then some sections went completely dark. What was that? Aizawa muttered, his instincts immediately on alert. He spun around, and his eyes widened. Near the central fountain area, a swirl of purple-black mist appeared, expanding rapidly like a crack in reality. From the portal, a figure emerged. A person wearing a black hoodie covered in severed hands. Akira's expression immediately shifted, his eyes narrowing. Nia, still in Momo's arms, hissing at the portal. Aizawa didn't wait. He jumped into action immediately. Everyone get back. He yelled, his voice cutting through the shocked silence. 13, guard them. The class began to scatter in confusion and panic. What's going on? Kirishima shouted, looking between the portal and his teacher. The portal expanded even further, and a lot of figures began pouring in. Rough-looking individuals with various quirks and weapons, all showing hostile intent. Izuku stepped forward to get a better look, trying to analyze the situation. I said get back. Aizawa roared, his eyes flashing red as his quirk activated. This is not a drill. They are real villains. Shoto looked around the lights. The electricity is out. That means the security alerts can't go off automatically. That's right, Momo added. We need to evacuate quickly and get help. Aizawa began walking toward the army of villains approaching them, his capture scarf already unfurling. Sensei, wait. Izuku yelled desperately. Your quirk isn't suited for this kind of mass combat. You can't take them all on alone. Aizawa kept moving forward, putting on his yellow eye gear. There are other ways to fight. And without another word, he leaped forward into the mass of villains, his capture scarf whipping out to ensnare multiple enemies at once. Back with the class, 13 ordered the class. Everyone evacuate the facility now. But before anyone could react, the purple-black mist suddenly surrounded them all, swirling around the entire group, trapping them. Akira's eyes widened. He immediately moved, rushing toward Momo and Nia. He grabbed them both, pulling them close and wrapping his arms protectively around them just as the teleportation activated. The world dissolved into darkness. When reality snapped back into focus, Akira, Momo, Nia, Jiro, and Kaminari found themselves falling through the air. They hit the ground hard in what looked like the landslide zone, which was the rocky terrain with unstable ground. Akira had twisted mid-fall to take the brunt of the impact, landing on his back with Momo secure in his arms. Nia clung to Momo's shoulder. You okay? Yeah, Momo nodded seriously, her mind already shifting into crisis mode. Nia added quickly, yes. Akira helped her stand, then turned to check on the others. Jiro, Kaminari. We're good. Jiro called back, though she looked shaken. I am not good. What the hell was that? Kaminari groaned. But before he could get an answer, they heard footsteps walking towards them. A large group of villains emerged from behind the terrain, surrounding them. There had to be at least 20 of them. The one leading them was a tall man with messy blonde hair and a scar across his cheek. He looked at the small group of students and laughed. Oi, oi, oi. Would you look at that? The boss sent all of us for just 4 kids and a cat. This has to be a joke. His eyes landed on Jiro and Momo specifically, and he licked his lips in a way that made everyone's skin crawl. Well, the boss did say we could do whatever we wanted with these brats once we separated them. So let's get this started, yeah. The villains began to close in as their quirks activated. Before anyone could react, something weird happened. Akira did something weird. He removed both swords from his waist and sat down in a prayer position. He kept his blades beside him, perfectly parallel. Everyone froze in confusion. The villains, Momo, Jiro, Kaminari. They all stared at him in complete confusion. What is he doing? Akira then did something that shocked everyone except Nia. He unsheathed one blade slightly and used it to hit a button against his hand armor, revealing his bare skin. Then, without hesitation, he slashed the sharp edge across his palm. Blood gushed out. Akira. Momo gasped, horrified. But he didn't respond. He pressed his bleeding palms together in prayer, closed his eyes, and spoke quietly. Give me strength, Sasha, Shino. The temperature around them suddenly spiked. Akira's eyes snapped open. They were burning with red flames that flickered and danced where his irises should be. His voice came out low and dangerous. Give me the strength to hold back. Blue and red flames erupted across his entire body, surrounding him. The blonde villain got serious, getting ready to launch an attack. Akira picked up his swords and stood up slowly. The prayer was over. Now came the reckoning. What do you think of that prayer? Pretty badass, right? Let me know. Plus, if you want, you can read up to 9+. 10 will be up soon, advanced chapters, and support me. You can always join my P at Treaon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treaon on Google. 72, Chapter 71, Red Demon, Bonus Chapter. Welp, we got it, so here it is. This is a short chapter because I needed a buffer chapter, to connect the final fight. Kira thought, lying in his pool of blood, as he tried to remember where it all went wrong. Sachiro Kira was a known gangster in the Tokyo underground. A name that was feared by many, and respected by ever more. His quirk, rocks, allowed him to summon and control rocks that he absorbed in advance. A solid quirk that allowed him to climb ranks in his gang. For 3 years, he was the leader of his gang and ruled his area with an iron fist. Everything was going perfectly until that freak appeared. Shigariki. At first, he thought he was just another wannabe villain who wanted to rule Japan and defeat All Might. How wrong I was. Before his gang, or he could have done anything, a portal opened, and through it a disgusting dark creature walked out. Within minutes, his gang was on its knees. Their lives in the hands of this Shigariki guy. He offered us a deal. I will let you bugs live, in exchange for your service. How does that sound? It was not a question but an order. To save our lives, we agreed to follow his command. And so 5 days later, here they were, along with many other gangs and small-time villains, gathered in USJ to storm the best school for heroes, UA. This was not supposed to happen. But fates had a different plan for them, a plan known as Akira. What is this demon doing in a hero course? 30 seconds. That's how long it took that red-haired demon to wipe his whole gang out. Kira had tried everything: rock slide, rock cannon, rock punch. But that demon cut through everything as if they were made out of butter. He could not see the demon. All he could hear were slashes and the cry of pain of his gang members. And before he knew, he was on the ground, with his arm missing. Thud, thud, thud. Kira slowly looked up as he heard footsteps approaching him. There he saw the burning red eyes of the demon. Completely calm, without a thread of emotion. You can't kill. The demon brought his blade to Kira's wound, and then pain. Kira rolled around as his already sliced arm burned with agony. Relax, I made sure you won't die due to blood loss. That was the last thing he heard before darkness claimed him. 1 minute ago, Jiro, Kaminari, and Momo were nervous due to the situation they were in. Even though they knew Akira was strong, 20 villains were a huge number. And now, 1 minute later, fear. They all saw, felt, and smelled fear. 20 villains, all of them on the dusty ground, as they all yelled in pain and agony. 1 minute ago, Akira was praying, and then he got up and disappeared. None of the three could track him. He moved like a ghost. All they could see were the splashes of blood, the screams of villains, and the slashes flying around. A minute later, it hit Jiro and Kaminari. Kyurge. Both of them vomited violently, looking at the gruesome scene in front of them. However, Momo's eyes never left Akira. She kept her eye on him. She watched him cut, she watched him burn, she watched him become a devil, but not once did she take her eyes away from him. This was the side Akira kept locked away. The side she knew was there, but wished never came out. Ah! Momo flinched as she heard the final scream from the blonde villain as he lost his consciousness. Nia jumped from her hands and rushed to Akira, who was already walking towards them. As he walked up, Momo just stood frozen, unsure of what to say. Akira grabbed Nia, who was silent, and stood in front of Momo. He glanced at Jiro and Kaminari, who were still emptying their stomachs, and then at Momo. I know it's a lot to take in, Momo, and I understand that after what you seen me do, you might distance yourself from me. Akira paused, waiting for Momo to say something, but she just couldn't. Everything was too much for her to take in. Yes, she saw him do the same to that pen guy, but this? Him covered in blood, without any emotion? She had no words. Seeing her still unable to talk, he continued. I have seen the reality of this world. I, too, used to be a normal kid who wanted to be a simple hero and spend time with my loved ones, but alas, that dream died 2 years ago. He wiped the drops of blood from his face and turned around, heading towards the main battle, leaving a shaken Momo staring at his back. That's all. Again, I needed a build-up chapter. Hope ya understand. Plus if you want, you can read up to 8+ because you guys are too fast. 10 will be up soon. Advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Traeon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Traeon on Google. 73, Chapter 72, Savior. Here is today's chapter. Have fun. A four-armed villain rushed at Aizawa, his multiple fists cocked back for a devastating barrage. But the punches never connected. Aizawa ducked under the first strike with minimal movement, letting it sail harmlessly over his head. He sidestepped the second punch, his body already moving to the next position before the villain could adjust. What? As that thought finished forming, Aizawa's fist connected with the villain's face, sending the man flying backward through the air. I don't really need to cancel the quirk of an idiot like you. His capture weapon unbundled from around his neck. With a flick of his wrist, Aizawa whipped the tape toward the airborne villain. Snap! The tape caught him mid-flight, wrapping around his torso. Aizawa yanked hard, redirecting the villain's momentum and flinging him like a human projectile straight at a cluster of his allies who were preparing their own attacks. Watch out! But it was too late. The four-armed villain crashed into the group, sending bodies flying in all directions. Limbs tangled. Heads collided. Weapons clattered to the ground. Before they could even begin to recover, Aizawa was already moving again. He fought like a man with years of underground hero experience, fighting the kind of villains that never made it onto the news. He moved like a phantom through the chaos, weaving between attacks that should have hit him but somehow never did. It seemed like he had eyes in the back of his head. A villain with a blade quirk slashed at him from behind, thinking he'd found an opening. Aizawa twisted at the last second, the blade missing by centimeters. His elbow shot back immediately, catching the attacker square in the throat. The villain went down, choking and gasping for air. Another came from the left, quirk activated, some kind of strength enhancement based on the suddenly bulging muscles and veins. Aizawa's eyes flashed red, his quirk erasing the enhancement instantly. Aizawa's capture weapon shot out, wrapped around the now normal villain's leg, and yanked hard. The man was slammed into the ground with enough force to crack the ground beneath him. Damn it! He's too fast. Keep attacking. He has to blink eventually. They were right about that. Aizawa's quirk had a significant weakness. He had to keep his eyes open and focused on his target to maintain the erasure effect. Eventually, his eyes would dry out and he'd have to blink, giving his opponents their powers back for a brief moment. But Aizawa had learned long ago how to fight around that limitation. A villain with some kind of elastic quirk tried to grab him from a distance. Aizawa grabbed the extended arms, used them like ropes, and pulled himself toward the villain at high speed. Before the elastic villain could react, Aizawa's boot connected with his face, knocking him out. I got him. Aizawa spun to see a barrage of thorns launching toward him like missiles. The villain who'd fired them, some kind of plant-based quirk with cacti growing from his back, was already preparing for another volley. Aizawa ducked low. The thorns passed overhead close enough to ruffle his hair and tear small holes in his capture weapon. Before the thorn villain could reload, Aizawa's capture tape shot out like a snake and wrapped around the villain's arm. Aizawa pulled hard. The villain stumbled forward, completely off balance. Aizawa pulled harder, using the momentum and the villain's own weight against him. He spun, building centrifugal force, swinging the villain in a wide arc. Then he released. The thorn villain flew through the air in a perfect arc and crashed into 3 of his allies who'd been trying to flank Aizawa from the right. His eyes scanned the remaining villains with the practiced assessment of a veteran hero. Fewer than half of the original number were still standing, and those who were looked significantly less confident than they had 5 minutes ago. Some were actually backing away, reconsidering their life choices. Who's next? Aizawa asked, his voice carrying a dangerous edge that made several villains flinch. Azui and Midoriya finally reached the central plaza area after making their way through the shipwreck zone. What they saw when they arrived made Tsuya's blood run cold. Aizawa-sensei was still fighting, still standing despite everything. Bodies littered the ground around him. Some were groaning in pain, clutching broken limbs. Others were completely knocked out, in awkward positions. Tsuyu did a quick count and stopped at 30. 30 villains. 1 hero. And Aizawa was still going, still moving, still fighting. Wow, Izuku breathed beside her. He turned to Tsuyu, his voice full of respect. He's so cool. Look at him, he's holding off all of them by himself. Tsuyu nodded silently, unable to tear her eyes away from the fight. Rib bit. Aizawa-sensei is incredible. I knew he was a pro hero, but seeing it like this. He makes it look easy, Izuku muttered. But Tsuyu noticed something the others might have missed, something that made her chest tighten with worry. Aizawa's movements were getting slightly slower. His breathing was heavier, his chest rising and falling with more effort. The constant use of his quirk was taking its toll. Even the strongest heroes had limits. And Aizawa was approaching his. And then everything changed. The hand-masked villain who'd been standing back moved. He had been watching the entire fight with an almost bored expression, scratching at his neck absently. You're quite persistent, he said. I'll give you that. But you're tired. I can see it. Your movements are slowing. Your eyes are dry. How much longer can you really keep this up? Aizawa's eyes narrowed, but he didn't waste breath responding. The masked guy rushed forward with surprising speed. Aizawa reacted instantly, his capture weapon shooting out to intercept and bind. But the villain dodged, weaving under the cloth, as he closed the distance in seconds, his hand reaching out. Aizawa tried to elbow Shigeriki's stomach to create space and buy time to reset his position. But Shigeriki blocked it with his forearm. All 5 fingers made contact, and he smiled. Immediately, the skin began to crumble and decay. Gray ash flaked away as Shigeriki's quirk ate through flesh and muscle like acid. Aik. Aizawa jerked back violently, breaking contact before the decay could spread to his entire arm. His elbow was badly damaged. His skin was completely gone, muscle exposed, and bleeding. Shigeriki sighed dramatically, scratching at his neck. You lasted longer than I expected. But it's over now. He looked back toward the black giant with him. Noma. Finish him. The creature that had been standing motionless near the fountain suddenly moved. The Noma moved with terrifying speed, far, far faster than something that size and bulk should be able to move. It crossed the distance to Aizawa in less than a second. Aizawa tried to dodge, his exhausted body moving on pure instinct and years of training. But it wasn't enough. Not this time. The Noma's massive hand caught him mid-dodge. Then it slammed him into the ground. Crack. Aizawa's body went limp, the air driven completely from his lungs, pain exploding through his entire body as his ribs cracked. The Noma lifted him up, and slammed him down again. Crack. And again. Crack. And again. Crack. Each impact sent more cracks spreading through the concrete. Each hit pushed Aizawa closer to unconsciousness. From their hiding spot behind a piece of rubble, Izuku and Tsuyu stared in horror, unable to move, unable to help, unable to do anything but watch their teacher being destroyed. Sensei. Izuku whispered, his voice breaking with emotion, tears forming in his eyes. Tsuyu's hands clenched into fists. No, we have to do something. But then Shigariki moved again. Faster than he'd moved during the entire fight. Before either student could react, Shigariki was right there. Right in front of Tsuyu. His hand reached out, fingers spread wide, moving toward her face with clear intent to kill. Tsuyu froze completely. Every muscle in her body locked up. She knew exactly what would happen if those fingers touched her. She'd seen what they did to Aizawa's elbow. If he touched her face, she would die. Simple as that. She closed her eyes, tears forming unbidden, hot against her cheeks. I'm sorry, everyone. 1 second passed. I wanted to be a hero. 2 seconds. I wanted to save people. 3 seconds. I'm sorry, I wasn't strong enough. Ugh. The sound that came wasn't her scream. It was the villain's. A scream of pain that echoed through the entire USJ facility. Tsuyu's eyes snapped open in shock. The hand-masked guy was clutching his right hand. Or rather, what remained of it. His hand had been severed cleanly at the wrist. Blood sprayed from his hand, painting the ground red. Above him was a figure she recognized immediately. Red hair that seemed to glow in the light. Golden blue wings made of flame spread wide like an avenging angel descending from heaven. Twin katanas held in hands, one of them dripping with blood, along with a cat on his shoulder. Akira Shizenji was here. What, was all Tsuyu could think. Plus I spent some time writing Aizawa's fight. He is one tough motherfucker. Hope you enjoyed it. Plus if you want, you can read up to 8+ because you guys are too fast. 10 will be up soon. Advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Traeon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treon on Google. 74, Chapter 73, Little Cat, Bonus Chapter. No way you guys got this 12 minutes before the reset skull. I will update today's chapter when I wake up. Thumbs up. The same as last week. Bonus Chapter, 500 PS. No way you get to 500 before I wake up, right? Tsuyu recognized that voice. Shizenji-kun. Shigariki fell backward, clutching his bleeding arm. You little. Shigariki snarled, but the words died in his throat as he looked up at Akira's burning eyes. Akira's eyes shifted to Aizawa, who was barely hanging on to consciousness. Then he moved. Before Shigariki could react, Akira was already in front of the Nomo. Hands off the hobo. His swords flashed. Blade style, cleave. A red-hot slash tore through the air, the heat distorting everything around it. The attack connected with Noma's arm, severing it cleanly. The Noma jumped back immediately, its blank eyes showing no pain, no fear, nothing. It landed several meters away, and the students watching could only stare in horror as the severed arm began to regenerate. Flesh grew back. Muscle reformed. Bone reconstructed itself. Within seconds, the arm was completely restored, as if nothing had happened. Akira didn't seem surprised. He landed next to Aizawa, his wings folding as he knelt down beside his teacher. You good, sensei? Aizawa coughed, blood flecking his lips. Yeah, just a scratch. Akira nodded as he placed his hand on Aizawa's chest. Blue flames erupted from his palm, spreading across Aizawa's entire body like a blanket. The broken bones reattached. The damaged elbow reconstructed itself, skin growing back over the exposed muscle. Internal bleeding stopped. Bruises faded. 10 seconds later he was healed. Luckily, none of his organs were damaged, which would have made it much impossible for Akira to heal him. But healing was not enough. The exhaustion from the prolonged fight, the mental strain of using his quirk continuously, the blood loss, none of that could be healed. Aizawa tried to get up, but he had no energy to do so. Akira caught him before he could hit the ground again. Then he reached up and plucked Nia from his shoulder. Could you take care of this hobo uncle along with Midoriya and the frog girl? Without waiting for a response, Akira launched himself forward, his wings propelling him at incredible speed. His plated boot connected with the Noma's chest, which sent the creature flying away from the group, creating distance between the monster and the vulnerable students. Nia puffed out her small chest proudly and yelled, "Leave it to me, Daddy." Aizawa, still conscious enough to process what was happening despite his exhaustion, looked at the tiny cat. "I don't think you're big enough to carry me," he said dryly. Nia turned her head to glare at him. "Shut up and watch." Then she began to glow. The light started as a soft golden glow around her small body, but it quickly intensified. The air around her rippled with energy, distorting like heat waves rising from a hot road. I know a weird comparison, but it was the best way I could think of it. Grinning face with sweat. Izuku and Tsuyu watched with wide eyes as the small cat began to change. Her body expanded rapidly, bones cracking and reforming. The cute little house cat grew larger and larger. Within seconds, where a small black cat had stood, there was now a creature that looked like it had stepped out of ancient mythology. The image, comment. The transformed Nia resembled a massive panther-like beast. Glowing golden rune-like symbols were traced across her shoulders, legs, and tail. Just as she transformed, a swirl of purple-black mist appeared directly above the group. The portal expanded, and shadowy tendrils reached down toward the unconscious hero. Nia's head snapped up. Her massive jaws opened. Roar! The roar was accompanied by devastating shockwaves. It slammed into Kurogiri's portal, disrupting the mist and sending the villain flying backward. Aizawa, Izuku, and Tsuyu could only stare at the transformed Nia. Their mouths hung open. What? Izuku whispered. Tsuyu added. Fuck, Aizawa finished, too exhausted to care about language around students. But Kurogiri wasn't done. Several portals suddenly opened in the air above them. From each one, villains began dropping like rain. They were the remaining thugs that had been scattered across the various zones of the USJ. What's going on? Where are we? What is that thing? From his position near the fountain, clutching his severed wrist, Shigariki screamed. Kill that creature. The villains, confused and disoriented, looked at the massive panther beast in front of them. Some hesitated. Some took steps back, but they could not say no to Shigariki. So they charged. 25 villains, all with various quirks, all with weapons, rushed toward Nia. Nia growled as her golden eyes tracked every approaching enemy. She turned her massive head slightly toward Aizawa, Izuku, and Tsuyu behind her. Stay behind me, Nia commanded, her voice much heavier. Then she turned back to face the charging villains. Her claws, each one as long as a knife and glowing faintly with that same golden light as her runes. The golden markings across her body pulsed brighter, responding to her rising battle intent. The first villain reached, aimed for her head. Nia didn't dodge. She caught the fist in her jaws, her sharp teeth digging into his skin, but making sure to avoid any organs. The man screamed. Nia shook her head violently, then released, sending the villain flying through the air. A woman with a fire quirk launched a stream of flames at Nia's side. But flames never reached her. Nia vanished from her spot and appeared behind the villain. Nia's tail whipped around and struck the woman in the chest. She went down hard, unconscious before she hit the ground. Two villains tried to attack from opposite sides simultaneously, but alas, the results were the same. Nia's massive paws moved faster than something her size should be able to move. She caught one villain with her left paw, slamming him into the concrete. Her right paw caught the other villain mid-leap and threw him into the fountain. She's too strong. Fuck this, I am out. But there was nowhere to fall back to. Nia moved like a shadow, flowing from one opponent. Her size advantage was overwhelming. A villain with a hammer quirk managed to get close and hit at her side. The hammer scraped across her fur and bounced off with a metallic clang, as if he'd struck armor rather than flesh. Nia's head turned and stared at the shaking villain. Her jaws opened. The villain had just enough time to realize his mistake before those massive jaws closed around his midsection. She grabbed him and threw him away. From behind Nia, Izuku watched the battle with total shock. Her transformation. He muttered. She's gained incredible physical strength, enhanced durability. Rib bit. Midoriya, maybe now isn't the best time for analysis. Right. Sorry. But he kept watching, kept cataloging, unable to help himself. Aizawa, lying on the ground and too exhausted to move, watched the transformed Nia dismantle the villain force. Sigh. I knew this kid would be trouble. Another villain went flying past their position, screaming. Rib bit, should we be helping? Tsuyu asked, though she wasn't sure what they could possibly add to this fight. No, Aizawa said firmly. Stay behind her. She's protecting us. Let her do her job. If we jump in, we would only slow her down. And Nia was doing exactly that. Every villain that got within 10 meters of the students was immediately intercepted. Every attack aimed at the vulnerable group behind her was blocked or deflected. A villain with a rope-type quirk tried to reach around her massive form to grab Izuku. Nia's tail wrapped around the rope and yanked. The villain was pulled off his feet and slammed into the ground repeatedly until he stopped moving. On the other end of USJ, Akira and the Nomo stared at each other. So you can heal yourself. As he said that, a crazed smile appeared on his face. Let's see how long you last. A bit shorter, but I am taking it slow with action. And trying to build it up. Let me know your thoughts. Next chapter, the Nomo is getting his ass clapped. That came out wrong. But you know what I mean. Bye. Plus if you want, you can read up to 8+ because you guys are too fast. 10 will be up soon. Advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Traeon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treon on Google. 75, Chapter 74, Solar Radiance. You guys won't let me live, so here. Take it. Bonus chapter, 500 PS. Hopefully won't happen till the next day. Right? One moment, it was standing several meters away. The next moment, it vanished. What? Akira's eyes widened. He'd lost track of it. The creature had moved so fast that his eyes couldn't follow. The Nomo reappeared directly in front of him, its massive fist aimed at his head. Akira crossed both blades in front of his face at the last possible second. Crack. The impact was devastating. Even with both swords absorbing most of the force traveled through the blades. He flew backward like a missile, his body crashing into a concrete wall with bone-breaking force. The wall shattered on impact, as Akira's body went straight through the first wall, then the second, finally stopping when he hit a steel support beam that bent from the collision. Cough. Blood sprayed from his mouth. He slid down the bent beam and landed in the pile of debris. He's fast, Akira muttered, spitting more blood onto the ground. The fastest thing I've ever faced. As he pushed himself to his feet, his body was already knitting itself back together. Broken ribs mended. Internal bleeding stopped. Bruised organs repaired themselves. I have to keep up, he thought, forcing himself to stand straight. If I can't match his speed, I'm dead. Phoenix Drive. Blue flames erupted across his entire body, boosting his physical capabilities to their very limit. The flames formed an aura around him, then condensed to form his wings again. Let's end this. Akira shot forward, his wings propelling him. The Nomo saw him coming. Its blank eyes tracked the movement perfectly. It rushed forward to counter with a strike of its own. Boom. The shockwave from their clash sent ripples through the air, kicking up dust and debris in all directions. Blade style, cleave. A massive red slash tore through the air, aimed at the Nomo's torso. The attack connected, cutting deep into the creature's chest. But that was not enough. The Nomo rushed in again. Akira maneuvered mid-air, the fist missing his face by inches. He used the momentum to spin, bringing his second blade around in a horizontal slash that took off the Nomo's arm at the shoulder. The limb hit the ground. For a single moment, Akira thought he'd gained an advantage. Unfortunately, it was not that easy. Nomo's shoulder bubbled as if it had turned into liquid and expanded. Within 3 seconds, the arm was completely regenerated. The same happened to the slash on its chest. It was already closing, flesh knitting back together. Shit. The Nomo's fist slammed into Akira's guard again, sending him skidding backward. And so the loop began. They reset. Then they clashed again. And again. And again. The fight became an exchange of violence and regeneration. Akira would land a cleave, then the Nomo would heal. The Nomo would land a hit, and would Akira's blue flames would heal him in seconds. Neither could gain a permanent advantage. Akira ducked under a haymaker and drove both blades into the Nomo's stomach. He twisted the blades and flamed the monster's insides, maximizing the damage. The Nomo grabbed his head with both hands and slammed its head into Akira's face. Akira got a bit dizzy, but his flames kicked in just in time to fix him. He ripped his blades out and jumped back. The Nomo's stomach wound sealed itself in seconds. This is insane, Akira thought, breathing harder now. Neither of us can die. Neither of us will stop. They charged each other again. Akira launched a vertical slash aimed at splitting the Nomo's skull. But the Nomo redirected it using his arm. The blade cut into its palm, but the creature didn't care. It held the sword firmly, preventing Akira from pulling it free. Then it punched Akira in the stomach with its free hand. The Nomo released the blade and followed up with a combination. Left hook to the ribs, right straight to the chest, knee to the stomach. Each hit landed, causing heavy damage to Akira. Akira's flames flared brighter, working overtime to keep him functional. He managed to break away, creating distance, but he was breathing heavier now. The Nomo? It was still in top shape. It doesn't get tired. This will be a problem. He was fighting a machine with unlimited energy. They clashed again in the center of the plaza, their speeds creating sonic booms with each exchange. The pattern continued without end. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Akira could feel his stamina running out. His blue flames were using up his energy reserves at an alarming rate. Each healing cycle took more out of him. Each clash required more effort to keep up with the Nomo's relentless assault. But the Nomo kept going, fresh as it had been at the start. I need to end this, Akira thought desperately. But how? How do I kill something that won't die? The Nomo rushed at him again. Akira made a split-second decision. He planted his feet and held both swords in a specific grip, channeling red flames along both blades until they glowed white-hot. Blade style, mesh. He yelled in frustration. Slash. 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 An insane number of cuts were launched towards the Nomo in a fraction of a second. But the Nomo walked straight into it. Its body was shredded, but it continued walking. Like the scene of Mahoraga walking through Sukuna's domain. Cuts appeared across its torso, arms, legs, neck, and face. Blood sprayed in every direction. Chunks of flesh fell to the ground. For a moment, the Nomo stopped and looked like it might collapse. Then the wounds began to close, and it walked again. However, Akira saw it. A delay. Tiny. Barely a second. But it was there. The wounds weren't healing instantly anymore. The regeneration was still happening, but it was slower than it had been at the start of the fight. There's a limit, Akira realized. It can heal, but not infinitely. And not instantly. I just have to overwhelm it. But even as he thought it, exhaustion pulled at his limbs. His blue flames were dimming. He was running out of stamina. The Nomo, meanwhile, kept walking. I have to use it, Akira thought. But then he looked around at his surroundings. At the plaza, where Nia was protecting Aizawa, Izuku, and Tsuyu. At the other students who were scattered throughout the facility. If he used that here, the explosion would destroy everything in a massive radius. His classmates would be in the blast zone. He couldn't. The Nomo, who was completely healed, rushed at Akira again as its fist connected with his blade. The force sent him flying backward. He looked up just in time to see the Nomo charging again, fist pulled back for another devastating blow. Akira tried to raise his guard, but his arms were too slow, too tired. The punch connected. His vision went white from the pain. He felt himself flying, his back slamming into something solid. As he fell, his vision swimming, his gaze drifted upward. The damaged ceiling. The gaps in the structure form his previous cleaves. The open sky beyond. And then it clicked. The sky. If I can't use it here, then I need to take this fight somewhere else. As Akira hit the ground, he forced his battered body to move. With the last of his strength, he gripped both swords and threw them at the charging Nomo. It sidestepped, easily dodging both blades. But that moment of distraction was all Akira needed. His body erupted with red flames, fully covering his body. His human form was covered, transforming into something else entirely. A massive bird made of pure red flames took shape where Akira had been standing. Akira flapped his wings once and shot forward. Boom! The sound barrier shattered. The Nomo's head snapped up at the sound. But the creature was too slow. The firebird slammed into the Nomo like a meteor, its burning talons wrapping around the creature's torso. The Nomo's flesh sizzled and burned where the claws made contact, but the firebird didn't give it time to react. Akira beat his wings, building momentum and altitude, aiming for the ceiling. They shot upward together, the Nomo struggling in his grip. Akira smashed through the already damaged ceiling. They burst out into the open air above the USJ facility, rising higher and higher into the sky. The facility grew smaller beneath them. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The Nomo thrashed in his grip, its fist slamming into the firebird's body. But Akira's flame form simply reformed wherever it was damaged. Finally, when they were high enough that the ground looked like a distant memory, Akira spun. His body rotated rapidly, building up centrifugal force. Then he released. The Nomo was flung upward, shooting into the sky. It climbed higher and higher until it was just a small dot. Akira hovered there for a moment, his flame body burning bright against the sky. Then his beak opened. Inside the firebird's mouth, something began to form. Heat compressed into a single point. It started as a small ember, then grew into a burning sphere, then expanded into something that looked like a miniature sun itself. The light was blinding. The heat radiating from it distorted the air for hundreds of meters in every direction. Solar radiance. The miniature sun shot forward. It was like watching a falling star in reverse. A beam of solar fire shot upward into the sky. The Noma, still tumbling through the air from being thrown, had just enough time to look down. The beam connected. For a moment, nothing happened. The beam struck the Noma dead center. Silence. Complete silence, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Then, hope you liked it. What do you think? The cliffhanger is not that bad, right? Plus, if you want, you can read up to 8+, because you guys are too fast. 10 will be up soon. Advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Traeon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Traeon on Google. 76, Chapter 75, Akira. Today's chapter. Bonus chapter, 500 PS. I know you will hit the mark in few hours. The blast was visible for kilometers in every direction. The shockwave rattled windows across Musutafu. Car alarm systems went off throughout the city. Birds fled from trees in panic. People looked up from their daily routines, confused and scared by the explosion in the sky. Inside the USJ facility, everyone stopped. Students, teachers, villains. Everyone froze and stared up at the sky through the massive hole Akira had created in the ceiling. The light was blinding. Most people had to shield their eyes or look away. Then the heat wave hit. A blast of warm air swept through the facility like someone had opened an oven door. The temperature spiked by several degrees in seconds. Nia, still in her massive panther form, stared up at the explosion with wide yellow eyes. Looks like Daddy is done. Shigariki, clutching his severed wrist with his remaining hand, stared at the sky. His visible eye was wide with shock. What is that power? Total confusion. How is a UA student this strong? He had no answer. That's a student. A first-year student has that kind of destructive capability? Slam. The main entrance doors of the USJ burst open. All Might stood in the doorway, his face twisted in anger. Not his usual smile. I am here. Too late, buddy. Neutral face. His voice boomed through the entire facility. Kurojiri immediately materialized next to Shigariki. We need to go. Now. No. Shigariki yelled like a child. We have to get that kid at least. The red-haired one. If we can get that quirk to mast. Kurojiri didn't wait for him to finish. A portal opened beneath Shigariki, and he dropped through it, his protests cut off mid-sentence. The warp villain turned to face All Might for a brief moment. Another time, symbol of peace. Then he vanished. All Might's fists clenched. He wanted to chase them, wanted to drag them back and make them pay. But his students needed him. The facility was still full of villains. All of them scattered throughout the various zones. Everyone. UA teachers are here. Secure the students and subdue the remaining villains. As if on cue, the other teachers burst in through various entrances. Present Mike arrived at the conflagration zone, his voice quirk at maximum volume. Yerh! The sonic scream sent villains flying in all directions. Those who weren't knocked out immediately were too disoriented to fight back. Cementos emerged near the ruins zone, his hands pressed to the ground. The concrete and stone responded to his quirk, rising up like living things to trap the villains in place. Stone hands grabbed limbs. Concrete walls boxed them in. Ho ho ho, aren't you guys quite bold? Ectoplasm appeared in multiple locations simultaneously, his clones working in perfect coordination. One clone would distract, another would strike, a third would bind. Snipe positioned himself on high ground, the perfect position for a sniper. Rubber bullets found their marks with precision, dropping villains who thought they'd found hiding spots. Within 5 minutes, the remaining villains were subdued. All Might, once the immediate threats were handled, rushed to the central plaza where he could see Aizawa lying on the ground. He dropped to his knees beside his colleague. Aizawa, are you all right? Aizawa, exhausted but conscious, managed a nod. I'm fine, healed, just tired. All Might's eyes scanned his body, finding no injuries. What about all this blood? The kid healed me, Aizawa interrupted, his voice rough. All Might's attention shifted to the massive panther creature standing protectively near a group of students. And what's that creature? Just then, Nia began to glow. The massive panther form shrank rapidly, the golden runes fading. Within seconds, a small black cat stood where the beast had been. Nia stretched, arching her back, then looked up at All Might with bright golden eyes. Hello, buff man. All Might just stared. Is that her quirk? The students who'd been separated throughout the facility began gathering in the central plaza. Momo appeared from the direction of the landslide zone, her eyes scanning the crowd desperately. When she spotted Nia, she ran. Nia! Momo dropped to her knees in front of the cat, her hands shaking. Where's Akira? I saw that huge explosion. Was that him? Her voice was rising with each word, panic full in her tone. Nia sat down calmly. Don't worry about Daddy. He's like a cockroach. That's not. Crash. Something broke through the damaged USJ ceiling, falling fast. It hit the ground several meters from the group with enough force to create a crater in the ground. Dust exploded outward. All Might immediately stepped in front of the students, his arms spread wide, shielding them from whatever threat had just arrived. The smoke cleared slowly. A figure lay in the center of the crater. Red hair, tattered hero costume, and unconscious. Akira. The class's eyes widened in horror. Akira. Momo ran past All Might. She slid to her knees beside him, grabbing his shoulders. Akira. Wake up. She started shaking him. Wake up. Please wake up. Tears welled in her eyes. Come on. This isn't funny. Wake up. She shook him harder. Several of the girls started crying too. Toru's floating gloves covered where her mouth would be. Mina's usual smile was gone, replaced with shock and grief. Even some of the boys looked away, their expressions grim. Kirishima's fists clenched. That's not, he can't be. Izuku stood frozen, his mind refusing to accept what he was seeing. All Might looked down at the unconscious student, shame washing over his features. If I had been here from the start, if I hadn't used up my time dealing with that villain on the way. Seeing this, Nia sighed and walked forward. Everyone watched as the small cat approached Akira's unconscious body with, Nia, what are you? Nia lifted one paw, and smacked Akira across the face. Hard. Nia. Momo yelled, horrified. Shush, Nia said calmly. Her claws extended from her paw. She placed them delicately against Akira's cheek. Wake up before I claw that pretty face you're so proud of, Daddy. Silence. Then Akira sighed. His eyes opened slowly as he looked up at the concerned faces surrounding him and smiled. That was funny, no. The class just stared at him. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. Guys. Akira's smile faltered slightly. It was a joke. Funny, right? Momo stood up. Her expression was unreadable. You look fine, Momo. Off. Then she started kicking him. You stupid fuck. Her foot connected with his ribs. You think that's funny? Another kick. I thought you were dead. Kick. Do you have any idea? Kick. How worried? Kick. I was. Tears were streaming down her face as she continued kicking the dumbass. Nia sat down nearby and started laughing. Nia ha 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 ha. Oh, this is great. Ow. Hey, Momo, big brains, stop. Akira tried to shield himself. Ow, not the face. Kick. I was joking. He protested. You know, to lighten the mood. Fuck off. Another kick landed. Please stop. Akira curled up defensively. Even though I'm fine, I'm completely out of energy. So please relax. Momo finally stopped, breathing heavily. She sniffed and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. Then reached down and grabbed Akira by the collar, hauling him to his feet. Okay, Akira said quickly, seeing her raise her fist. I get it. I took the joke a little bit too far, but... Not the punch, please, just dash. Momo pulled him into a tight hug. Akira froze. So did the class. Everyone stared. Mina leaned toward Tsuyu and whispered, Seuss. What? Nothing, Mina said, a knowing smile creeping onto her face. Momo's voice came out as a whisper, barely audible, spoken directly into Akira's ear. I don't give a fuck what you do to villains, she said, her voice shaking slightly. Yeah, it'll take me a while to get used to it. But you're my best friend, and I am never letting you go. Understand? Akira sat there, shocked. He looked at Nia, who was giving him the smuggest look imaginable. He ignored the cat and slowly wrapped his arms around Momo, returning the hug. Understood, he said quietly. The class gave them space, the moment too personal to interrupt. All Might watched the scene unfold, his expression softening. These kids, they've been through hell today. But they're supporting each other. That's what it means to be a hero. Aizawa, still sitting on the ground where All Might had left him, watched with his usual deadpan expression. But there was something in his eyes. Pride, maybe. Or relief. Nia's tail swished happily as she watched her father and Momo. After a long moment, Momo pulled back slightly, though she didn't let go completely. "Don't ever do that again," she said firmly, looking him in the eyes. "Fake my death or fight a regenerating monster?" Akira asked. "Both." "I'll try," Akira said, knowing he couldn't promise something like that in their line of work. Momo seemed to accept that, nodding once before finally releasing him. The rest of the class cautiously approached. "Dude," Kirishima said, his voice full of emotion. "That was the manliest and scariest thing I've ever seen." The explosion was visible from outside the facility, Izuku added. "The amount of energy required to create that kind of detonation, and you did it while exhausted." "Adrenaline's a hell of a drug," Akira said with a weak smile. "Language," Momo said automatically. Akira laughed, then immediately regretted it as pain shot through his ribs. "Ow. Okay, yeah, I need to not move for a while." "You need recovery, girl," Aizawa called from his position on the ground. "Both of us do. And probably half the class." "Not really, all I need is rest." "I don't care. You will still go to her to make sure you are okay. Is that understood?" Aizawa would not take a no for an answer, and Akira knew it. He sighed and nodded. All Might nodded after that. "Ambulances are already on the way. We'll get everyone checked out." "The Nomo?" Aizawa asked. Akira shook his head. "Gone. Nothing left but ash." "And the hand guy?" "Got away," All Might said, his voice carrying frustration. "Teleported out before I could stop him." "Shit," Akira muttered. The sound of sirens began echoing from outside the facility. Emergency services rushed in. The nightmare was over. But as Akira sat there, surrounded by his classmates, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. This isn't over. Not even close. But for now, he was alive. His classmates were safe. And Momo was still holding his hand, refusing to let go. That was enough. Nia jumped into his lap, curling up into a small ball. "Good job not dying, Daddy," she purred. "Thanks, you little menace," Akira said, scratching behind her ears. Around them, the teachers continued their work, securing the area and tending to injured students. The USJ incident would soon make the news, but that was something Nizu would deal with. Nizu is going to have a field day. Just search up Joe Mama P at Trian on Google. 77, Chapter 76, The Man on the Screen, Bonus Chapter. Here it is, people. Sorry took a while, I had my morning class. Shigariki Tamura fell through it, landing on his face. He hit the concrete floor hard, as blood still dripped from his wounds. Behind him, the portal closed, and Kurojiri stepped in. The warp villain's yellow eyes found Shigariki, and sighed. "Tamura." Shigariki shot up. He whipped around and lunged toward Kurojiri. His mind was blinded by rage. "You left him!" he screamed. "We could have taken the kid. We could have dash." "Tamura." One word. Shigariki froze. His hand dropped to his side as he turned slowly to face the screen. "Sensei, you don't understand. We had." "Tamura." The voice interrupted him again. "We will talk later. For now, go and get yourself treated." Shigariki's jaw tightened. He was pissed. Pissed at that redhead, pissed at Kurojiri, and above all, pissed at himself. But he nodded. He could never say no to his savior. Shigariki gave one last annoyed look to Kurojiri and walked away. Silence returned to the room. The figure on the screen waited a moment. Then spoke. "From Tamura's mood, I suppose things did not go as planned." Kurojiri nodded, folding his hands behind his back. "No, sir. The operation failed to achieve all objectives. The Nomo was destroyed. We were unable to inflict enough damage to force the government's hand against UA, and All Might arrived before we could complete the secondary objective of eliminating the students." The figure was still for a long moment. "So, All Might still has some life left in him? Interesting." Kurojiri hesitated. It was a minor action, a flicker of his mist form, a small delay before his next breath. But it was there. And the man on the screen noticed it. "There's something else." Kurojiri nodded. The Nomo was not destroyed by All Might. The silence that followed was different from before. Heavier. The figure on the screen uncrossed his legs and leaned into the camera. "Oh." Genuine surprise. A rare thing for this man. Then who? Kurojiri walked to a metal cabinet built into the far wall. He opened the second drawer, pulled out a manila folder, and began flipping through its contents. Intelligence files. Dossiers on the target class were compiled weeks before the attack from hacked admissions databases and surveillance footage. He found the page and pulled it free. Akira Shuzenji, Kurojiri read aloud. Age 15. Son of Anoka Shuzenji, former pro hero Emberheart. Grandson of Cho Shuzenji, aka Recovery Girl. The man on the screen processed the information for a while, then spoke. You are telling me that a 15-year-old child defeated a Noma that was engineered to kill All Might? Yes, sir. Partly the reason was Noma not having any counter to a flame-based quirk. Another stretch of silence. Then a single word, fascinating. The man leaned back in his chair, clearly amused. Tell me about his quirk. Kurojiri set the file down on the console below the screen. From what I observed, he possesses a flame-based quirk with a dual nature, blue and red. The blue flame has healing properties. I witnessed him fully restore Eraserhead's injuries in the field. The healing appeared high level. And the red? Destructive. Extremely so. The red flame is what he used against the Noma. It burned hot enough to overwhelm the regeneration quirk entirely. At the end of the battle, he flew into the sky and detonated what I can only describe as. Kurojiri paused. He rarely struggled with descriptions, but this one demanded precision. A miniature sun. The Noma was likely vaporized. Nothing remained. The man on the screen was quiet for like the 10th time. When he spoke again, there was something new in his voice. Interest. An emitter type, then. Not entirely. During the battle, the boy transformed. He transformed into a full bird-like form. It resembled a phoenix. A transformation component as well. Go on. He also demonstrated significant physical enhancement. Enough to trade blows with the Nomo in close combat for an extended period. His body appeared to heal itself continuously during the fight, as he was fully covered with blue flames. From what I could tell, his physical capabilities rival a low-end enhancement quirk at minimum. Emitter. Transformation. Physical augmentation. A healing factor. All from a single quirk. It appears so. Silence. Then a laugh. Low at first, then slowly building up to a loud laugh. Would you look at that, the man said, still chuckling. It has been a very, very long time since I've heard of a quirk this interesting. The laughter faded into something contemplative. When the man spoke again, his tone had shifted, yet again. Tell me, Kurojiri, is there anything different about the boy's body? Any visible signs of heteromorphic mutation? Marks, growths, anything that deviates from a standard human baseline? Kurojiri thought back. The boy's appearance during the battle. Not really, Kurojiri began. Then he stopped. Actually, there was one thing. Yes. A birthmark. On his forehead. Shaped like a feather. Silence yet again. Kurojiri waited. 1 second. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. He laughed like a maniac. Kurojiri felt the temperature drop. Or maybe it didn't. Maybe it was something else entirely. Sir. What is it? The man realized, looking back at the smoke head. Nothing, Kurojiri. The man's voice was silk over steel. Nothing at all. But through the dim screen, Kurojiri could see it. A smile. A smile that sent shivers down Kurojiri's spine. The hospital room, like always, smelled like antiseptic. Momo stood by the bed, hands covering her mouth to keep from laughing. Spoiler. It wasn't working. Akira lay in a hospital bed in a hospital gown, looking humiliated. His arms were covered in sensor pads, and his expression was the face of a man who had obliterated a weird monster 2 hours ago and was now being treated like he'd caught a cold. Beside him, in the same bed, wearing an identical miniature hospital gown made by Momo was the kitty, aka Nia. She had her own set of sensor pads, tiny ones, stuck to her little black ears and paws. Recovery Girl stood at the bedside, reading a monitoring device, scribbling notes on her clipboard. Akira sighed. Grandma, I told you. I'm fine. You know how my quirk works. Nia lifted her head from where she'd been resting on Akira's chest. And why is Nia getting the same treatment? Nia didn't even fight the big, scary thing. I fought the small, scary things. Very different. Recovery Girl didn't look up from her clipboard. Shut up, both of you. They shut up. She finished her reading, then turned to Akira. I need to make sure there are no internal injuries, she said firmly. Your quirk can repair damage, yes. But you cannot regenerate an organ that has been completely destroyed. If that Nomo crushed something beyond your healing threshold, we need to know now. Not tomorrow. Not when you collapse in the middle of a hallway. Akira opened his mouth. No questions, Recovery Girl added, before Akira could say a word. Akira closed his mouth. He knew some battles could never be won. She then shifted her gaze to Nia. As for you, little one, she said, you are giving your daddy some company. That's all. Nia's ears perked straight up. Oh. She immediately snuggled deeper into Akira's chest. Then Nia is perfectly fine with that. Momo couldn't hold it anymore. A giggle escaped. She covered her mouth quickly, but Akira caught it and shot her a look that said, I will remember this. She looked back and smiled at him. I hope you don't. Bang! The doors flew open. 3 people entered at once. Anoka came through first. Her eyes swept the room like a searchlight, finding Akira in the bed. She was still in her business attire, as she'd come straight from wherever she'd been when the news broke. Behind her stood Rika, who matched Anoka's energy, but relaxed after seeing Momo not in the bed. Kiyomasa, on the other side, had his usual expression. Cold eyes, straight posture, but if you look deeply enough, you could see him relaxing after seeing his daughter was unscathed. Are you all okay? All 3 of them said it at the same time. The room went still for a beat. Akira, Momo, and Nia looked at each other. Then back at the parents. They all nodded. Awkwardly. The tension broke like a dam. Rika exhaled so hard she leaned onto her husband. That's all that matters, she breathed. That's all that matters. She crossed the room and pulled Momo into a bear hug. Kiyomasa placed a hand on Momo's shoulder, just a hand, nothing more. He got an image to maintain after all, but the grip said everything his face wouldn't. Anoka, meanwhile, had walked to Akira's bedside. She snatched Cho's writing pad and skimmed through the report. After making sure he was fine, she looked at her son. Thank God. Anoka sighed as he kept a hand on Akira's shoulder, and the other hand was scratching Nia's back ear. He, Nia giggled. Then her expression hardened. I have a rat to kill, she said flatly. Recovery Girl sighed. Get in line. Akira smirked. Nia's gonna have a long week. Just then, the door opened again. Everyone turned. A man stood in the doorway. Tall. Brown overcoat that hung to his knees. A hat that looked like it belonged in a detective film from 50 years ago. He took one step into the room and stopped. Kiyomasa walked up to him. The businessman turned to face the newcomer. His eyes went cold. The kind of look he had when he was in business. I don't remember calling anyone, or giving anyone permission to walk into this room. The man didn't flinch. He'd clearly dealt with powerful people before. He reached into his overcoat and pulled out a badge. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, he said. I'm with the police force, assigned to the USJ incident. He lowered the badge and met Kiyomasa's gaze without wavering. I'm here for some questioning. The room went quiet. Akira looked at the detective, then at his mother, then at Kiyomasa, whose expression had shifted from protective to something far more dangerous. Akira knew that one more step and Kiyomasa would be calling his legal team. Rika's hand tightened on Momo's shoulder. Akira moved Nia off his chest softly and stood up, staring at the detective. Here we go. The faceless guy is moving. Plus the police is here. Some interesting stuff is coming up. Kissing face with smiling eyes. Plus if you want, you can read up to 8+ because you guys are too fast. 10 will be up soon. Advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Treon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Treon on Google. 78 Chapter 77 Law. Bonus Chapter 1000 PS. A little change in the character. Along with some sneaky stuff. Kiyomasa hadn't moved. He stood between Tsukachi and the rest of the room like a wall in a suit. Detective, Kiyomasa said, adjusting his glasses with one hand. I don't think this is a good time for any questions. So why don't you go back to your little station, and leave my daughter and her friend alone? He took a step closer. Or do you want me to do this the hard way? The detective stared back. He didn't step back. His eyes were locked on Kiyomasa's, studying him, as if trying to figure out where the line was drawn and whether or not it was worth crossing. Akira watched from the bed, impressed despite himself. I knew Kiyomasa was a cold guy. But damn. I never thought he would threaten a police detective straight to his face. The man just looked at a cop and said, "Try me." Respect. The stare-off lasted a few seconds. Neither blinked. Neither moved. Then Tsukachi spoke. "Mr. Yaoruzu." His voice was even. "I understand your concern. But I am not here on a social visit." He reached into his overcoat and pulled out a small notepad. He flipped it open. "I need to ask questions regarding the extensive force used by Akira Shuzenji during the USJ incident." The room was silent yet again. Anoka's eyes narrowed. Momo held her mother's hand. Tsukachi continued, reading from his notes. "From the footage recovered from the USJ's internal cameras, and from preliminary questioning of the apprehended villains, we have confirmed the following." He looked up from the notepad. Directly at Akira. During the course of the incident, Akira Shuzenji engaged approximately 34 villains across multiple zones of the facility. Of those, at least 21 sustained what can only be classified as grievous bodily harm. Severed limbs, cauterized wounds, third-degree burns across large portions of their bodies. He paused. He could have ended most of those fights without the need for such serious injury. Several of the villains were low-level street thugs with minor quirks. Yet the force applied was consistent across all engagements, maximum, and in some cases, excessive. Tsukachi closed the notepad. Even accounting for self-defense, which is certainly a valid argument given the circumstances, the level of force used opens the door to several potential charges. He listed them like items on a receipt. Aggravated assault. Potentially, attempted manslaughter. The words hit the room like a hammer. Momo's breath caught. She looked at Akira, her eyes full of concern. Rika held Momo tightly, reassuring her that the adults got this. Kiyomesa's jaw clenched. His eyes were furious. But he held his tongue. He knew the law. He knew what words could do in a room where a detective was already building a case. Akira, for his part, said nothing. He just watched. Studying the detective the same way the detective was studying him. He's not wrong, Akira thought. I didn't hold back. I chose not to. That was the point. But he didn't say that. Not yet. But a certain mother had other plans. Anoka stepped forward. Her motherly softness was gone. Like someone had flipped a switch and replaced the worried parent with the woman who used to run into burning buildings and tell villains to sit down while beating the shit out of them. Recovery girl, watching from behind, whispered under her breath. "He's dead." Green flames began to radiate from Anoka's body. Not much. Just enough. A soft glow that pulsed along her arms and shoulders, making the air around her shimmer with heat. She was no longer Anoka Shuzenji. This was Emberheart. She stepped directly in front of the detective. Close enough that the green glow reflected off his badge. "Then we will take you and your department to court," she said flatly. "How about that?" Tsukachi hesitated. He knew his facts. Everyone in this room knew the facts. Even if the police had a solid case, and honestly, the footage alone gave them one, it didn't matter. Shuzenji Enterprises had the strongest legal firm in the country, under them. Not just corporate lawyers or the intellectual property teams. The full spectrum. Criminal defense. Constitutional law. Media management. International litigation. Going to court against the Shuzenji family wasn't a legal battle. It was a siege. And Tsukachi wasn't sure his department had the budget, the time, or the political capital to survive one. But he did not plan to back down. Wow. Let's relax here. A new voice broke through the tension of the room. Everyone turned to the door. Nizu stood in the doorway, one paw raised like always. His beady eyes swept the room, assessing the situation. He strolled in, his tiny shoes clicking on the hospital floor, and positioned himself between Anoka and the detective. "Let's relax, Anoka." He then looked up at Tsukachi with a smile that was friendly on the surface and razor-sharp underneath. Detective Tsukachi is not an evil man. The man is simply doing his job. Right. Tsukachi looked down at the principal. He recognized the play immediately. The rat was giving him an off-ramp. A way to de-escalate without losing face. He nodded slowly. "That's correct." "See." Nizu clapped his paws together, like a teacher settling a classroom dispute. "Just a man doing his duty. Nothing personal. No need for flames, Anoka." Anoka's green glow dimmed, but didn't fully disappear. Her eyes stayed locked on the detective. Nizu turned back to the room, trying to find a solution. "So, how about this?" He looked at Akira. Akira, why don't you take 2 days off? Rest. Recover. Spend time with your family. He turned to Tsukachi. And after those 2 days, we can all sit down and discuss this properly. At my office. It was a reasonable offer, but that was not enough for Tsukachi. Principal Nizu. His voice was respectful, but firm. I don't care about neutral ground or 2-day breaks. What that student did is enough to warrant an arrest. Right now. Today. The room tensed again. Tsukachi continued, undeterred. And I'm afraid the HPSC will be involved in this case as well. Given the nature and the power of the quirk, along with the severity of injuries inflicted, this falls under their jurisdiction. The mention of the HPSC landed differently in this room than it would have in most. Akira's expression didn't change, but his mind did. The HPSC. He almost wanted to laugh. Those people again. Anoka's jaw tightened. She knew what the HPSC was capable of. She'd healed their agents. She'd seen the files. She knew the kinds of special jobs they had for people with powerful quirks and violent tendencies. They've been wanting to get their hands on Akira since that day in the mountains, she thought. Nizu rejected them once. Now they have a legitimate excuse to try again. But Nizu's smile disappeared. It just vanished. Like it had never been there at all. And that was the scariest thing that had happened in the room so far. Because Nizu, without a smile, was Nizu who could and would do anything. Don't worry about that little gang. I will deal with them. He looked at Tsukachi. The detective saw something in those beady black eyes that made his instinct scream. Why don't you call them? Nizu suggested, politely. They will agree to the 2 days. I'm sure of it. Tsukachi stared at the rat for a long moment. He didn't want to make the call. Every bone in his body told him to proceed by the book. Arrest the kid. File the report. Let the system do its work. But he knew Nizu. Everyone in law enforcement knew Nizu. The principal of UA was not a man you pushed unless you were absolutely certain you would win. And even then, the odds weren't in your favor. So Tsukachi did what he was told. He pulled out his phone. The room went quiet as he dialed. This is Detective Tsukachi. Regarding the USJ incident, I'm on site at the hospital with the student in question. Principal Nizu is requesting a 2-day grace period before formal questioning. Is it true we're not going with standard protocol? A pause. A voice on the other end, tinny through the phone speaker. Yes, the voice said. We've been advised to hold off for now. We really don't want to push Nizu too far. You and I both know what he's capable of when he's motivated. Another pause. Then the voice continued. Use the 2 days. Collect all the data you need to solidify the case. Review the footage frame by frame. Interview the remaining villains in custody. Build something airtight. A beat of silence. We will get that kid. After all, we have a special job for people like these. The call ended. The room was still. Akira's expression didn't change. But behind those red eyes, a thought formed. Sharp. Clear. Like a blade being pulled from a sheath. There it is. A special job. Same words. Same game. Different day. They haven't changed at all. Tsukachi pocketed his phone. He looked at the group with an expression that was part frustration, part resignation, and part something else. Duty, maybe. The look of a man who believed in the system even when the system bent around people more powerful than him. I and the HPSC will meet you in 2 days, he said. At UA. He turned to leave. But before he stepped through the door, he stopped. He looked over his shoulder. Directly at Akira. No one walks away after breaking the law. The words hung in the air. Akira looked at him. He didn't respond. He's fishing, Akira thought. He wants me to say something. Something he can write down in his little notepad and use later. So he gave him nothing. Just a blank stare and silence. Tsukachi held the look for 1 more second. Then he turned and walked out. His footsteps echoed down the hospital corridor until they faded into nothing. The door clicked shut. Nobody spoke for a while. Rika was the first to move, letting out a shaky breath and loosening her grip on Momo. Kiyomesa's shoulders dropped half an inch. Anoka's flames fully died out. Momo looked at Akira, who was still staring at the door. Then Nizu spoke. Well. The rat walked to the window, his paws clasped behind his back. He looked out at the city skyline, his reflection staring back at him in the glass. That was fun. Nobody laughed. Nizu turned around. He looked at Akira. No smile. No playfulness. No scheming twinkle. Just Nizu. The real one. You really got yourself into some real trouble this time, Akira. Akira met his eyes. Seems like it, he said. The room was quiet. Anoka looked at her son. She could see it. The gears turning behind those red eyes. He wasn't scared. He was planning. Akira looked down at his hands. The same hands that had torn through 34 villains. The HPSC wants to cage me. The police want to charge me. The public doesn't know what to think yet. He closed his fists. Good. This will be my first step towards my goal. He looked up at Nizu, who was watching him like he was reading an equation he'd never seen before. And for the first time since the detective had walked in, Akira smiled. A little change in character. Police stuff incoming. You gonna love it, fire. Plus if you want, you can read up to 8+ because you guys are too fast. 10 will be up soon. Advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Traeon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Trian on Google. 79, Chapter 78, Madam President. Today's chapter. I only have one word for this chapter. Power play. Bonus chapter, 1000 PS again, if you get it. I will update it tonight or when I wake up. His colleagues were waiting by the patrol cars. 3 officers. All of them were expecting him to come out with a teenager in cuffs. Where's the kid? Tsukachi loosened his tie. The HPSC and Principal Nizu have agreed to a 2-day grace period. Formal questioning happens at UA after that. All 3 of them looked confused. Until then, Tsukachi continued, opening his car door, we collect everything we can. Camera footage, villain testimonies, medical reports, anything that builds the case. I want it ready. One of the officers opened his mouth to ask something. Probably, why didn't we just arrest him? But Tsukachi cut him off. Don't worry about why. Just do what's asked. They all nodded and left for their respective tasks. Tsukachi got into his car and just sat there for a moment. That kid didn't even flinch. He started the engine and pulled out of the parking lot. 30 minutes later, he arrived. The HPSC headquarters was not a building that stood out. No flashy signs. No hero statues out front. It was a sleek, high-rise building in the government district. Tsukachi parked in the underground parking, took his badge from the glove box, and walked to the main entrance. 2 guards stood at the doors, both in plain dark suits. They checked his badge, scanned it, checked it again, then opened the doors. The lobby was quiet as always. Tsukachi walked to the elevator and hit the top floor. As the elevator climbed, he pulled a small notebook from his coat pocket. He started writing his thoughts out. Evidence needed. USJ internal camera footage, all angles, full duration. Villain testimony, focus on those who engaged Shuzenji directly. If possible, classmate testimony, handle carefully, they might be close to Akira. Medical reports on injured villains. He tapped the pen against the page, thinking. Then added one more line. Background on Shuzenji family legal resources. Know what we're walking into. The elevator dinged. Tsukachi stepped out into a corridor that was noticeably different from the rest of the building. This was where the decisions were made. People who moved through the corridor were important. Bureaucrats in pressed suits carrying folders. Analysts with tablets, whispering into earpieces. Tsukachi walked past all of them, heading to the end of the corridor. The final door had no nameplate. Just a small electronic panel that read his badge automatically and blinked green. He knocked twice. Come in, Detective Tsukachi. A woman's voice called him. He opened the door and stepped inside. The office was large but not extravagant. Bookshelves lined the left wall. Filing cabinets lined the right. Everything was organized with military-level precision. And behind the desk sat the woman who ran it all. Madam President. She was an older woman, maybe in her mid-50s. She wore a dark gray suit, tailored perfectly, with no jewelry except a single pin on her lapel. The HPSC emblem. Image, comment. She didn't look up when he entered. She was reading something on her screen. Tsukachi gave a slight bow. Madam President. Detective. Tsukachi reached into his coat, pulled out a small USB drive, and placed it on the edge of her desk. The preliminary findings from the USJ incident. Camera footage compilations, initial villain statements, and the injury report. She took the drive without a word and plugged it into her terminal. For the next several minutes, nobody spoke. The only sound in the room was the occasional click of her mouse and the soft hum of the computer. Tsukachi stood in front of the desk, hands behind his back, waiting. He'd learned a long time ago that this woman didn't appreciate small talk. Or any talk, unless she started it. She went through the files methodically. Frame by frame, in some cases. Her expression didn't change once. Until the very end. The last file. The external camera recording from a monitoring station near the USJ facility. It showed the sky above the dome. A flaming bird rising into the clouds. Throwing something. Then a light brighter than anything the camera was designed to handle. The footage whited out completely before the lens auto-adjusted, showing nothing but smoke and a hole in the USJ ceiling. She watched it twice. Then she sighed and leaned back in her chair. She looked at Tsukachi for the first time since he'd walked in. I don't know whether to be happy or annoyed. Tsukachi blinked. Pardon. She studied him for a moment, weighing something, deciding if he was worth the information she was about to share. Apparently, he was. Tell me, detective, why do you think I'm after this kid so desperately? Tsukachi considered the question carefully. I have no clue. The only thing I know is the special job you keep mentioning. The president nodded slowly. She stood up from her chair and walked around the desk. What do you think about our society, detective? The hero society. Tsukachi frowned as he thought for a while. It's a game of cat and mouse. Villains do stupid things. Heroes chase them. Rinse and repeat. And that, the president said, is exactly the extent of what the general public knows. She paused, letting the words settle. But every now and then, detective, there are bugs. Insects that jump far too high in the air. Sometimes they are so drunk on power that logic doesn't apply to them anymore. Common sense stops working. For them, the law becomes irrelevant. Tsukachi listened. He didn't interrupt. Bugs like those don't need to be sent to jail, she continued. They need to be eliminated, so the government can maintain the illusion of an ideal world. The room felt colder. Tsukachi's expression didn't crack, but something shifted behind his eyes. He'd suspected. Every detective who worked close enough to the hero system long enough eventually suspected. The random disappearances. The villains who never made it to trial. But now hearing it being confirmed, out loud, by the woman sitting at the very top of the system, was something else. The president continued. To do that, we need specialized personnel. Strong heroes who are capable. But more importantly, heroes who have no issue committing the necessary acts for the greater good. She looked at him. People who are already in situations where we can train them, mold them, make them loyal. Orphans, outcasts, the broken ones, the ones society has already forgotten. We give them purpose. We give them direction. And in return, they give us results. Tsukachi's hands were sweating behind his back. He processed what she said, then spoke. Thank you for sharing this with me, Madam President. But what does any of that have to do with Akira Shuzenji? He kept his voice as steady as possible. He's not broken. He's not an orphan you can scoop off the streets. He has a family. A powerful one. A grandmother who works at UA and a mother who could buy half the buildings in this district. He paused. So why the obsession? The president stood and walked to the window, looking at the skyline. Because he's too strong. Tsukachi stared at her back. What? She didn't turn around. Instead, she walked back to the desk and picked up a remote. She pointed it at the large screen mounted on the wall behind him. It flickered on. The image was a wide-angle shot of a mountain range. The Hida Mountains. Specifically, a canyon. But the canyon wasn't normal. The entire floor of it was glassed. Like someone had taken a blowtorch and melted the rocks. The walls of the canyon were scorched black. It looked like the aftermath of a bomb test. Tsukachi leaned forward. What am I looking at? You remember the muscular incident? 2 years ago. Of course. The water hose duo, along with Emberheart, engaged and defeated Muscular during a rampage in Kamikochi village. He paused. Looked at the image again. But, this wasn't in the report. No, the president said. It wasn't. She turned the screen off. That's because Muscular was not defeated by the heroes. Tsukachi looked at her. He was defeated by a 13-year-old Akira Shuzenji. The words hit him like a truck. What? Tsukachi's composure cracked for the first time. You're telling me a 13-year-old child managed to bring down Muscular? The same Muscular who killed the water hose duo. The villain who required an entire task force to dash. Yes. One word. She didn't elaborate. She didn't need to. Tsukachi's mind raced. The implications were staggering. The official report stated that the heroes had defeated Muscular in a coordinated effort. That Emberheart's quirk had been the deciding factor. All of it was a cover story. A 13-year-old boy had done that. The president clicked the remote again. The screen lit up with a different recording. This one was shakier. Lower quality. It came from a security camera on a monitoring station near the USJ facility. The footage showed the sky above the USJ dome. First, a shape rising from the broken ceiling. A bird, covered in red and gold flames, wings spanning dozens of meters. The bird grabbed something in its talons, the Noma, and hurled it higher into the air. Then it opened its beak. Light. A beam of concentrated flame that turned the sky white. The camera's exposure blew out. When it recovered a second later, there was nothing left. Just smoke, heat distortion, and a shockwave that rattled the camera on its mount. The president paused the recording. She turned to Tsukachi. Akira Shuzenji is someone with potential to rival, or rather, surpasses, All Might. The detective stood there processing. It was hard to believe. But given what he'd seen in that hospital room, the way the kid looked at him, the calmness, the absolute lack of fear, and given the footage he'd just watched, it wasn't that hard to believe at all. But then a question formed in his mind. One that had been sitting at the back of his mind. But you never tried to do any of this to All Might, Tsukachi said. He's been in the public eye for decades. The strongest hero of Japan. And he was never under you. Never under the HPSC's Shadow Division. He looked at the president. Why not? The president's expression didn't change. Because All Might is an idiot. Tsukachi blinked. Excuse me. You heard me, detective. She walked back to her chair and sat down. All Might is a man with a classic hero personality. He smiles. He saves the day. He makes others smile. And that's it. That is the full extent of what All Might is. She folded her hands on the desk. He is easy to predict. He will always do the right thing. He will always save the civilian. He will always hold back against villains because he believes in justice and second chances. He will always, without fail, follow the script that the public expects of him. She leaned back. We always knew he would never be a problem. A man who is that predictable is not a threat. He's a tool. A very useful and powerful tool that practically runs itself. We never needed to control him because he was already doing exactly what we wanted. Smiling, saving, and keeping the public happy. She paused. Akira Shuzenji is the opposite. From everything I have seen and heard, the president continued, that boy does not care about the traditional hero playbook. He is smart, cynical. He has already demonstrated a willingness to use lethal force on villains, and not out of panic or desperation, but out of choice. He chose to sever those limbs. He chose to burn those villains. Her eyes narrowed. A hero like All Might is predictable. He's a chess piece that only moves in straight lines. You always know where he's going to be. But Akira Shuzenji. She shook her head. He is an uncontrollable piece. He moves in directions we can't predict. He makes decisions based on his own moral code, not ours. She looked at Tsukachi. And that, detective, is what makes him dangerous. That's why we need to get him under us. Because if someone with a quirk like that goes rogue, we will not be able to withstand the consequences. Not the police. Not the heroes. Not HPSC. Not even All Might. The room went quiet. Tsukachi stood there. His notebook was still in his pocket, untouched since the elevator. He hadn't written a single word during this conversation. Some things didn't go in notebooks. 2 days, detective, the president said, sitting back down and turning to her screen. Build the case. Make it solid. And when we sit down at UA, we make sure that boy understands exactly where he stands. Tsukachi nodded. He turned and walked to the door. But before he opened it, he stopped. Madam President. Yes. What happens if the case doesn't hold? If Nizu outmaneuvers us? The president didn't look up from her screen. Then we find another way like we always do. Tsukachi nodded and left. LOL. So, how was it? I tried to cook something with the HPSC, as they had such a small role in the early part of MHA. All I will ask is, just let me cook. I am sure you gonna love it. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Plus if you want, You can read up to 8+ because you guys are too fast. 10 will be up soon. Advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Trayon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Trayon on Google. 80, Chapter 79, A World After Quirks, Bonus Chapter. Here is the bonus chapter. Enjoy. A/N. Please read this chapter slowly, and in detail. I worked real hard cooking the lore. Fire. Disclaimer, I have wrote about some geopolitical stuff. I want to let you know, I mean no disrespect if your nation is mentioned. This is a fiction work, so I hope you won't take it too personally. Principal's office. Nizu sat behind his desk, and in front of him was a file. Black cover. No label. No title. No markings of any kind. The kind of file that didn't exist in any database, any archive, or any record. The kind of file that, if someone asked about it, Nizu would smile and say he had no idea what they were talking about. He opened it one last time. He went through the pages slowly, reading, rereading, cross-referencing details he'd memorized years ago against the notes he'd added over the last 24 hours. When he was done, he closed it. He stared at the black cover for a long moment. Then he sighed. Guess it's finally time to use it. He placed the file carefully into a leather briefcase sitting on the corner of his desk and closed it. My gut says to bet on Akira. He reached for his tea which had gone cold a long while ago. He drank it anyway. A knock came from the door. Come in. The door opened, and Anoka walked in. She looked tired. Her hair was pulled back in a loose ponytail, and she was still in the same business attire from the hospital. She hadn't gone home since then. Nizu looked at her and smiled. Well, I was expecting either you or Cho to show up. Anoka sighed as she dropped into the chair in front of his desk. Of course you did. She sat there for a second, looking around the office. The bookshelves. The tea sets. Then her eyes landed on the briefcase. What's that? Nizu looked at the briefcase. Then back at her. This. He picked it up and placed it on the floor beside his chair, out of sight. Is something we will most likely need, after none of our tricks work. Anoka's expression shifted. The tiredness was still there, but now there was something else underneath it. What do you mean by, after none of our tricks work? Nizu didn't answer immediately. He just looked at her. Anoka leaned forward. Nizu, why are you overthinking this? We have the two richest families in Japan on our side, the strongest legal team in the country, and above all, we have you. You, the smartest being in Japan. The being who outplayed every corporation, every politician, and every intelligence agency that's ever tried to touch UA. What can the HPSC possibly do against all of that? Nizu still didn't answer. He just stared at her. The silence stretched. 1 second. 2. 5. It was the kind of silence that made Anoka's skin crawl. Because Nizu always had an answer. Nizu always had a plan. Nizu always had that annoying, all-knowing smile that said, I've already thought of everything you're about to say. But right now, that was gone. And he wasn't answering. That scared her more than anything the detective had said. Nizu finally spoke. But not with an answer, but a question. What do you know about the time when the first wave of quirks awakened? I changed it from a single kid being born with a quirk, to a wave of kids all around the world born with it. Anoka blinked. What? The emergence period. When the first generation of quirk users appeared. What do you know about it? Anoka frowned. What does that have to do with anything? Nizu raised a paw. Humor me. She stared at him, then leaned back in the chair and thought about it. I don't know. The basics, I guess. What everyone knows. Quirks started appearing. Society changed. Heroes and villains became a thing. Some countries got stronger. Some didn't. And that, Nizu said quietly, is exactly what they want you to know. He got up from his chair. He walked past her to the bookshelf on the far wall. Not the one with the tea sets and the framed photos. The other one. The one in the corner that was always slightly dusty, as if it hadn't been touched in years. He ran a paw along the books until he found the one he was looking for. He pulled it out, flipped through the pages, and stopped. He walked back and placed the open book in front of Anoka. What do you see? Anoka looked down. It was a world map. She looked back at Nizu. This is just a world map. Look at it properly. She frowned but did as he said. She leaned in, her eyes scanning the continents, the borders, the labels. It took her about a minute. Then she saw it. Countries. Countries she didn't recognize. Countries that didn't exist on any modern map. Dozens of them. Some smaller ones, some bigger. Scattered across every continent. Africa. South America. Southeast Asia. Eastern Europe. Central Asia. And the countries she did recognize, were smaller. Different borders. Different shapes. What is this? She asked. Nizu took the book back and set it on the desk between them. This was the world before the first wave of quirk users. Roughly 200 years ago. He tapped the map with one claw. A time that is not actively taught in schools. Not suppressed, exactly. Just, forgotten. If you wanted to, you could find a book about it in some dusty corner of an old library. But nobody does, as no one is interested in a time without heroes and villains. Anoka was still staring at the map. But what does this have to do with us, Nizu? Nizu sat back down. He folded his paws on the desk. Every single one of those countries that no longer exist, he said, was a nation with the highest levels of civil unrest when quirks first emerged. Anoka listened. In the pre-quirk era, civil unrest could be managed. Governments banned weapons. They deployed police, military crackdowns, surveillance. It was messy, but it worked. The state always had the monopoly on weapons, because at the end of the day, a man with a gun is still just a man with a gun. He paused. But when quirks emerged, Anoka finished the line. All hell broke loose. Nizu pointed a claw at her. Bingo. He stood again, this time walking to the window. A single person with even a decent quirk was a game changer, Nizu continued, his back to her. Suddenly, a factory worker could level a building. A farmer could control the weather. A teenager could set a city block on fire with a sneeze. He turned around. The state no longer had a monopoly on violence. Any individual, at any time, could become a one-person army. And many did. He walked back to the desk. That started a wave of massive internal clashes. Revolutions. Coups. Civil wars that lasted years. Decades, in some cases. Country after country tore itself apart from the inside. He tapped the map again. Most of these nations faded because of those internal clashes. The government couldn't control the quirk users. The quirk users couldn't agree on who should be in charge. It was chaos. Pure chaos. He looked at her. And while those nations burned, the ones with stronger nations, the ones who adapted faster, took advantage. Anoka's eyes narrowed. Took advantage, how? Nizu sat down and began counting on his claws. The United States used the civil clashes between the Mexican cartels and the government to destabilize the region. With the cartels suddenly having quirk-enhanced enforcers and the government unable to respond, the country collapsed. The U.S. swept in under the banner of stabilization and absorbed Mexico as its 51st state. He raised another claw. Russia finally took Ukraine. With the world too busy dealing with its own quirk crises to intervene, there was no international backing. No NATO response. No sanctions that mattered. Ukraine fell. Another claw. China invaded Taiwan. Same playbook. The world was on fire. Nobody came to help. Taiwan fell in weeks. Another. India, after decades of diplomatic restraint, invaded Pakistan. Ended the dispute once and for all. No more border skirmishes. No more proxy wars. Just a decisive, overwhelming military campaign backed by a generation of quirk-enhanced soldiers. One more. And South Korea, following India's path, wiped North Korea off the map. The Kim regime, which had survived for over a century through isolation and nuclear threats, couldn't survive a world where a single South Korean soldier with the right quirk, who could walk through a bunker wall. Nizu lowered his paw. The world we live in now, Anoka, was not built on peace. It was built on the ashes of nations that couldn't adapt. The room was silent. Anoka stared at the map. At all those borders. All those names she didn't recognize. Countries that had existed. People who had lived there. Cultures that had thrived. Gone. The countries that survived, Nizu continued, his voice quieter now, all learned the same lesson. The same fundamental truth that every surviving government on this planet understands. He looked at her. A powerful quirk, left unchecked, can end nations. So every surviving government built a system. A system designed to ensure that even if an overwhelmingly powerful quirk appeared once in a generation, they always had the infrastructure, the resources, and the people in place to deal with it. He paused. That is what the HPSC is, Anoka. That is what every nation's equivalent of the HPSC is. Not a hero management agency. Not a licensing board. A failsafe. A kill switch. Built 200 years ago to ensure that no single individual, hero or villain, ever becomes too powerful to control. Silence. A long, heavy silence. Anoka's hands were gripping the armrests of the chair. That's 200 years of infrastructure, she whispered. 200 years of planning and resources. Niza nodded. Now you understand why I'm not smiling. He leaned forward. Anoka. I am the smartest being in this country. I know that. You know that. Everyone knows that. But intelligence has limits when you're playing against a system that has had 2 centuries to prepare for people exactly like your son. He folded his paws. The Shuzhenji fortune? Impressive. The Yaoyorozu legal team? Formidable. My own strategic capabilities? Considerable. But we are 3 players on a board that was designed before any of us were born, by people who anticipated every move we could possibly make. Anoka's throat tightened. Then, what do we do? Nizu looked at her. For a moment, just a moment, she saw something she had never seen on his face before. Uncertainty. But it was gone as quickly as it appeared. You know, Nizu said slowly, while I believe we are strong enough to put up a fight, and we can make the HPSC's life miserable. I don't know everything about them. The full extent of their capabilities. Their deepest contingencies. Their real arsenal. He let that sink in. The complexity of what we're dealing with is beyond what most people can comprehend. I am a genius among geniuses, Anoka. If I am telling you that I don't know everything about the system we're about to challenge, that should tell you something about how deep this goes. Anoka was silent. The weight of his words pressed down on her. But I am 100% sure of one thing, Nizu added. She looked at him. If the government wanted to, they could deal with every villain problem in this country within a month. Every single one. The League of Villains. The underground syndicates. The quirk traffickers. All of it. Gone. Anoka's eyes widened. Then why don't they? Nizu's expression didn't change. To keep the common man occupied. Heroes chasing villains. Villains threatening cities. A never-ending cycle of conflict that keeps the population distracted, entertained, and too busy watching the show to ever think about questioning the people running it. He looked at the city lights through the window. A society that has no external threat will eventually turn inward and question its leaders. But a society that always has a villain to fear, that society will cling to its heroes, and through its heroes, to the government that manages them. He turned back to Anoka. The villain problem isn't a failure of the system, Anoka. It is the system. The room was completely still. Anoka sat there, processing. Her mind was racing, but her body felt frozen. Everything she thought she knew about hero society, about the world her son was trying to climb to the top of, was built on a lie. Not a simple lie. A 200-year-old lie, maintained by every major government on the planet. And her son had just painted a target on his back by being exactly the kind of person this system was designed to control. Then what do we do? She asked again. Nizu looked at her. Then he looked down at the briefcase beside his chair. He placed a paw on it. Leave it to me. Anoka stared at him, then at the briefcase. What's in that file, Nizu? Nizu smiled. For the first time all night, the old smile was back. The one that made politicians sweat and intelligence agencies file complaints. Insurance. He didn't elaborate. Anoka wanted to push. Every instinct told her to demand answers. But she knew Nizu. She'd known him for over a decade. And she knew that when the rat smiled like that, he had already calculated every possible outcome and chosen the one that gave him the best odds. She stood up. If anything happens to my son because of this, she said, her green eyes glowing faintly, I'm coming for you first. Before the HPSC. Before the government. You. Niza's smile didn't waver. I would expect nothing less. Anoka turned and walked to the door. She opened it, paused, and looked back. Good night, Nizu. Good night, Anoka. Get some sleep. Tomorrow will be a long day. The door closed behind her. Nizu sat alone in his office. He looked at the briefcase. 200 years of preparation, he whispered to the empty room. Against one very angry mother, 2 very rich families, and 1 very clever rat. He took a sip of his cold tea. Well, it's fair after all, Nizu said, a smile forming on his face. You do need sacrifices to wake up a god. I shall happily be that sacrifice. After all, I am a part rat. Ha 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 ha. Did I overcook it? Or was it just right? Let me know. Plus if you want, you can read up to 8 plus because you guys are too fast. 10 will be up soon. Advanced chapters and support me. You can always join my P at Traeon. Just search up Joe Mama P at Traeon on Google. 81, not a chapter, will be deleted later. As some of you might know, I have been working on new fanfic. I won't spoil much, but it's on JJK. I have one question. And a very important one. Who should be the female lead? I honestly think of Maki, cause she is badass. However, I noticed she is very commonly used. That's why, I wanted to hear your opinions on who to pick. You may suggest some gender bend options too. I might consider them. That's all. Please let me know. A/N. The first chapter will be out soon. 82, Chapter 80, Insurance. Before starting the chapter, check this out. Comment. That's right. My JJK fanfic is out. It's called JJK, What is Life? Feel free to give it a read, and tell me what you think. Man, I am enjoying these chapter way too much. Hope you like it too. No, Mina cracking jokes. No Kaminari saying something dumb. No Aitsa chopping the air about proper conduct. Just silence. All for the same reason. The questions. They had all been questioned by the police yesterday. One by one, they were pulled aside into separate rooms at the hospital, sat down across from officers with notepads, and asked to describe what they saw during the USJ attack. That part was fine. Expected, even. They'd just survived a villain ambush. Of course, the police would want statements. But it was what the officers told them that shocked them all. Akira Shuzenji was being investigated for criminal charges. Excessive use of force and attempted murder. Because of that, the class sat in silence. Some looked at Akira's empty seat, while others replayed what all happened during USJ. Fuck K. Kaminari slammed both hands on his desk, shooting to his feet. Mind your language. Aitsa yelled reflexively. Kaminari pointed at him. Not now, Aitsa. Aitsa froze. Not because of the words, but because of the look on Kaminari's face. He wasn't joking. He wasn't being dramatic. He was genuinely pissed. Kaminari ran both hands through his hair and sighed. This is so wrong. He said, turning towards the class. Look, as much as I hated watching Boss slice through those villains, and yeah, it was brutal, I'm not gonna lie, I saw what he did after. He burned their wounds shut. Every single one. After he cut them, he cauterized the wound. I don't know much about first aid, but I do know that burning a wound like that stops the bleeding and keeps them from dying. He pointed at the door. The guy was cutting people and then saving their lives. How is that attempted murder? Nobody responded, because Kaminari was right. And they all knew it. Akira had been aggressive. Way beyond what any of them would have done. But at the end of the day, he was the one who protected them. He healed Aizawa and fought the Nomo. He put his body between the class and certain death. And now the police were treating him like a criminal. Kaminari is right. The class turned. Jiro was leaning back in her chair, her earphone jacks coiled around her fingers. When he prayed before attacking, she said, I heard him. My quirk picks up sounds that normal ears can't catch. And I heard him whispering something before he started fighting. She paused, choosing her words carefully. Something about holding back. She looked around the room. He was trying not to kill anyone. While it doesn't look like it from the outside, he was holding back the whole time. He chose to cut limbs instead of heads. She uncurled her jacks and sat up straighter. It doesn't sound right. I know, but he's our classmate. And he was the reason most of us walked out of that place. We have to stand with him. Kirishima slammed his fist on his desk again. Damn right we do. Shiro nodded. Sato cracked his knuckles. Even Tokoyama, who rarely spoke up, gave a small nod from the shadows. Slide. The door opened as Momo walked in. The whole class turned to her. She knew something they did not, and it was crushing her. Mina moved, sensing her bad mood. She ran across the room and wrapped Momo in a hug. You alright? Momo froze for a while, then hugged her back. Yeah, thanks for asking. Toru waved from across the room. Where's Akira? Is he alright? Momo nodded. He should be at the hearing right now. Nisa's office. The room had been changed. Nisa's usual tea sets and personal items had been removed. In their place, the office now resembled something closer to a courtroom, with a desk in the middle. On one side sat Nizu, Anoka, and Akira. Akira, for the first time, was in his school uniform, and even his pipe was absent. Anoka, who had a black suit on, sat next to her son. Nizu sat at the head of the desk, with his paws folded. On the other side sat Detective Tsukachi and Madam President. Behind her stood a man whom no one from Akira's side knew. He was tall and was wearing a dark suit, along with sunglasses. He stood with his hands clutched in front of him, like a statue. But the air around him said otherwise. The air around him said he could kill everyone in this room and still make it home for dinner. Akira looked at him. That fucker is strong. He thought back to what Nizu had told him last night. Whatever happens, just stay quiet. Understood. Akira hadn't liked it. He didn't like being told to sit still. But he trusted Nizu more than he'd ever admit out loud. Nizu smiled at the president and started. I did not expect you to come here personally, Madam President. She looked at him. You're fooling no one, Nizu. You 100% knew I was coming. Nizu laughed. You got me. The laughter stopped. His expression shifted. So, let's get started. The next 40 minutes were war. Not the kind fought with fists or blades. The kind fought with words, evidence, and the precise weaponization of legal frameworks. Tsukachi placed a tablet on the desk and played the USJ footage. All of it. Every angle. Every zone. Every moment where Akira engaged a villain. Villain 14. Low-level emitter quirk. Akira Shuzenji severed his right arm at the elbow with a flame construct. The villain was already retreating when the attack was delivered. He swiped to the next clip. Villain 22. Heteromorphic type. Engaged Shuzenji in the flood zone. Shuzenji dislocated both shoulders and cauterized both wounds. The villain was unconscious from the first blow. The second was unnecessary. Clip after clip. Villain after villain. Each one a data point in a case being built brick by brick. Anoka countered. Every single one of those villains entered that facility with the intent to kill children. My son acted in defense of himself and his classmates under circumstances that no 15-year-old should ever face. The force was proportional to the threat. The president responded without looking at Anoka. Proportional force does not include dismemberment, Mrs. Shuzenji. It does when the alternative is dead students. The villains in the flood zone were low-level. Your son could have incapacitated them without dash. He was in a war zone and made a split-second decision that kept every single student alive. If your agents were in that situation, they would have done worse. And you know it. The president didn't react to that. She simply nodded at Tsukachi, who pulled up the next piece of evidence. Anoka pushed harder. Shuzenji Enterprises will dedicate its full legal resources to this case. Our legal team has already filed preliminary motions to challenge the jurisdiction of this investigation. Additionally, Creative Corp., the Yaoyorozu family's legal division, has offered to dash. Financial pressure will not change the outcome of this hearing, the president interrupted. Any attempt to leverage corporate assets to obstruct a government investigation can be classified as obstruction of justice under Article 103 of the Penal Code. Furthermore, the HPSC has the authority, under National Security Directive 7, to freeze corporate assets tied to individuals under active investigation. Anoka's eyes widened slightly. You wouldn't. I totally would. Silence. That's all Anoka had. All she could do was throw money, and now that was useless. Nizu stepped in. If I may, the rat said pleasantly, the legal framework you're citing was designed for cases involving suspected terrorists and national security threats. Applying it to a 15-year-old student who defended himself during a villain attack would be an extraordinary overreach. The public backlash alone dash. The public will see what we show them, Principal Nizu. The president turned to him. Media management is not your department. No, Nizu conceded. But public opinion is everyone's department. And the footage of a UA student single-handedly protecting his classmates while the teachers were incapacitated is not something you can spin into a villain narrative without consequences. But Madam President did not back out. Watch me. They went back and forth. Point for point. Counter for counter. Nizu used logic. Madam President used authority. It was a deadlock. Neither side was gaining ground. Then the president changed tactics. She leaned back in her chair and looked directly at Akira. For the first time since the hearing began, she addressed him. Akira, You were at Kamikochi village 2 years ago, weren't you? The atmosphere shifted. Akira didn't respond. The president continued. Sasha Izumi. She was a remarkable hero. Kind, powerful, devoted to her community. Akira's jaw tightened. Barely visible. But the president saw it. And Shino Izumi, her husband. Also a hero. Also kind. He died trying to protect the people of that village. Trying to protect you. Akira's hands moved to his knees. His fingers gripped the fabric of his pants. They both died, Akira. Because they weren't strong enough. Because the system that was supposed to protect them failed. And you were there. You watched it happen. Anoka shot to her feet. That is enough. Sit down, Mrs. Shuzenji, the president said without looking at her. I am speaking to the student. Nizu placed a paw on her arm. She looked at him. He shook his head once. She sat. The president continued. Her eyes never left Akira. Is that why you fight the way you do? Is that why you cut and burn and tear? Because you watched two good people die and decided that mercy was weakness. Akira's knuckles went white. His nails were digging into his palms so hard that something warm started dripping between his fingers. Blood. Momo's words echoed somewhere in the back of his mind. I don't give a fuck what you do to villains. His mother's voice. Be the shield for them. Sasha's face. Shino's broken body. The red flame stirred inside him. Not much. Just a pulse. A heartbeat of anger that wanted out. But he kept his mouth shut. He looked at the president with eyes that burned, but he said nothing. Not a word. The president sighed. It wasn't what she wanted. She wanted him to snap. To yell. To say something she could use. But the kid was harder to crack. Not ideal. But she could still end this. She turned back to Nizu. Principal Nizu. Given the evidence presented, the severity of injuries inflicted, the documented pattern of excessive force, and the potential threat posed by an individual with a quirk of this magnitude operating without oversight. She placed both hands on the desk. The HPSC is formally recommending that Akira Shuzenji be placed under HPSC custody for evaluation and supervised integration into a structured program suited to his capabilities. She paused. Additionally, under National Security Provision 12b, individuals whose quirks are classified as potential threats to public safety may be subject to mandatory oversight regardless of age, family status, or institutional affiliation. She looked at Nizu. UA cannot shield him, Principal. Not from this. The room went silent. Nizu said nothing. His smile was gone. National Security Provision 12b. The law that existed specifically for situations like this. The one that overrode corporate influence, legal teams, and institutional protection. There was no counter. The president knew it. Nizu knew it. Anoka knew it. Anoka's chair screeched as she stood. Her eyes were blazing green. Her fist was cocked back before anyone could react. She swung. Bang! Her fist hit something solid. An invisible wall had appeared between her and the president. The guard behind the president hadn't moved. But his glasses glinted, and the air around his outstretched hand shimmered faintly. Let's not do this again, Mrs. Shuzenji, the guard said, in a bored voice. Anoka pulled her fist back, green flames already fixing the small bruise. Akira looked at the guard, then at the president. Fuck this trial. I'd rather fight this woman than go with her. Red sparks flickered between his fingers. But before he could move, Nizu sighed loudly. Welp. Everyone looked at the rat. Nizu reached down to the floor beside his chair. He picked up a briefcase and opened it. He pulled out 3 pages and placed them in front of the president. I did predict I would have to use this. Everyone except Anoka and Nizu stared at the pages. The president looked at the papers. Then at Nizu. She didn't pick them up immediately. Why? Because Nizu had that smile on his face again. The one she hadn't seen since the beginning of the meeting. The one that screamed, "You will not see this coming." Go ahead, Nizu said pleasantly. Pick it up. The president studied his face for a long moment. Weighing, calculating, trying to read the play before committing to it. Then she picked up the pages and gave them a quick read. 10 seconds later. Slam. She slammed her hand on the table. She glared at Nizu. The composure she had maintained since the start of the meeting was gone, replaced by fury. She looked at Nizu with an intensity that could kill. Nizu looked at her. At the expression he had waited years to see, then started laughing. Ha 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 ha. You have no idea how long I have waited to see that expression. Ha 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 ha. He slapped the desk. The guard behind the president tensed. Tsukachi looked between the president and Nizu, completely lost. Anoka stared at the rat with a mixture of confusion and awe. And Akira sat there totally lost. What the fuck is going on? Just search up Joe Mama P at Trian on Google.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.